Welcome everybody to the Batcolyte. Make sure that you are tapping the screens, sharing the live. We will be getting started here very soon.
Step right in. Through the sound and the static. One skull, one mic. One question that rattles the attic. Thrayle's lantern, bones bright as a star. If you're sure of your answers, you're already too far. Dry wind, dead road, tents made of tattered belief, mirage of a miracle, promising relief. Skeleton showmen, grins from the dune, call in with your heaven, your haunting tune. Under the wings of light, we're calling out the sky. Is it God? Is it dust? Is it comfort? Is it trust? Every story, every sigh. Hold it up, let it fly. We question the question. Try under the wings of wine. Carnival candles flicker in the phone line hum. Tell me what you worship. Tell me why it comes. Is it fear of the ending, or a friend in the storm? Is it something that saved you, or just a ritual? Under the wings of wine, we're calling out the sky. Is it God? Is it dust? Is it comfort? Is it trust? Every story, every sigh. Hold it up, let it fly. We question the question. Try under the wings of wine. If your truth starts shaking, let it shake, let it breathe. If your faith starts breaking, see what's hiding beneath. Under the wings of wine, we're calling out the sky. Not to conquer, not to fight, just to look, just to light. Every doubt, every cry, bat bright in the night. We question the answer. Try under the wings of wine. Welcome in. Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a God, a higher power? rest on up. Not here to debate or argue, or even burgle your gut, but there's always room for one more in the shed.
There we go. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Batcolyte. We are just getting started, so make sure that you're tapping the screen and sharing the live. We're already up to 4.4 thousand likes. I appreciate that. Also appreciate all the gifts. Thank you, Brad. I appreciate you. And, and everybody. But also, I do see a guest in queue already, and we will be taking a guest soon, very soon, to see if you can question your beliefs. But make sure that's why you're here. I'm not here to debate you. I'm not here to tear you down, burgle your gods, or prove you wrong. I am here to see if you can question whatever it is that you believe. And if you can, well then, what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? And never fails. That's usually how to clear the queue in the first 5 seconds. Remind them what we're doing. Well, welcome in everybody who is here. Welcome Gobble Gobble. Welcome Brad. Also welcome Birdies and Hammy. Deftone Dude. I see a Philly Red. Hello, Philly. Also Joe Chupacabro. Good to see you. Welcome Orlando. Also Hazelnut, Stephen Ernest. Good to see you. Good to see you, Kit Skywalker and Jimmy B. Always a pleasure to see you. And welcome in to represent the truth in Hollywood Taco, Texas. Welcome to Paul. Also welcome back to Cam and Storm. Also Mateo, good to see you. And MS Cleaning Lady, good to see all of you. And if I missed a name, well, it just wasn't on that list yet, but I appreciate all of you for being here. I really do. And everybody who taps the screen, shares the live. That all helps us get out to the algorithm, get a few more people in here, and maybe we'll have somebody soon who actually can question their beliefs. I just had to check. Did I do all the things? I did all the things. I think I did all the things. I have a checklist one of the mods made for me, and helps me remember everything I'm supposed to do before I start the live. But there are some little nuances that I left off, and also they added staring at a wall for 10 minutes, which maybe I do. I don't know. But either way, there are a few things, and I can't remember if I've got everything working, but we've got music, right? I've got blueberry coffee right here. I got plenty of questions and an open box on screen. I think we're missing, well, maybe some encouragement. Maybe one of those boxes that makes it look a little less lonely up here. Dan, the man. Question beliefs, execute with discipline. Oh, yes, absolutely. Oh, yes, absolutely. You should absolutely question your beliefs with rigor and discipline. What good is an unquestioned belief? Except be fodder for fairy tales. Except fantasy novels. We do need those, but even those, if you don't question the world you create, it's not going to make any sense. So if you can't question the reality around you, if you can't question the assumptions you make about it, how can you question anything? How do you operate in a world that requires occasional confirmation and adherence to what is? Oh, well, that's interesting. Having some camera flickers there. That's new. Maybe that'll do it. Yeah, that seemed to do the trick. But now we just need a, I don't know, believer of some kind of believable thing that they believe. That sounds like you, if you've got a belief in a god, or gods, or a higher power, or aliens, or vampires, I don't know. If there's something like that that you believe in, and you can question that belief, then go ahead and request up. Yeah, I don't know, Gobble, if I'm up for questioning of a believer. I'm not sure what that will lead us to at all. Well, it's not showing it on screen, but I bet that's a Gobble Gobble and a Philly Red that I have to thank for helping with the goal. So thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate you. I wonder if there's anybody out there with a belief, or have we? It's just too many of us that have already questioned. We need one of those quick algorithmic pushes that I see lives get. I'm not sure how they do it. Probably by being on camera. I don't know. The wind is fierce around the studio tonight. It is whipping things around. apologize for that. Hopefully it shouldn't be too out of control. Oh.
Grandma says we're chosen, teacher says we're dust, preacher shakes his finger, both of them want trust. Candles on the altar, charts up on the wall. Everybody's certain like they got God on call. I question everything, every halo, every ring, every story polished clean about where we're from, where we're going when we're gone. Sing along, but sing it wrong. If you're sure then something's off, so I question everything. Uncle swears by karma, friend swears it's just math. One hand holds a Bible, one hand holds a grab. Mother lights the incense, father checks his phone. Each has sacred language, each afraid to stand alone. I question everything, every blessing, every sting, every promise carved in ink about where we're from, where we're going when we're gone. If your map is iron strong, show me where the doubts belong, 'cause I question everything. Is it spirits, is it sparks, is it stories in the dark, is it cycles, is it sleep, is it nothing wide and deep? If your answer never shakes, what if that's your biggest fate? If your faith can never bend, how will anything transcend? I question everything, every crown and every king, every final word they bring about where we're from, where we're going. Every we're going when we're gone. Love you still, but I'm along with the crooked, curious tongue. Yeah, I question everything. Pass the wine, pass the prayer, pass the torch, I'll meet you there. Not in certain rigid stone, but in maybe flesh and bone.
Wow, Brad, thank you so much. Appreciate you. And I see a Clown Cane joining us. Hello, Clown Cane. Good to see you. I did have a request in queue, but I'm going to guess that was an errant tap. But maybe our next one. Hello, Jesse. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Did you mean to join us, Jesse?
Hello?
Hello. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I'm 54.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
No, I just wanted to say your voice is fucking annoying.
Well, thank you for letting me know that, Jesse. Yours is, rather mundane. Do you feel better about yourself for having done that? Oh, I didn't remove him. I was going to question his belief that my voice was annoying. I don't know, Gobble Gobble. I try not to make any of those speculations or assumptions, because it doesn't benefit us. I'm not sure what you mean by that first word there, gratefully blazing. That can be used in many different contexts. Barfing Toaster, welcome back. You've been here before, you can smell it. Saying you can smell yourself on this place. Yeah. Hammy says, y'all need to quiet down. I need to see what's going on. What do you mean, what's going on? What's going on? Am I being too noisy up here? Hello, Witty. Good to see you. Also see you, Danny Greg's joining us. Good to see you, Danny. Also see you, Trackdale. Good to see you, Trackdale. Thank you for the repost, and thank you all for sharing the live out. And Grace Moore, good to see you. I know I see a Martha tapping. Good to see you, Martha. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. There's the 10,000. Appreciate you guys for bringing 10,000 likes. It does sound like the studio might blow away soon. Let's hope it doesn't. The show will go on as long as there's a signal. In for me. A philosophical debate on faith and belief. Join the discussion. Discussion, not debate. How is it a debate? What is a debate? How does AI define debate? Barfing Toaster says, what's your opinion on songs that end with a fade out? And then goes on to say that he doesn't like them because it sounds like the band got in a car and drove away. I don't mind a fade out, but now I'm going to imagine that every time. Fade outs can be very handy, especially if the song is much, much longer than you intended for it to run. And you'd like to listen to another song, but there's other people listening. Fade out gives you a good way to sneak in a change. Yeah, Gobble, not as much of a fan as fade-ins unless you're using it for dramatic effect. Then again, I do like some songs that kind of ease you into the motion, starting soft and building up, but that's a little different. But this is not music critique hour with Thrayle. This is, do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or like that? This is, can you question that belief? Because that's what we're doing here. Just questioning beliefs, not arguing. I'm not presenting some opposing viewpoint for you to tear down and argue against. I'm really just here to see what it is and why you believe it, if, of course, you even can question that belief. I'm really why you believe. And think about that for a moment. What does that mean? Can your beliefs mean? Does it mean to you just examining the nuances of what you mean to you? Or does it mean diving deep into the bones and the foundations of what structures that belief? Seeing what's holding it up, what's really there, what might not be there at all. Hello, Delilah Scissors. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Welcome in, Savvy. Also welcome, Feed Your Inner Dragon. Welcome to everybody who's just joining us. Hope you're doing well, Dragon. Or We're still just getting started. Welcome to everybody who's in question their beliefs. So far, we've had one guest, just one, and they believed in a voice that was annoying. And that was all they wanted to express before running out the door. Was all. I think, in absence of a guest, we'll just go ahead and ham it up.
Howdy, howdy, Thrayle.
Hello, Hammy. How you doing?
Oh, it's another day in paradise as always.
I want to question that platitude. Question that platitude.
You know, it's funny, I say that to everybody who comes into my job, and nobody has ever asked me how I feel whenever I say it.
Well, it sounds sarcastic, clearly. If you're at work right now, I'm gonna guess it's sarcastic.
So, there's actually no underlying thing behind it for me while I'm at work. I say it, and the customers take it however their day is actually coming. So, if I say to one customer who's having a great day, he's going to be like, it is another day in paradise, isn't it? And if I say to a customer who's having a bad day, they will take it as sarcasm. But for me, it's a neutral term that I just use.
Interesting. So me taking it as sarcasm is indicative of my day.
Yeah.
Is that a belief?
So, because I know who you are as a person, it's a little... Because I think that you could be having a great day and still think of it. Because if they are having a bad day, because I always know, because whenever I say another day in paradise, they're like, yeah, sure. But always know, but sure. You personally, I think that you could view it either way, and have your actual day be the opposite.
So you're saying that it's really not indicative of anything at all?
Not for you, no.
Oh, not for me.
Yeah.
Is it special pleading?
No, because the thing is this is going off of more of the averages of the people who are in my area. People in my area, I've noticed, they take it however their day is going.
I see. I might have more questions, but It looks like we've got a guest.
What
How old are you, the baddest?
the baddest is 19.
What year were you born?
I was born in Joe Mama.
Yeah. That's unfortunate.
My finger went to the disconnect button when they referred to themselves in the third person.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
I was just hovering, and then the Joe Mama that was it. Too
Yeah,
bad. The baddest wasn't bad enough.
Right. The thing is like, the only time I've ever referred to myself in the third person is whenever somebody's like, the hammy is here, and I'm like, the hammy is here. But I don't ever, like, it feel weird just to be like, well, hammy thinks this. It's like, nope. I just made myself shiver just thinking about it.
Thrayle is unamused.
Doesn't it just not set right?
It's actually not that uncomfortable, because that's kind of how you might say it at a D&D table.
True.
And I did use this name in D&D, so it's not that uncomfortable
So I guess
for me.
you. Yeah, I guess for you, it's a bit different.
Let me just be the exception to everything Hammy makes.
Well, I mean, look, Thrayle, I think that if, like, let's say your actual name was like Aaron, right? I'm pretty sure if you were like Aaron is not amused, it would feel kind of weird. Are you on mute trying it with your actual name right now?
It does feel a little, self-important and aggrandizing.
Yeah.
Like for the, I don't know. It's weird. Definitely an orange flag, if not a red one.
Yeah, it's definitely an orange one.
I mean, there's someone in queue we can. Oh, no. I mean, there's have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here for any kind of contentious conversation. I'm not looking for some kind of points or victory. I really am just looking to see if you can question your beliefs. Simple as that. And what does it mean to you to question your beliefs? Do you think there is an end to that?
An end to questioning?
Mm-hmm.
I think that if you've reached an end to questioning, then I feel like something's wrong. I don't think there should ever be an end to questioning. But I could also question that belief as well. will say, I think there are certain beliefs, though, that I can deal without question. And it's not necessarily because I don't have questions. It's more or less, I don't want to really hear their answers.
It was very loud. The wind is relentless. "45 minutes in, we've had 2 guests, and both of them were trolls. I feel, are we stigmatizing troll? Like, is the D&D race of trolls, are they not as bad as the things we call on the internet? I get it, the word comes from a different origin. But doesn't that make a bad name for anything else that is a troll?
Trolls. Oh no, that's just cat. Hi, cat.
It's just Cat? What do you mean?
I was about to get quiet because I thought it was a new guest. But then I saw your name popped up and I was like, oh, just cat.
Just cat.
I just
That
came
doesn't
up
make it
here.
better.
Hilarious go the last night.
I have no idea what she said.
It was really funny.
It was
God
funny.
damn it.
Apparently, whatever happened, it was very funny. We caught the end, and then, God damn it.
You there? You know. Like, seconds.
Jimmy says, "Do not ask for whom the troll trolls. It trolls for thee." Oh yeah, I forgot all about troll dolls still. There's... I don't want to imagine that on the other end of the line when somebody's up here being an absolute... I think Gobble Gobble's word is goober.
Is it better yet? No, it's not better yet, is it?
So much better. The bars are like fewer, but the audio's
Oh,
clear.
is it?
Right there.
Okay, so I just came up here to Hammy to tell you a hilarious anecdote that you missed from last night. And Thrayle, I can hear myself. Thank you. So last night we were questioning GoPro, and I was visiting my friend Dimitri briefly, and I asked GoPro a question, and what I asked him was if you could pack up all your beliefs into like an overnight bag, so you were just down to the essentials, what would you take? Which ones would you take? And he misunderstood my question. But either way, so his answer was raw garlic. And so then we thought vampires, but he thought I meant a literal overnight bag. And he was gonna pack raw garlic.
He was gonna pack wild garlic.
Raw.
Raw garlic.
Raw
Yeah.
garlic.
That was his essential.
Oh,
Yo.
that's. Oh, now we do have.
Hello, Mercury. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 28.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm Christian.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I have read some the beginning, alright? With and then I read some of the New Testament. And I'm, yeah.
So do you believe the stories that you've read to be true?
Yes.
So the six-day creation and all of that's true and literal for you?
Yeah.
Why do you believe that?
I just know it in my heart. Jesus told me, he said, he circumcised our hearts, right? I just believe it. I believe it. I'm like, damn, this dude is something else. He can't be human. That guy gotta be a god because holy fuck.
Because he circumcised your heart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever read some of his verses? I'm like,
Did he just take the tip of your heart?
well,
There were 3 other guests in queue. Some of them might have actually been serious.
Yeah, and we got stuck with that fucking guy.
Circumcised his heart.
I mean, that's a thing that
Hello?
you could say.
How's it going?
Hello, Eclipse. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 20.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I'm an atheist.
I see. So does that mean that you don't believe there are any gods, or you believe there are no gods?
Yeah, I'm at a point where I just don't believe that there are any gods. Religion is man-made. That's where I'm at right now.
Religion
So,
is man.
is this?
Yeah.
Would you
Does it-
say?
Go ahead.
I'm just still not clear. Would you say there are definitely no gods, or I don't think, or I don't know that there are gods, or not?
Oh, no, there are none.
Okay.
And then when it comes to religions on Earth, they're all man-made. That's my stance.
Because religions are man-made, then therefore there can be no gods?
Oh, no, both.
That's what I'm asking. Are you saying because there's no true religions, then no gods can exist at all?
Yes. Because they're
Why do you
private.
Why do you believe that no gods can exist at all?
If there was some... no.
Why would religion have to be true for gods to exist?
My question didn't really get answered. It wasn't a yes or no.
No.
Sorry, what was your question again?
Why do you believe there are no gods? Why do you believe there can be none? You just said yeah, no.
No evidence. And then... Yeah.
So because there's no evidence of a god, then therefore there cannot possibly be any.
Yeah, and then what I've seen when it comes to people being religious and like how their gods work, it's yeah, no, there's no way.
How does the actions of religious people indicate the possibility of any god whatsoever existing?
A lot of I think you could probably blame evangelical Christians, but every single time I have a conversation with them, they monopolize morality. And then they say I'm a Satanist. And then they say, why don't I just go around murdering people? And then they say...
I'm not hearing how, like, this is a list of grievances with Christians or believers. But my
whole
question,
thing is like, if you have a God that's telling
my
you
question,
what
I'm still
is...
speaking and you're not responding
My
to the
bad,
question.
go ahead.
So could you wait until I'm finished so you can
Alright,
make sure
sorry.
you understand? You're still speaking while I'm speaking. I'd appreciate you not do that. So you're saying that no gods can exist because people treat you poorly. I'm not understanding what the connection is. How does that logically follow that people treat you in a way that is judgmental or antithetical to their religion? Okay, then what is it that actually indicates to you that no gods can possibly exist?
There is no evidence. That's my stance. And every single time I've asked for evidence, I get thrown into a roller coaster.
So the absence of evidence for you indicates that there is nothing at all and cannot possibly be. It eliminates possibility.
Mm-hmm. And every time I press for evidence, they fight, like people who are religious fight.
I'm not asking about they. I'm not asking about other people. Why do you keep deferring to the way other people act?
Because I'm not talking about actions, I'm talking about evidence. Which is why I said when I'm asking them for evidence, they fight me.
They fight you too. Those are actions. We're asking you.
Right, related to giving me evidence.
We're not asking you about the evidence at the moment. We're asking you about why you reason that an absence of evidence indicates that there is absolutely no possibility. Like evidence for absence, perhaps, but evidence of no possibility. That this absolutely eliminates all possibility of any God ever existing at all beyond your current understanding. You're saying that cannot be because you've just never seen evidence.
Yeah. And I have a disbelief for gods. Yeah. It's definitely atheist. I have a disbelief for gods.
A disbelief or an active belief against? Because the way you've been expressing it here, it sounds like you are a believer that there are no possible gods that could ever exist or have ever existed, which sounds a little different than just an absence of belief.
No, I have a disbelief for gods. And
are you actually computing this conversation? Like, are you understanding the questions that we're asking?
Yeah.
What do you think the distinction is that I was just making?
Either saying outright that there are just no gods and I'm fighting tooth and nail and just like there are no gods, or just like I don't know. Because I'm not an atheist agnostic where it's like, oh, I don't know. I'm not agnostic. I'm an atheist. I just don't believe there are gods.
Don't believe there are gods. That statement right there. You understand how that is different than I believe there are no gods. Right. That's why our questions seem kind of like redundant, is because as you're answering, you're also backtracking into what sounds like agnostic atheism, but at the same time, then you're reiterating that you are a firm, hard atheist.
I never dipped into, because the definition of atheist is the disbelief of gods. That's not agnostic. That's atheist.
No, it's not. Can
you give me the definition of atheist, please?
Let's break down the word. How about that? So theist means like with a deity, right? You're a theist. You believe in a deity.
One moment. I understand what happened. Hold on.
You understand what happened?
One moment.
I'm sorry. Are you Googling something?
Are y'all testy?
He's really pissy. So really
like, what is the problem?
Atheist, strangely requesting up to a panel where we question beliefs while he is absent one, apparently, and unable to question his apparent disbelief / belief. And now he's getting attitudinal as we try to question and see clarification for a word that is polysemous.
Oh, I
and
don't
he's
have an
gonna
attitude.
act fascinating.
So
Buddy.
you keep telling me to hold on. So what am I holding on for? Because I really don't want to wait.
Yeah. Disbelief of the existence of the gods, yeah.
Disbelief in the existence of gods, is that the same as belief against the possibility of gods? Do those two things mean the same?
No.
So
You're
you
saying
can prompt ChatGPT to tell you whatever you want it to tell you.
I don't
so
use ChatGPT. I'm not. No. Sorry, I don't use that.
Hammy, do you have any questions for your fellow atheist?
Several. One being, like, do you think that atheist has only one definition?
Is there more?
Well, do you know what the term polysemous means?
No, tell me.
Polysemous means that a word that has multiple related meanings. So, atheist is a polysemous word. It covers a wide range of related meanings, but all are a little bit different, right? So, it covers a lack of belief in God or gods. It covers the outright rejection of the existence of God or gods. And also the way you define it, which is the complete rejection of even the possibility of God or gods. I'm an atheist, and I hold to what I call philosophical atheism, which is I believe no gods exist. And you hold a different variety of it, and a lot of other people do. So, whenever you say that you have no, like, you don't believe in the possibility, what do you mean by there is no possibility that they could exist?
I never said there was no possibility.
Fascinating. I
Yes,
asked you the
yes, you
question
fucking
3
did.
times for clarification.
I just said I have the
You're
discipline.
gaslighting, you fucking liar. Get off my stage.
I didn't get to yell at him for being a misogynist again.
He did.
It's really
he did.
funny. It was really funny that Hammy went and asked him the exact same, like, did the exact same thing that I was doing, and he got to get through the whole thing, and I got condescended to and told to hold on. Fuck you.
She just explained it. He won't understand the distinction, though, clearly, because I tried to clarify distinctions with him multiple times, and he kept swinging back and forth and declaring they were the same until finally at the end he didn't, and then turned around and gaslit us like I never sought that clarification. Fucking liar.
Like, okay, yeah, here's the thing. Hammy literally did the exact same thing that I started to do. And you sat there quietly and patiently and let him finish and let him get through his sentence. And I didn't even get through like 5 words before I was condescended to and told to hold on.
It's like he wasn't even part of this conversation. Now he's saying he didn't say they were the same. I didn't seek clarification multiple times. Fascinating. That is really strange. But maybe
the misogyny has been so fucking real the last couple days, and I'm just like over it.
That is real.
Days, and I'm just like over it.
We are here for respectful dialogue. We are here for honest.
Like over it.
We are here for honest conversation of questioning your beliefs. If, unlike the last guest, you are capable of questioning the assumption, we're not capable of questioning the assumptions that you hold to, then go ahead and request or anything like that but you hold to, or God's higher power or anything like that, though. So why an atheist comes up here with that sort of attitude and inability to question is strange. Actually, no, it's not. It's just a thing that happens. ones, I guess.
You know, and I think it's really funny when like theists come up here and say that we're just picking on them or we wouldn't be mad at an atheist. No, no, nope, nope. You're a piece of shit. You're a piece of shit, dude. Doesn't matter what you believe.
I have been accepting ghosts in the queue. We'll see if any of them are actually still there. Hello, Charles.
good
Can I
evening.
get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh yeah, I'm 45.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
That's an ever-changing, complicated question. The short answer, I guess, would be yes. I'm a Discordian.
I see.
Are you familiar with that faith?
Yes. Have you read your entire Principia Discordia?
Front to back, and
Front to back. Do you have
also
hot dog
like.
buns in your house?
Pardon?
Do you have hot dog buns in your house?
You're damn right I do.
Wow. So you don't believe the words that you read then?
Oh, I have to, because to honor the entire Pentabarf, you would have to violate one of the rules of the Pentabarf.
I see. And so your chosen rule to violate is the hot dog buns.
Well, this particular week.
I gotcha. That's rather Discordian.
Very Discordian of you.
Do you actually believe that Eris controls or is what exists and is chaos?
Sometimes. Sometimes I'm pretty certain, like, religion itself is a sham. Sometimes I think that it's entirely possible that we all should have just listened to, like, the Baba Bodhi and just sat down under a tree and, like, breathed a little bit. Sometimes I think, you know what? I want to go angry militant because I watched the news today. And I decided that I hate blah, 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 blah. I can't say words and names. I shouldn't even say hate.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Let's dial it back just a little bit back to the Principia itself. So you've read the Principia all the way from beginning to end?
Oh, multiple times.
And out of order as well.
Pardon?
Have you dial it back just a little from beginning to end?
Oh, multiple times. That's like the best way to read it. Take it up, shake it, jumble it, and pick it back up. Flip to a random page, and then decide that's one.
Right.
Or,
very Discordian.
I actually have a copy of Illuminatus Trilogy on audiobook, and I like to listen to it on shuffle while I sleep.
Interesting. Do you said earlier that you do believe everything that is written in the book?
Pardon?
Do you believe everything written in the book?
Absolutely not.
Okay, I wanted to clarify that. I thought I heard you say yes.
No. I believe it's entirely possible that anything is possible.
Huh.
At the same time, I wanted to actually branch on that. While I am a Discordian, and I will go ahead and claim that for the rest of my life, and probably for at least 10 years after, because I've got tattoos. I'm an omnitheist. I believe in all the gods. I believe in belief.
So do you actually do believe there are some things there, something?
Oh, well, Eris was a Greek goddess, which would stand to believe that if you believed in her, then you would have to believe in, Zeus and Ares and Eris and Athena and the whole rest of them.
Why could not only one of them be real?
Because her story is intricate. The whole concept of her as a Discordian.
Could that not
the
just
hot
be a
dog bun
way
was the original
humans?
snub. In order for her to have been snubbed, she would have had to have been snubbed by the other gods and goddesses. So, theoretically speaking, she would have had to have been amongst others in order for the scripture to be true.
So
But more than that, I also believe in Zeus and
right, but I want to
believe in-
back up. I want to back up because you're kind of getting a little more frantic than Discordian, and I'd like to keep us from getting too erratic. I want to make sure that we're actually seeing if you believe these things and can question them instead of just being too silly. So, do you actually believe these gods exist in some way?
I believe in the concept of belief.
What does that mean?
I believe if you believe it, there is some power behind it.
Power behind it. What does that mean? Just the power that you put
I'll
into
give you a
it?
perfect example. Okay, are you familiar with the Harry Potter series? I was recently just introduced to this by my girlfriend. But apparently it's a huge phenomenon and a lot of people have read all these books. Are you familiar with it? There's a character, I haven't read the books, but there's a movies. And there's a character in the movies. She wears all pink and she speaks very friendly and she smiles a lot. And forgive my language, but she's a fucking bitch. I've never felt so passionately hostile towards somebody that was completely fictional until I saw these films.
Charles,
Apparently, I'm
going to go ahead and drop you just because I'm not feeling this conversation is productive or fruitful at all. You're not answering my question, and you're using a derogatory word against a woman. While I dislike that character as well, I prefer not to use that word against women on my live. I'd like anybody who actually does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and the capability of questioning that belief, to go ahead and request on up. Hello, undead. Can I get
Hello.
your age for TikTok, TOS?
34.
Did you mean to request up?
Yeah.
Okay. It sounded like I startled you a little bit, so I wanted to make sure you actually meant to be here.
Oh, yeah, I just nervous.
Understandable. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I believe in gods, and I do question my beliefs pretty much all the time. One of my main deities that I like to work with is Santa Muerte. But there's also other deities that I work with as well.
In what way do these deities exist?
Well, I believe that when it comes to deities, it's about tapping into a certain kind of frequency or energy that there is. And with that, you can kind of like harness your own inner power to like manifest and help strengthen your life, if that makes sense. Did that answer your question?
Not quite.
Okay, sorry. What was the question?
In what way do the deities actually exist? And you're talking about harnessing energy? What is that?
I imagine it to be like energetically.
What does energy mean?
So, this is hard to explain. Can you give like an example of what you mean by your question, if that is okay?
I'm not sure how that would work. The question, like you're saying, if I'm understanding correctly, I'm asking, in what way your deities exist? You said you believe in multiple.
Oh.
And I'm kind of wondering how they exist. Do they exist like in some corporeal form? Are they in some? I don't even know how to put thoughts out there for how they might exist because
like,
I
are
don't
they
know what you mean.
some like other dimension or something like that.
If that's what you mean, like,
Yeah.
or do they exist as just ideas and concepts? Are they just things that people think about, and so that's how they exist?
Oh, so these are things that I also question. Yeah, like I question this myself because I'm like, is this more of just a psychological thing that's occurring, or is there really some type of energy that is being influenced by like using these deities as like a catalyst to like tap into and kind of create what I'm wanting to happen. But like these ones, like Santa Muerte, she represents death. So I guess she would be death itself. She's like most holy death. But the thing is, she's more than that. As far as like the belief, she has different like colors to her robe, and they all represent something that you can use to help with whatever. But I guess to me, again, it's energy is the best way I can describe it.
And that brings us back to that other question. What is energy? In what way do you mean that word?
I guess like
It's okay to take your time.
Yeah, no, these are good questions. And like I definitely question myself all the time when it comes to this, because I feel like I'm on a constant journey of trying to understand it myself. But with energy, I guess it's just like movement. With like like molecules. I don't know. And like frequency vibrations, and you know, like everything is kind of made of energy. So just like tapping into that.
Tapping into everything being made of energy.
No, when you say it like that, no, like more like tapping into like a thread of energy. Does that make sense? It's so hard to explain. I don't know if it even makes any sense. It's probably all nonsense, but yeah. The energy. I'm reading the comments right now.
Yeah, that can be dangerous. Though we do have a great chat here. They're mostly very kind.
Looking at the comments can be dangerous. Sorry, is that what you meant?
Yeah, it can be distracting, and sometimes you might take something to mean something it doesn't.
Oh.
And that can detour us, kind of like it is now, but not. This isn't so bad. You believe in an energy, and you think that this is how your deities exist, as energies that we can tap into. Energy being what stuff is made of.
Well, like what? I guess it's kind of what more of like a will. Like it gives you like a willpower.
What is willpower?
It's like a motivation of like your emotions. I guess when I think of when I'm doing some work with Santa Muerte, sometimes what I'll do is I'll light a candle and I'll hold it and I'll like look into it and I'll speak into it as if she's there with me, and I'll ask for like guidance and protection and things like that. And it's like I'm harnessing this energy.
You're harnessing.
To like.
That was wind. Sorry, you're harnessing what though? What is it you're actually manipulating?
And I guess that's where maybe this is all just like a psychological thing. But, yeah, it's...
Do you have reason to believe that it is more than a psychological thing?
I do, because, beyond just like my Santa Muerte worship and stuff, are you familiar with like synchronicities and coincidences?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there are things that happen that...
When you say synchronicities, what does that mean to you?
So for instance, I'll just give an example of one that's happened recently that was, but they happen, you know, when they happen, it's almost like the universe is watching. And I know that sounds like, I'm not saying like the universe revolves around me, but for instance, like, I really like jumping spiders. I was visiting my boyfriend, and I wanted to pluck some flower from the bush in his yard. So I thought it was really pretty. And I told him, I was like, just as I plucked it off, I was like, watch there be a jumping spider in this. And he looked at my hand and he's like, well, there's a spider right there, like hanging off your hand. And I'm like, oh shit. And sure enough, it was a little jumping spider. And I'm like, wow, that's a funny little coincidence. But then I've had...
Is it necessarily anything more than a coincidence that a place a spider could hide? And I mean, potentially, could you have even spotted it and not noticed?
Well, it's a tiny little speck, and like, I definitely didn't see it. But there are other things that happen that's like coincidences and synchronicities that I can explain more, like that are like, what? Like,
Are they just kind of happenstances like that, though? Like, anticipating something and then it happening, or making a joke about something and realizing it was true?
No, like, it could be something completely random. Like, there was a year...
Yeah, that's kind of what I meant. Are they just kind of random happenings, or are these like large, meaningful events that change the course of things?
You know, I don't know if I've ever had any that's like course changing. It's always just kind of like, wow, that's weird. Like
weird, fun, spooky sometimes.
Yeah, like, for instance, I can think of a few other times where it's happened where I was talking about India with someone for some reason, and the next day, there was a coin from India that I found, like, just on the table, which I've never seen in my life. There was one of the weirder ones I've had. Oh, sorry.
These are sounding like random occurrences, and sometimes they just happen to be coincidental to you having a reference. Is that kind of accurate? You have a reference of something and then a thing happens related.
Yeah.
What about that indicates that there is anything more than what is on the surface, than what you're actually seeing? Coincidences, circumstances, aligning.
So when I think about this, I've had a few like thoughts of like, we are a part of this universe, but we have to really think about how I feel like we're not just... This is so hard to explain. So like, we're part of the universe, but we also are the universe. And it's like we are both in observance of the universe and ourselves. The universe seeing itself and us seeing the universe. Does that make sense? But when these little coincidences happen, it to me plays as like a just small reminder of that.
So somehow coincidences remind you that we are part of that which we are in. The existence. We exist, the universe exists. We're part of it because we emerged from it.
Yeah, and in a way, it's like it has its own consciousness.
What about that indicates consciousness? Let me back up. Just a different question. It's kind of been, I don't want to lose it. If occurrences were random, just absolutely random, do you think that you would ever have alignments?
Just like numbers, probability sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, of course.
Mm-hmm. I'm not saying things are random, so to speak. I guess that might depend on your definition of that. But if things were random, and you would expect to see certain alignments, just kind of because that would be random too, right? For things to line up from time to time and be coincidental. Would that sort of start to explain why, in a world even apparently random, that things might align from time to time?
Yes, but I guess the difference would be just the significance to the person themselves that's experiencing the coincidence. But I get what you're saying, though. Like, there's definitely,
from the perspective of the one experiencing it, it can seem
more meaningful.
Meaningful in some ways. Sometimes it might even be like grandiose in its meaning, like life changing for someone, right? And it still, would that indicate that something intended it?
That's a good question. Is it intentional, or is it really just a matter of probabilities and numbers? Yeah. And yeah, these are things, again, like I totally question this stuff myself. And I go back and forth a lot because I don't want to feel like I'm just like loony. But at the same time, I do think that having beliefs can be helpful. Maybe it's just a coping mechanism, but maybe it's one, if it helps in a positive way, then, well.
I can understand that, Undead. I'm not here to burgle beliefs. I make a point of saying that. I'm not here to, make people take away their beliefs or throw them in the garbage. I do think it's important to examine them and see if they are they as true as they are meaningful? Are they as meaningful as they are helpful? Does any of that matter in the long run? And I think it sounds like you're very wanted to be less than, and pardon the word random, because that's not quite what I mean.
Yeah, because there are definitely times where I go back and forth, like, to just completely being like, no, this is nonsense. But I've found that during the periods where I guess I feel more in tune with my spirituality, I guess. I also feel like I have more, it's a kind of an, I guess I have more, so I guess it's a kind of an empowering thing as well. And whether it's true or not, I mean, who really knows, honestly? No one really knows the answers to these questions, but definitely for a very long time, people have held on to these threads, or gods, I guess.
Does it seem to you that the threads with which people can hold on to for these gods have gotten smaller as our understanding of the world, the universe, reality grows through scientific study?
What exactly do you mean? Sorry, I don't.
You were saying that as long as there's things we don't know, that there will be room for these gods. You didn't quite phrase it like that, but
Oh, like, do you, are you asking if it keeps us from,
I guess what I'm asking is, do you think that as we've grown, as we've developed our understandings of science and psychology and things, that the threads you talked about holding on to have gotten smaller?
no, not really. It's hard to, if anything, I feel like, no, I don't think so. I guess it's just how I can answer that.
It was a very opinion-based question, so I'm not going to correct or push. I just was curious if you had seen that. You had said that it's not like they can prove it wrong, and I was curious if there was some way that science were to explain energy in a way that kind of removed any necessity or even ability for these gods to exist, to influence. Would that change the way that you live your life, the way you use ritual?
I would think then that ultimately, like, we are the gods.
So if there was no underlying energy, gods or beings influencing synchronicities, then you would think that it is us that are the gods then.
Yeah, that it's all from within.
What does that mean?
Like, we are the ones that are ultimately that power.
Would we be that power, or we would just be the closest thing to it?
I guess the closest thing to it, because I don't know. I guess it depends. I guess it kind of depends too on what your definition of God is, because some people think that a God means, like God mode, like you can just snap your finger and change anything, right?
If we were the gods, if there was no energy beings or synchronicities or manipulating, harnessing energy, if that wasn't actually what was happening, if it was spicy psychology, let's call it that. You said we would be the gods then?
Yeah, then I
What
would
would that mean then to you?
that we are the ones that have, which I kind of believe this anyways, that we are our own God. But I guess it would just mean that it's all, like you said, like if it's just like spicy psychology, it's all just within us then, that we are that God.
So then a god would just be whatever it is we are and are capable of.
Yeah.
Does that have to be supernatural for it to be meaningful to you?
I don't. Would you consider that? Interesting. Supernatural. No, I guess it wouldn't be supernatural. It would just be what it is.
Mhm.
Huh. Interesting. Yeah. Do you,
If it was the spicy psychology, if your ritual was all just making you feel comforted and empowered, giving you focus and helping you complete tasks or reach your goals through just making positive thinking and maybe a little my question's trailing too far now, but if it was just this spicy psychology, would you continue the rituals is what I'm getting at.
oh yeah, definitely. And there, again, like I do question that perhaps it really is just something psychological happening. When you study, if you study like demons and things like that, they do say that it's really kind of just part of your mind. So it very well, and some people do believe that that is the case. It's just your mind, really, parts of your mind. I personally hold to the belief that it's a little bit of what's outside of it too that's having like an influence. But maybe that's just my way of being able to tap more into it, is believing that there's some outer thing that can help manipulate as well. Yeah.
Could the effects that you feel like you've seen, the feeling that it gives, be similar to that of a placebo effect?
Not when you get like confirmation from outside of your own mind. Like,
What does that mean?
like for instance, my aunt was like deathly ill, and I lit candles for her for like days in a row, and did rituals with Santa Muerte and basically prayed for days, and she survived. So but then it, like I can't say like, oh, it was me that helped her, like, no, I can't say that, but it
So how was that confirmation from the outside? You lit candles and she improved, but could she have improved anyways?
yeah, that's where I start to question it, where it's like, well, had I not done that, I mean, maybe she would have survived anyways, but yeah, I guess that's a bad example.
I wonder if you made a list of all of the examples. If you went down that list one by one and questioned it just a little bit with some scrutiny to see, is it this? Could it have been this? Does this really explain it? Or is it just a way to sort of amplify the meaning of it?
Yeah, because sometimes I wonder if me, well, like, not with the example that I gave with my aunt, but just certain, because a lot of, I'll just say, like, I study occult and witchcraft. I feel like a lot of it's kind of misunderstood. It's not like Harry Potter. You're not waving wands around and trying to shoot out like lightning bolts or anything. A lot of it is definitely psychological, I feel. But I think there is a little bit more to it than that, especially in regards to, like, again, feeling like we are one with the universe and we are the universe sort of thing. But I do question, like, am I just creating outcomes because of the psychology behind it. Like, I feel more empowered and therefore I feel more confident and blah, 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 blah. You know, those little tweaks in my mentality through these rituals are just creating a better outcome or what. Like, I go back and forth a lot between what is just some psychological thing or a true harness of like a deity assisting me with that energy. So, yeah.
You do question, and I can hear that a lot in your answers. I think I've asked many of the questions that I want to. I think, really, I guess the one I have left would be, does Santa Muerte, do any of the gods, does the energy, does all of it have to exist in the way you think it does, or even at all, for it to be meaningful?
What do you mean by that question?
I kind of already asked a similar one, but if none of it exists, do you still find meaning in it?
Oh, like if it was just really a character, fictional character sort of thing. I do, yeah, because kind of similar to like people have, you know, like, oh man, I really like Spider-Man, like they're a good role model, they really inspire me. Like you kind of be the same, where inspiration is at least still being pulled from it in a meaningful way that can help change. So, yeah. Thank you for your questions.
Absolutely, Undead. Thank you for your answers. You've been delightful. I hope that you keep asking questions. And if you do make that list and want to question those experiences, you can always come back, and I'd be happy to help you. But also, if you find more answers, I want to question those too.
Definitely. Will do. If anything happens that I'm like, all right, this is, I need some insight on it, I'll
If you need
bring
some
it forward.
scrutiny, we'll bring it.
Definitely.
Thank you so much, Undead.
All right, have a
keep
good
asking
one.
questions.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too. Take care. Big W's in the chat for Undead. She's definitely questioning her beliefs. I could have followed a few more trails there of questioning, especially on the last answer. But I do want to keep us moving forward. That was a very, very delightful conversation, though. I hope you guys are having a great night. Yeah, it was. Sorry, Hammy, I didn't give you a chance to pipe in with a question.
No. Honestly,
Sure.
it's fine because while I was listening in, my cousin was here playing the games, and he was constantly calling me out by name. So I was like, I'm glad I'm muted for this for now while he's here.
Yep, that works. Well, I hope everybody is having a good night or morning or wherever you are, whatever time it is. I hope it's pleasant. And I appreciate all of you guys tapping the screen that 18,000 times you have. All of those taps really make a difference, help getting us out to the FYP, helping us, break through the algorithm and maybe get a few more people in here who are curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. And thank you guys also for the shares. We're over 100 of those. Really appreciate all of you guys sharing the live, hitting the Ben arrow down there, and sending it out to somebody who might be able to question what they believe. I do see a few people in queue. I will try to bring you up in the order you requested. And just be patient with us and try to get to everybody. Hello, Adam. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hello?
Hello. Can I get your age?
31.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
The one true God, of course.
Which one true God is that?
Jesus Christ, Father. The Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
I see. Are you Catholic? I asked if you were Catholic.
No.
Not Catholic, okay. Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Pretty much, yes.
Do you believe all the stories to be true and literal?
I believe it to be a depiction of what happened in the past, yes. Lessons learned and such.
Do you think that the creation story, for instance, do you think that's true and literal?
What's creation story?
Genesis 1:1. Sorry, just Genesis chapter 1.
What are you referring to?
The first chapter of the first book of the Bible. Do you think that story is true?
What story are you referring to? Could you be more specific?
Fascinating. You said you've read most of the Bible.
Okay, so you want me to be able to go back to every single story.
You don't know how the first chapter of the first book of the Bible starts? What story it tells?
You said the story of creation. I said Adam and Eve. You said no. And I said, what story? Well, what story? Could you elaborate on the story?
Did I say no to Adam and Eve?
You kept speaking like it wasn't it.
I didn't hear you say that.
The main part of the Bible is the 10 Commandments that we were given, so that
we can get to the 10 Commandments in a moment.
Such a peaceful
we can get
way.
to the 10 Commandments in a moment, but are you up here to question your beliefs, or are you just here to preach and debate, argue, and like overtalk?
I'm telling you, since you might not know. Your parents might not have took you.
Okay, so I'm not gonna have you just sit here, talk past, and condescend. I'm here to ask you if you can question your beliefs, Adam. If you're capable of that, we can continue the conversation, and you can find that unmute button to answer my next question. But my question was if you believed in the 6-day creation story. Literally.
That's honestly irrelevant.
Why is it irrelevant?
Because your question is, am I going to, my belief system, can it be altered? Do I question it? That doesn't alter the question that you're asking.
Let's clarify. I'm not trying to alter.
That's not.
Let's stop.
Relevant in the story.
Can you stop for a moment, Adam? I'm not trying to alter your beliefs.
The relevance would be the testimony.
I'm speaking at the moment.
Stories,
are you capable of actually having a civil conversation with an adult?
But you're not.
Where you don't talk over? Where you actually listen for the questions and respond to the questions? Because I mean, there are other people in queue. We can move on to someone who's respectful. If you don't want to answer the question, or you don't know, that's fine. And we can keep going. But I'm not going to have you just kind of preach at me through my questions.
Who's preaching? What are you talking about?
Okay.
You're asking me, do I question my belief? I'm telling you where my belief system should start. You should start with the commandments. If I'm questioning,
this is the preaching part.
Start.
Adam, this is the preaching part. Because
who am I talking to?
Matter.
What's going on?
Oh, you were talking to me at the moment.
We're just going to move forward. I'm not wasting time on people who can't be respectful. This isn't. We're not here for the fiery display. I'm not here for the crash outs. I'm not here for the shouting. I'm not here for the overtalk. If you can't compose yourself like an adult, find a live where they shout at each other and request up there. But here, I'm not into that. Hello, King Baines. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 42.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
That higher power thing, definitely a higher power. I don't have gods per se. I don't really roll with the whole God thing. But I just wanted to kind of speak for that whole person that was just on here a few seconds ago. Like,
Nope. That's not how this live works. We're not here to address other people. If you can't question your own beliefs, don't bother wasting your time in my queue. We're not here to critique the previous guest. Hello, Noctis.
Good morning. I'm here to waste
I have
delightfully in your queue.
Well, I have questioned you, but I hope you're doing well this morning.
I am doing well. I shall sit and question when I can.
I have been made aware that apparently I'm annoying. Good.
That you're annoying.
You're
Oh yeah.
delightful.
Somebody in the comments said that added me and said that, man, you're annoying. And I'm good. I'm glad.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Like, people don't realize that I make it my goal to be that way.
Hello, Medical Shark. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hello, I'm 20.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I believe in, honestly, most deities, but I tend to follow one specific deity on the more end. I follow the Slavic deity of rebirth. Her name is Marzana.
So you believe most deities exist in what way?
I would say in the way of, hard to put it words, I do apologize, I'm not the best with my words, but I believe they all exist. If it's not just a physical, but as in thought, a idea, if they don't exist physically.
So, I'm sorry, in what way do they exist? As ideas? Or as something else? Are you there, Medical Shark?
Oh, did my thing glitch out? I'm sorry.
Can you repeat part of your answer? In what way they exist? I heard it was like, is it ideas?
So, did my
answer? Is it ideas?
So, but if that's not the case, I would say that as ideals and the idea of them.
The idea of them. In what way do they, when you say they exist physically, do you mean like on Earth there are gods walking around, or are they somewhere else? Is there some
I would say they
god's place?
I would say they mostly exist in the realms that their own cultures say that they're from. But I do also believe that some of them choose to walk around with us.
So then the Greek gods would be on top of Mount Olympus.
Yes. Where the Norse gods, they would be in. I do apologize, I can't remember the name off the top of my head.
What was that, Hammy? You say Asgard?
The Norse guard, the North in Asgard.
Yes.
And so you think that all of these mythologies are true then?
Yes, I do believe that they are all true.
Does it matter that many of them contradict each other?
I would say in my own idea, I do not think so. For they could all exist at the same time, or one has previously existed, and those of them have died out for the next one to come into being.
How many different gods do you suppose have created the world in various different ways?
Well, seeing how time itself is infinite, I would say the world has been destroyed and rebuilt hundreds, if not thousands, of times.
Destroyed and rebuilt.
The reason I say that is the idea of everything exists in cycles. Us as humans, we destroy the environments that we tend to exist in.
Right, but does that mean that the Earth can simultaneously be made from the remains of a dragon, a giant, an egg, and also a flat plane on 4 pillars?
I would say that probably, most logically, that would not be. I wouldn't say that the creation stories are true, if that makes sense.
So you draw the line at the creation stories, but all the other mythologies are true.
Yes, the only reason I say that is there's no way for us to truly know how it got here.
I see. So if all the different creation stories conflict,
Say that is there.
all the different creation stories conflict, and then several stories beyond conflict were to conflict with a certain world events and to quest beyond that, would that call into question the truth of all of these mythologies?
Absolutely. I would say there's no way for me to prove that my beliefs are true, but at the same time, there's no way to prove that they're false. At this current time being, I would say.
Have you spent very much time studying the mythologies and potential flaws?
I'm rather ashamed to say I'm still learning. I'm mostly starting by unlearning a lot of the things that were pushed on me as a child through Christianity.
Do you believe those things are still true?
I would say that those gods still exist, but I would say I refuse to worship them.
So the Christian God exists amongst the pagan gods and all the other indigenous gods of the world, but somehow it's like, how does that happen? How does it exist amongst all of these other gods if its stories especially are so contradictory to theirs?
Well, if we go biblically, according to that, the Abrahamic God is the youngest of gods, because he admits to in himself that he's not the only God to exist.
Do you know why? it says that he's not the only god to exist within that text.
I do apologize again. It's been a while since I've read it. I don't remember where that is. I remember
No, it's in the Bible. But I'm asking, do you know why it says that?
I do not.
Before... Are you aware of what Judaism was way back when?
I do have to say I am not fully aware. I am still trying to learn into the past and history of different religions.
I would definitely look up the history of Judaism and whether or not it was monotheistic, polytheistic, or hedonistic. How do you say that word there? There we go. Henotheistic. How do you...
Can I revert back to the god you said you currently believe in? I can't remember her name.
I currently do my best to work with Marzana, the Great Mother, in the Slavic.
The goddess of winter, death, plague, and the rebirth of nature.
As well as dreams and nightmares.
Why her?
She resides over the field I work with, as well as she's always been a comforting character to me.
Okay. So, because of the comfort level, you would choose her. Is that the case over all the other gods? Like, why not choose someone else?
Because with the work that I do, I'm most commonly going to be inside of her realms.
Are you comfortable sharing what work you do?
Absolutely. I work with the ambulance.
Okay.
The main reason it came to her is, at least through my slow bits of research, is one of the things that comes to deities. I refuse to worship any who cause harm to humans intentionally. I believe that those that cause harms to others should not be worshipped and should be condemned.
So you sort of believe they exist, but that they shouldn't be worshipped.
Yes, I believe that I don't like the idea of worshipping, because it gets rid of any form of relationship. Because worship...
So it's not about them having more power. For example, if you worship them, it's more about the relationship you have between them.
Yes.
Can you explain that relationship a bit more? Like, what would that relationship mean?
It would mean, instead of bowing down at their beck and call, that sorry, I am not very good with my words, and it takes me a little bit.
No, you're okay. You're doing wonderfully.
Thank you. Where it is better to see it more as a partnership. You work with, talk with, work alongside them. Where instead of being at their feet, being at their beck and call, that you can see them more towards family. People people that maybe if you're having a rough day, you can lean on and rely on. If you are needing a hand to figure out what to do, that you can ask and they will conversate. I hope I didn't make things more confusing there.
No. How, like, what sort of things would you ask for that they'd compensate?
I would more ask that they help, like with my work, when it comes to people passing on, ask that they can help them go peacefully and go where they need to go, wherever they need to go next. Or if my hands can be guided to do the right thing.
I mean, that's incredibly kind of you, but how do you know that's actually happening?
It comes down to, I guess you'd say, belief. There's no way for me to truly confirm. The best way to put it is ease of mind. Knowing I could try to do everything I can, both in physical, spiritual, and mental.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I quite like the fact that you've obviously already said you do it for comfort. I think I'm gonna sit with this one for a bit. Also, thank you, Hammy.
You're welcome.
I'm not sure if anyone else has a question for you. Thank you for answering mine.
Absolutely. I will say before continuing, y'all are absolutely lovely. Just loved sitting and hearing to y'all, talking with folks the whole time.
Appreciate you. I am a little curious. Why Marzana?
More with my own experiences that I've had through time.
Right, I can understand the domain, like why a god of death and rebirth in your
Well, no, that's not
career.
That's not what I'm getting at. Sorry. It's more of through my adventure into different pantheons and consulting with different deities, I've had what my eyes say, more physical responses and comfort when it came to her over others.
What made you choose her in the first place? Like, what made you go to a Slavic deity instead of some other pantheon?
Through my eyes, I'd say she chose me, if that's even possible.
In what way?
I would have certain, I would say, dreams, experiences, like I wasn't speaking, but someone else was speaking through me, and somehow knew the right thing, knew certain details about someone's loved one that I had no rights knowing. All the stuff that I would say sounds batshit crazy.
So, I'm sorry, you would have dreams where you were able to see things. Like, are you talking like prophetic dreams?
Well, there's not really prophetic, but more imagery associated with her.
So you had dreams about her. What imagery associated with her?
It's hard to remember off the top of my head. I do apologize.
Was she... Like, did you see her, the goddess?
I would see her, and...
In what form?
Every time that she would appear, she would go by the Great Mother.
Great Mother.
And it was always a comforting, lovely presence. Like, you knew you were cared for. But also, at the same time, pushing you to do the things that you need to.
I'm sorry, I got lost at the end of that answer.
I'm sorry.
What aspect did she appear to you in? Like, what did she look like?
I will apologize. I do have issues with my memory. But
So she appeared to you in a form you can't remember and called herself Great Mother.
And the thing is with me is I don't have dreams. Or at least I don't, if I have them, I don't remember them. But it's always with her that I remember them vividly and just can never see what she looked like.
I don't want to ask the next question, but I feel like I need to. It's going to sound very Freudian. Is it? It's going to sound very than it is to deity.
I would say not, because I have, at least in my opinion, a great relationship with my mother. She and I work the same field.
Right. I'm not seeing how that would contradict that then. If this is a deity reaching out to you, providing you with some kind of feeling that makes you want to devote to it. Doesn't that sound like a great relationship?
I never really thought of it that way, but I don't know. It just feels like that can't be it.
Yeah, I don't want to put that upon you. I just wanted to ask the question and consider that possibility.
I'm not saying
ask,
that.
But
sorry to interrupt, but I'm not saying that that's what you were saying. You're all good there.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't want it to sound dismissive or insulting.
Trust me, I came up here to question everything, because one of the things that I've learned is when you stop questioning, you stop learning.
It sounds like through a lot of this questioning that you leave room for the possibility that this God, or at least your interactions, are psychological more than transcendental. Is that true, or am I misunderstanding?
I say it that way because there's no way for me to know if there is. Like, yes, I believe. Like,
so your belief, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but your belief is confident, but hedged. Is that what I'm hearing? It's a confident belief, but you leave a minimal possibility of being wrong.
Yes. I know it sounds rather paradoxical.
It sounds, at least for the most part, that you're attempting to be intellectually honest, and that I appreciate.
No, I would rather be honest because I don't know. There's no way to know if this is true or not. One of the things that I was always thought was look through the physical before looking into the spiritual.
Many of my pagan friends would say mundane before magic. When trying to seek understanding or confirm results.
Yes.
Are you, I think Noctis asked in what way you work with this god?
The best way to put it is I talk with her when I'm doing things in her domain.
Do you drown an effigy of your god on the spring equinox?
I don't, but I probably should when it comes to the physical.
Why is that important?
I honestly don't think it is. I would say, according to the older times, older rituals, it would have been to rid of her, or wait, was that at the end or the beginning of winter? I can't remember.
It's end of winter.
Yeah, so I was right. To rid her for the summer, spring and summer, but I don't think anyone ever asked her to just go away for that time frame. So I don't think it really is important.
Do you find anything unsettling about the morbid? Well, I don't mean to instill an opinion, it's not even mine. Do you find anything unsettling about the practice of having children drown dolls on the spring equinox?
I would say that's rather disturbing. That if I could speak for her, which I would never want to, but in my opinion, I think she would hate something like that. Because stuff like that could be considered psychologically damaging to children. But I would say I can't say for her. But when the thought of that, if I can interpret it as something that she's saying, a chill ran down my spine.
Is that not assuming a human aspect to a god, though? How... Do you think it's appropriate to assign a human emotion to a god?
I would say that they're more human than people think they are.
Interesting. Okay.
Because they live, breathe, and feel this, if not at the same way, the same type that we do. Just at a different level. Like, you experience all that pain and suffering through countless years. I can't imagine how that feels.
What do you mean on a different level?
Different level being that instead of having short lifespans where it's going to end, those lifespans spanned thousands, uncountless years to hold those levels of pain. It's like the idea of immortality being a curse rather than a gift, to watch those that you love pass all around you.
Do you think you're adding your own assumptions to these concepts?
Definite. There'd be a definite part of that would be my assumption. Which, of course, it could be wrong, but I don't know. They feel more human than they're not.
Is the feeling enough for you?
Could you elaborate, please?
So you feel a certain way that they, act and have emotions the way they do. Is that enough for you to continue believing in some of the ways that they act?
I would say so.
Okay. Do you think there's any downsides to the way that your specific goddess acts? I get that she works with you in the way that you work, right? Do you think there's any downsides to that?
That I would say that the downsides or are you talking the downsides for me or for her?
For both.
I would say the downside when it comes to me is the pain I have when I lose folks. More the whole idea that we get of there's no way I couldn't have done more. But at the same time, I would have the peace that knowing I did what I could, and even if mine all was not enough, she's still caring and taking them on. And
How do you know? How do you know that she's still caring and taking them on, though?
I would say, logically speaking, there's no way for me to truly know.
Yeah.
But then, on the other hand, it's the type of, lack of better words, the type of person she is. She stays true to her word.
In your ideal of her, she stays true.
Yes.
Is that a personal ideal?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Because the one thing I say when it comes to beliefs is each person's beliefs are going to be different because it's through their eyes that they see it. Like, my depiction of her is probably going to be different from another person's depiction.
I'd agree with that. Okay. Thank you for answering more of my questions. I'm sure some will randomly pop up when they do. I'll go back to muting.
What matters more to you, if your belief is true or if it's meaningful?
I would say it being meaningful. My thing is, or what I would say there is, who cares if someone's belief is true than if it makes a positive, meaningful choice in their life, as long as it does not harm others.
So for you, you would rather have a meaningful, let me rephrase that. You would rather have a comfortable lie than an uncomfortable truth.
Putting it that way, because I know for me, I prefer truth overall. I don't like lies or anything like that, and I'm hella sure I don't like things being sugar-coated. But if it helps people, why not let them believe that there's some other thing out there to give them a form of an answer?
If you found out today that the goddess that you work closely with didn't
And
exist,
all gods.
and all gods didn't exist, how would that affect your life?
It would probably shatter me for a little bit, but then I'd just pick up and continue moving, because there's nothing really else that we can do. After all, the show must go on.
I like medical.
Yeah, it seems like he can question his beliefs. Medical, I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions. I really do. I think we are going to move on soon, unless Hammy or Noctis have one or two more questions.
Chili with or without beans?
Ooh, what? You can't have chili without beans. That
Clearly
being
not
said,
from Texas.
That being said, salsa's just. I mean, chili's just a meat salsa.
And it's even better without beans. But I appreciate you, Medical.
Y'all have a wonderful evening.
And you.
W's for Medical Shark. He can definitely question his beliefs. I could hear room to push a few other directions. And maybe after I read up a little bit more on Marzana, I will. But that was definitely a big W.
Yeah, it was. You're going to consider me a heretical Texan, but I find chili with beans very, very delightful.
Well, I mean...
Yeah, what is...
So Texas chili doesn't have beans, but it's basically a meat. It's just meat with chili. Whereas the bean chili, that kind of chili, tends to be like a tomato base with meat and veg and beans.
And maybe even a
It's like a
5-bean
stew.
chili.
Yeah.
It's not a stew. You cannot call it a stew. It's
Well,
chili
essentially,
Thrayle.
they're truly all sandwiches at the end of the day, but Texas chili is really good. Really, really good.
I mean, Medical did kind of hit it on the head. It is basically like a meat salsa.
I'm upset that this question exists.
Texas chili exists, which doesn't have beans, and it's really, really good.
I'll try it first before I pass down judgment, but...
Instead of being a tomato-based sauce, the sauce is chili. It's chili sauce and meat, and if you season it.
It's so super spicy. What are the chilies
You could just throw in beans into that too.
That would
just
be weird.
Just have them there.
Act like you're making it without beans and just add the beans.
That's weird. Why would you do that?
Just because of that reaction.
It's weird. Why would you do that? I don't know, Thrayle. Why would you not have chili without beans?
I mean, I do like chili with beans. Texas chili is really good, and I like it better.
I can't say anything. I haven't tried it. Hi, Sajin. Yeah, I'm nom 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 nom.
The Satan says, and for the record, chutney is a sin.
Chutney is not a sin.
I don't know.
What is a sin, Sagen?
That's a good question. What is sin? I would change the background, but really quickly, I do need to make sure that I thank Philly Red, Brad, also Delilah Scissors, Cassia the C, Danny Grax, and Jimmy B. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. You guys are all amazing. Also, I see a couple of people in queue. I've accepted a few poltergeists through, but they have not apparated. Hopefully we don't get stacked with people we haven't introduced yet.
For any guest that's in the queue that might be. Oh, here we go.
Got one. Hello, TRM. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 74.
74.
Yeah, good shout.
Maybe there's a possibility, but I don't think I believed it.
No, I didn't. It sounded like my brother trying to do the Jeepers Creepers voice.
I am 74.
What if that really was Thrayle? You'd feel like shit right now.
I know. That's why I said maybe there's just some possibility.
Well, then
Is that what
come
people
up
think
and
I
make me
said?
feel like shit.
Right.
No, I hope not. Also, hi, White.
Can we get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 41.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe in Buddhism.
What does that have to do with a god?
You worship Buddha as the god.
So you don't know what Buddhism is, I see. So why are you pretending to be a Buddhist?
I'm pretending to be a Buddhist?
Which school of Buddhism do you study?
Which school of Buddhism do I study? I was born in a Buddhist household.
Which school of Buddhism do you study? Which practice?
This is there's schools for Buddhism?
Holy shit.
Man had MAGA on his profile.
I know. He's clearly
Unsaid
no
white
idea what
man.
he's talking about.
I mean, the name said it all. No offense, white man. But
yeah,
don't go advertising. You don't need to. I shouldn't. We don't need to go down that deep, but no.
It was extremely childish, though.
Yeah, on that delightful note, though, I do have to drop, I'm afraid. It's been nice this morning.
It has been. Thank you for being here.
No, thank you. You can thank my partner, too. I had to drop him off, so I was actually awake this early.
Well, thank him for us, then.
I shall. I love you all. I'll come back if I can.
Excellent. Appreciate you, Noctis. Take care.
Take care, Noctis. Well, we found out that in the chat just now that TRM was just trying to copy the voice.
I know. I saw. I think you would try harder, right?
Maybe. Okay, good. I'm glad someone got that because I would have to go back into the settings to change. Okay, good. The settings to change the entire live.
No
and
worries.
Then okay, the settings to.
It's not a problem.
The settings to.
I removed it. It was sad, wasn't it? Yeah, Azure, it was a really bad impression, wasn't it? I was like that. Is that what I sound like? Oh, we lost Hammy too. He just fell right off.
I did. Hammy accidentally hit the home button on his phone while it was slipping out of his hand, and it said, "Oh, what's that? Not only do you want to go to the home screen, but you want me to completely kick you out?" Yeah, okay, cool. I was like,
King Baines is back. Did you mean to request backup?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Because I mean, I understood the rules and everything. I respect how you run it, so I was like, I just stick around and maybe I get back on.
Well, I guess we'll start from the top. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, 42.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Well, it's a higher power. I don't, like I said before, I don't really do the God thing. It's just that whole plural gods thing. It's just pretty much what they create as far as energy goes. So that's when I'm pretty much like an energy based person. I go off that, and I practice a little bit of Buddhism. I understand there's different variations of Buddhism too, different schools to it, but I practice it as far as positive affirmations and some comedic science, to a little bit of that too, as far as how I eat.
What do you mean comedic science?
Well, the comedic science is from comedic people that was, of course, before they changed to Egypt, how they practice, the way they eat, the way they took care of their bodies, and how we are part of, certain aspects of what we eat, we become, stuff like that. But as far as believing in a God, no, I don't. I don't really believe in a God, a creator. As far as energy go, I kind of go off that. Like I worship the energy that we all are part of. We're connected to something. We just don't know what it is. We just call it God or different variations of the creator of whatever people want to name or go off of names or something like that.
So you don't think there could be any kind of being that created anything?
I wouldn't say being per se. Like they want us to all believe. I believe we are connected to an energy. It's all energy. I don't believe it's a being though. No, I don't believe that. That it's not, nobody came down and said anything. And if it is, I mean, where is it? They saying it's aliens here. I mean, I ain't seen no goddamn aliens. Have you seen an alien? I mean, it was reptilians and all that. I don't know where they at. So it's like y'all talking like y'all imaginating this stuff. Where's the proof at? So nah, I like to stick to what's fact and what's realistic.
What's fact and what's realistic? What did you say comedic science was? Did you say comedic?
Comedic with a K.
With an E or an O after that K?
I think it's an E.
Okay, so comedic science. What did you say that was?
That was like a connection to before they changed it to Egypt, Kemetic. It was called Kemet. That's what it was before they changed it, and it was practicing, as far as what they believed, as far as what they was a part of, and their culture was like what you treat your body and what you eat and what you put in, the energy, you raise your vibration, Kundalini. It's got a couple of things involved in that actually.
You think Kundalini is from Kemet, from Egypt?
Yeah. Well, I've said that they broke it off somewhere. I think it's in Hinduism too, but they share a similar idea with the whole Kundalini energy. The chakras and all that. Hinduism. That.
I'm not even. So you're saying that comedic science. Why are you calling it science?
Because it's like how we connected and everything. Rules of the body is like body parts, certain parts like the heart chakra. And
what is a
same thing.
chakra?
Chakra is energy.
What is energy?
Energy is force, is power.
What do you mean by force?
Like it's something that animates our bodies to keep us moving.
What do you mean it animates our bodies and keeps us moving?
Like when we wake up, we move, everything we do is a force. It's a power that keeps us, heart beating. We breathe.
A power.
Mm-hmm. Something that you can't see, but you can feel. Scientifically proven.
Is this like Star Wars?
That's a nice thought. I never thought about that. I like Star Wars, by the way.
Is that what you're talking about? Is it a force?
Yeah,
like that?
That's a good question. I guess in a way, not too fictional, but yeah, okay. I like how you said that. That's kind of a cool thing to say. I never thought about the force. Yeah, kind of like that, but not like that. But yeah, like that. That's a force.
Kind of like Star Wars, but not like Star Wars.
There you go. Yeah, not like Star Wars, but kind of like Star Wars. The force is with it all, actually. Oh man, you changed your background. That's cool. I like that.
We're still trying to figure out what force is. You're saying it's a thing that moves us. This is the energy that is in
the universe. Yeah, it's the energy that's in the universe, basically.
Are you sure that this is the way that you're understanding it is accurate to science?
Yeah, pretty much.
Are you sure that it's scientific and not based on spirituality and pop science?
Certain things could be proven from science and from what I did research on, but I think some of it is like a spiritual thing too. Yeah, I think both can be true.
Midichlorians?
Did you ask about midichlorians, Hammy? We didn't quite hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said, are we talking about midichlorians?
Midichlorians, what's that?
You don't know about midichlorians?
What is midichlorians?
It's a Star Wars reference.
I must not be able. Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's the genetic factor that implies that you'll have more force ability.
Oh, that's that thing they said that whoever gifted with that. Oh, I didn't think that's what they called it. See, I love Star Wars, but I must have missed that part of it or whatever, or just didn't pay attention. But yeah, they do have that. Okay.
Does force existing in the way that you're describing it here as a thing that connects us and our organs and our, you said, chakras.
Yeah.
If these things don't exist in that way, what does that do to your beliefs?
If it didn't exist in that type of way, as far as my beliefs go now, because I ain't been in Christianity in years, so I've been about 12 or 13 years since I've been on my spiritual journey. If it didn't exist, which maybe I'm wording it wrong or whatever the case, but I know we're a part of something for sure. I know we're a part of this planet. I know we're a part of the energy, crystals, everything that we're a part of.
What do you mean we're a part of it?
Like, we're part of the earth. Like, we're a part of it. Like, ash to ashes, dust to dust thing. Like, the roots of the tree onto the ground that look like our veins. Like, we soak up sunlight like the trees and the leaves. Like, we are part of everything, just like it's a part of us. And that goes a long way with as far as when people start naming things. But true facts is like that we are part of it.
Does it matter if there is nothing beyond the physical?
Does it matter? Wow. Oh man, that's a good question. Does it matter? You know what? I don't think it do. I mean, we already connected, but I mean, there's some deeper spiritually, I like to say, but you saying if it didn't exist, would it matter? No, I don't think it would, because we still connected to everything.
Still connected in the way that we come from the earth, or at least come from.
Yeah.
I'm going to add one more layer to the what if.
Okay.
What if not only were we just what is physically,
right, but
what if our origin wasn't even this planet? And I don't mean something like crazy sci-fi. I mean like amoebas on rocks.
You might mean that. You might mean that.
I mean like amoebas on rocks, like
okay.
From other planets. Like if we weren't connected to this planet in the way that you thought, like originated from it, would that also change your your feeling of connectedness?
Not so much, because I think we connected to the universe too. But yeah, when you say it like that, I think it kind of shift me from the planet a little bit. Not so much shift me from the planet a little bit to thinking that we are part of the universe. And I always say universe before I say the whole God thing, because it's supposed to be. So, that's
so the connection now would not be because we came from the planet, but then just because we exist. Yeah. We exist, and that connects us to existence.
Exactly. I like how you put that down. You sound better than I did. Exactly. Did that make sense to you?
I think so. I'm curious why you would need anything more than physically existing and being connected in that way.
I think it's the whole belonging thing. Like, is there something else after we get out of these bodies? Like, these are just suits, these we borrow. So when we get out, the idea that when these die, we get out and walk out like it's a car or whatever into the next, whatever existence is supposed to be. It'd be like, okay, so we just don't just die just to die. It's just, okay, we just go, back to the earth. We die to move on to a different existence. So I think that's a nice thought. The whole idea of heaven, I guess, too. I guess the whole idea of we going somewhere better than this place.
Do you think rebirth like that or heaven would ever get old? You would eventually just want to rest.
Oh, wow. Oh, I think I would just want to rest. I mean, I don't think who want to live forever. I mean,
whatever.
Wow. I don't think who want to live forever. I mean, the idea looks good in movies, right? So I don't think nobody would really want to live forever. You'll see everybody that you love die. It's like, what's the point? I don't know. That's a good question, though. I think I just want to rest, though.
There's some people who want to live forever.
You think so? I don't know.
Amy's one of them.
Oh, no, I don't want to live forever at all.
Oh, I thought you had a contingency eternal, like you wanted to live forever with the ability to opt out. I thought you had a similar take on that. I might have misremembered.
No. But I have asked a question because there was a article I read from a futurist who's they do in the medical field.
Yeah.
Is getting closer and closer to making it to where we could possibly live forever. And it got me asking the question that if they did have a pill that was able to make you live forever, would you take it? And I'll say a great majority of people have told me no, they wouldn't. But a few people said yeah.
I don't know. I mean, when I sit and think about it, the whole idea of religion is the whole fact of we go somewhere nice after this. So if you living all this long, just like religion gonna go up underwater at that point, what you believe in, y'all immortal now. So it's almost like it don't make a point to go to heaven because, I mean, what we preaching for? They preaching for the afterlife. So it's like, I don't know. I think Christians will take it kind of hard though. I don't know. Me, I don't know if I want to live forever though. I mean, energy, we forever. This body isn't meant to keep up like that. And then you said the nanos and all that. I don't know. That's a good question. I have to sleep on that one, but I don't think I'll take it. I don't know.
I don't know. There've been a whole lot of those. I appreciate you, King. I really do. I'm glad you were patient and came back. And I think this has been a great conversation. I hope that you keep asking questions. And if you get more firm answers, bring them back. And we'll definitely want to question those too.
Definitely, man. I appreciate coming back. Y'all have a nice one.
You too. Thank you. W's in the chat for King Baines. He definitely can question his beliefs.
What about you, Thrayle? Would you want to live forever?
I wouldn't mind the opt-out feature, at least, if there is that. It's definitely I'm gonna read the fine print if there's a pill.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit longer than what I should have, what I would be able to, but like once it gets past, once it's like, oh, you're gonna be alive for until basically the heat unaliving of our solar system type deal. I'm like, no, I'm good. I don't want to do this past once the heat. I'm good. I don't want to do that. The heat. I don't want. I think I'd much rather just know what's going to happen in the future rather than just live through it.
I don't know. There might be something to the experience. But if anybody does have like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate. I'm not here to argue. Thing like that. Here to argue or tear you down, or even burgle your gods. I'm just looking to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
My brain's a little itchy that you didn't say there's always one more in the shed.
I almost went on to the not here to make you look like a fool. Decided not to do that one too.
Yeah.
I think we might be down to ghosts in the queue.
Oh no.
I don't know where we are on the where we are. That song, and I think we could use the one from Jim. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
I stay up all night to question my belief.
Yeah.
To question my beliefs. Something I decided when I was asleep. Where have I been guided? How far have I gone? What was decided? Where did I go wrong? My hidden assumptions, I'll ponder them deep and stay up all night to question my beliefs. The comfort of purpose, the prison of faith, longing for connection before it's too late. Anything greater than the base and mundane, something to give meaning to all of my pain. But where have I been guided? How far have I gone? What was decided? Where did I go wrong? My hidden assumptions, I'll ponder them deep and stay up all night to question. I'll stay up all night.
Love that song.
Jimmy wrote the music and he wrote the lines and he sang. Jimmy wrote the music.
It is beautiful. I like it. And we also found an everlasting cod stopper along the way while that one was going. Hey there, everlasting. How are you?
Hello, friends.
Hello there.
Are you?
Oh, wait, my normal greeting. Howdy, howdy.
Howdy, howdy. And anybody who's not following Jimmy B down there in the chat, incredible musician, you should give him a follow.
Everlasting, I see you had to get Thrayle to the magic number.
Yes, I've cursed him to not get any coins. Wow.
Until somebody decides that they don't like that number. Hello, Samuel. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 69.
Wow.
Oh,
At least there's a more creative age this time.
Same dude, different account.
Could have been. I don't know. The rain has begun. Hello, KG. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 21.
What year were you born?
2004.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that? Belief in a god or... You just left Christianity.
Yeah, I'm agnostic. I'm questioning on like being agnostic atheist. I don't know yet, to be honest. But definitely not religious. I think that's a cult.
You're questioning on being agnostic atheist. Are you saying that you are absent to belief in a god?
My honest answer is I don't know if there's a God. Like, I don't know if there is or isn't one, right? But I don't believe it's like some book or anything like that. It's like believing in Spider-Man. But yeah, and then I notice how when atheists start knowing the book more than Christians, I'm like, yeah, this is bullshit. They just got their dogmatic apologetics and stuff. But I'm questioning on atheism though, because I've read about like abiogenesis and like, you know, how people's brains create their own God in their head, you know what I mean? I don't know though yet, to be honest, but definitely not religious.
I don't know is a fine answer.
You know what I mean?
I don't know is a fine answer. I'm curious if there was some kind of God, not the Christian one.
Yeah.
Do you think you have any reason to believe that there would be, that such a thing exists?
Like, is there evidence kind of thing you're asking? Or
I don't know if evidence or some reason that you personally have.
I mean, if there is, maybe the God is like the source of everything and this is just like a human experience and you are God or something. I don't know. Maybe that, but definitely not some like story, I don't think. But once again, if you look at the universe, how old it is, probably not. Probably just ceased to exist, to be honest. No one wants to hear that though, usually.
How does that sit with you? Ceasing to exist.
I mean, I believe it's like before you were born, so it's probably not heaven, whatever how they describe it, but it's not hell or punishment. It's
just absence experience.
No, I'm in Massachusetts of the United States, right? So I can't be in France. And they'd be like, oh yeah, no, I'm like, so I'm not there. I'm not present there. That's what it's like. They're like, how does that work? Do you see black? I'm like, no, just before you were born is the best, I feel like, explanation. But like I said, I'm agnostic. I mean, I kind of hope there is one. I do have like family members I really am close with, but probably nothing, to be honest, dude. You know, we agree with scientists on mostly everything until it comes to their religion, and then, you know, oh, scientists are wrong now for some reason, right?
What is it that causes you to lack belief in the Christian God? What made you separate yourself from that?
Well, I understood that like the story wasn't for us, like how it's actually for people back then, and there's no like, the Bible's not talking about eternal conscious torment, like that was man-made, and like a lot of things are just to push like dogma, and it's just like God just seems weak in that story in general, because it's like, you know, he passed away to save.
You must have gotten a call or something.
Like the fundamental view, you know, it's you know, he saves us from himself for something he created and gave us this sin, quotation marks, right, or whatever. So how does that work? You know, like he's given us sin to save us from sin. So if we don't choose him, we get punished forever or annihilate, some people say, right? Once again, that doesn't sound like a fair God, because if God's all knowing and God's all powerful, he should know what you're going to do in every choice. Mind you, we don't have free will if there's a God. We don't have free will in general, but we don't have free will, especially when they say God gives you free will. Maybe free choice, but free will? Because if I go to the store and I want to get a chocolate bar, he already knows I'm going to get that chocolate bar. He knows every single thing I can do and could ever do, right? He's all knowing. So if he's all knowing, he's all powerful, then how can God be surprised and, you know, repent? But in the book, he does that. So yeah, we know the book is a man that wrote that for people back then.
The question whether or not we have even free choice.
You said what?
Have you questioned the idea that we even have free choice?
I haven't questioned that idea yet, no. But I know free will does not exist. I know that for sure. But free choice, I haven't really looked into that as much. But free will, hell no. We do not have that.
Have you heard of the term determinism?
No, I haven't, no. What is it?
It's a term basically meaning that every choice that we make isn't actually free for us to choose. That we're determined to make these choices based on past causes and effects.
Oh, that does sound
Everything,
interesting.
like the idea of everything that led up to now is going to cause me to step in and start saying that everything that led up to now leads up to me saying this.
I haven't looked much into that, but that makes some sense, I would say.
I'll take a look into it.
I'm really against the Christian fundamental God, if that's what you want to know, though. I really don't like that view. That's just...
I gathered. And that's kind of, most of our questions have been geared more towards what you positively believe and accept rather than what you reject. But I did ask why you left Christianity. And I'm curious, do you think that it's impossible for any God like that to exist?
Like the Christian God? Yes. There's no way a God like that exists. How do you, once again, like I said, how do you, the thing about Christianity is they start like yelling at you or whatever and questioning you, calling you Satan or whatever. As soon as you start using critical thinking, that goes right out the window, like the whole religion. Same with like Islam and stuff. All the religions go out the window because it's like, it doesn't make any sense, most of them. Like, how do you, especially Christianity or any, that kind of religion, because like, how do you like create evil and then save us from evil and save us from yourself because we don't want to choose you or we don't want to believe in you and there's no evidence of you. The only evidence of you is a book. If no one believes in that book, you get to burn for eternity with the evil that you created, but then you're going to destroy that evil, but you already know you're going to do it because you're already all knowing. So you already know who's going to be there in every single person and every single thing. But no one wants to put that critical thinking. They just say, oh, well, you're possessed. You're thinking like the devil. It's just they throw everything's demonic, right? Every other thought is demonic. If you're spiritual, you're demonic. If you're an atheist, you're demonic. If you're not a Christian, you're demonic. So
I get called the devil nightly, so I'm kind of used to that. Everlasting, I saw you pop off mute for a second there. Did you have a question for KG?
I was just gonna chime in on the predeterminism thing. Have you ever heard of the B theory of time in physics?
No, I haven't actually.
It's the concept that every moment in time, past, present, and future, if you zoom out beyond our relative experience to how we're traveling through the way space and time expands. If you zoom outside of that, it's the idea that every moment, past, present, and future, occurs simultaneously. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that does make sense.
And that would kind of support this idea of hard determinism.
I can get with that. That makes sense. It makes more sense than some sky daddy. Sorry, I don't know if anyone's religious in here. I'm not trying to offend anyone.
There are a few, but so far none of them ever requested up. And if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate or argue. We're just here to see if you can question your beliefs. I don't know that I have any more questions for you, KG. If anybody else does, this is your chance. But I think we're going to go ahead and move on to a new guest.
I appreciate it, bro.
Absolutely.
Thanks for having me.
Appreciate you, KG. I hope you keep asking questions. And if you do land on any spiritual answers or religions that aren't man-made, or I know, that stand up to your scrutiny, bring them back. We'll question you on that too. A lot of going straight to hell quotes getting thrown through the comments. What's going on, Hammy?
Mine was a Theory of the Dead Man lyric.
I see. Yeah, someone did it, Medical Shark. I'm not upset. I appreciate everybody for tapping, for sharing, for gifting, for commenting, all of you guys. I really appreciate all the engagement. More importantly, though, I just appreciate all of you being here. And maybe someone here has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or something like that, and is capable of questioning that belief. If you do have such a belief and you can question it, then go ahead and request out. Well, maybe we should have kept questioning our agnostic. I thought for sure that we would have somebody in queue by now. 100 people were in the room at the time. 10 of them left because I guess my segue wasn't interesting enough.
How dare you not have an interesting segue?
I know. Hammy's gonna have to ride through on a unicycle while juggling.
Let me dust off the old unicycle.
Or instead of a unicycle, one of those fancy Segway things, you know, the little electric scooter thing.
That might be a little too on the nose.
Maybe a little too redundant.
A segue for the segue? Come on, everlasting. Be realistic.
You can't even juggle.
I can't even get on a unicycle.
Jimmy says it was a song that scared him off. No, it definitely wasn't. We had more people by the end of it than when we started. Your song was great. It's great. And I'll play it again later. Or that, yeah. I feel like it's naturally about to cycle back to a segue. Oh, we do have a request, but not a new believer. It's a girl gnarly. Welcome back, girl gnarly.
Hey there. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
Heck yeah. On 227, I just turned 40. Ugh.
Hell yeah. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. So I was calling up to ask about, or not ask, but talk about intuition.
Intuition. So just a quick reminder, because I ask everybody. And I know I've asked you before, but I'm going to ask again. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Thrayle, can I give you the answer I said the first time I spoke to you?
Mm-hmm.
It was atheist in the streets, agnostic in the sheets, unless you get me to say, oh God. So, like, it's just a funny thing like that. But, like, seriously, like...
Remember.
Yeah. I don't, I really don't know. And, again, when people get very religious on me, then I'm like, hell no, get the hell out of here. But at the end of the day, because I'm a chronically ill person, like, there are times where I'm like, maybe there's something, you know what I mean? Like, where I'm just like, I don't know.
I don't know. So what is it about intuition you are wanting to question?
Well, for me, like, I feel like there's like this instinctual or instinctive thing where, I have to trust my gut, and I'm not sure if that's like something where, like, I don't know where that comes from. I don't know if that's like primitive, like evolutionary, or it's just subject to like my own lived experiences. But like, there are things where I'm like, I feel like intuition has helped me out. So I don't know where to live in that world.
Have you ever looked into the history of evolution?
What's that, Hammy? Sorry.
I'm sorry. Have you ever looked into like the history of evolution, and more specifically, the evolution of the human brain?
The human mind, a little bit more evolution as far as like where we came from as like creatures and stuff like that.
I would. But I'm finding a hard way of doing this without just straight up educating and not just questioning.
You don't know how to question?
Well, it's not that I don't know how to question. It's like I'm trying to find a way to frame these in the form of questions.
You don't have to wear kid gloves with me. Like, I'm okay with this type of stuff.
He's trying to dance around the format, though. Trying to keep from
okay.
telling you something instead of asking you something.
I can straight up tell you, like, my thoughts on this, but since the format of this live, right? Since the format of this live is about questioning, I find it hard to find ways of switching from educating mode to questioning.
Are you, Hammy, trying to say that there might be some evolutionary reason for intuition?
I am.
And I understand that a bunch. Like, I understand, like, our instincts, providing us with protection and, like, knowing how to learn for looking out for signs of danger and stuff like that. But, there is this weird thing that goes on with me as a human, intuiting, like, there's other things where I just feel like I'm, like, seeing the thing before it happens, and I'm reacting without having any, like, prior knowledge to it, but it just, like, happens. If you
understand if you understand the history of how, like, evolutionarily speaking, how, like, like the cliche of, you see rustling in the bushes, and you have to make the determination of whether it's a threat or not.
Right.
Can you see the connection between that and being able to, over like the course of how long humans have existed, be able to apply that in your own life, since we no longer have to worry about the threat in the bushes?
Well, no offense, but like easier said than done as a, person born as a female and stuff like that. Like there is a thing where it is still like, crap, I'm walking down like a dark parking lot type of thing. So like maybe I'm not hearing the rustling in the bushes, but I have to keep my head on a swivel type of thing, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And do you see the connection though with that? And even in things where it's not necessarily like harmful situations, such as being able to, I don't know, catch something that's about to fall type of deal.
Actually, I would like you to explain that more, if you could.
Well, she did ask. Is it okay?
Briefly, yes.
Briefly, okay.
Yeah, we are going to get to a new guest soon, because I think we can kind of get through this quickly, but go for it.
Yeah.
So basically what happens is our brain makes this connection with being able to assess certain situations due to the evolutionary, the long evolutionary process of from back in those time frames when we were fighting for survival. But since we still have those instincts, but we're no longer fighting for survival in the ways that our ancestors did, they have to go somewhere. And so because they have to go somewhere, we put this in all these other different situations, such as you're walking in, a dark parking lot and you need to keep your head on a swivel, or you see something or something's about to fall and you automatically go and grab it. Like that's the same aspect from back in the day where you see the rustling in the bushes and have to think, is this like a saber tooth coming to eat me, or is it just a rabbit? It's the same process, but because we no longer have to worry about those threats in the bushes, it has to go somewhere. And these are the areas where they go.
So you're saying like the intuition is it's heightened because of those past experiences, and now we kind of have these new things or something that I don't know. I and it might be just me being really worried lately because of my own circumstances that I feel like I'm always looking back and seeing stuff like that. And I was also just throwing this out there about that coupled with premonitions.
Yeah, it's basically, since we have this skill set that doesn't get used in the way it used to, our brain has found ways to use it in other areas. So that way we can help protect ourselves.
Okay.
I question.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was going to kind of take that a step further, and I question whether or not it's way more involved than just that. Like maybe that could have been where this intuition derived from. But as our brains have developed, I wonder if it's more a process of like heightened cognition in that, like, our subconscious mind is always taking in information whether we know it or not, like whether we're aware of it or not, and if maybe our minds might be doing something with that information beyond just a survival tool. Does that make sense?
That makes sense to me, but I'm somebody who also, like, I feel as though I'm very tapped into my subconscious and even unconscious mind. So that's where I was trying to, like, get at, as far as, like, where does it come from, as far as, like, why am I in the split moment thinking, like, oh, look behind you, and then something's happening behind me. So, yeah, I just think that's interesting. And if you guys have no more questions about that, I have one more thing I would like to bring up, but that's up to you guys.
What else you got, girl?
My thing was about determinism and free will, and, like, it's a big thing on my mind a lot recently, where I just don't know, like, which way do I go, because as far as I know with determinism, it's like a bunch about chemical reactions, and free will is this thing that apparently God wants me to test its love for them, and I don't think I like either of those things.
2 questions.
Sure.
We'll start with 1. Does it matter if you like it, towards if it's true or not?
No, I mean, no, but as somebody who often sits in existential dread all the time, it does kind of matter.
And the other question would be, does it matter what you decide as far as determinism or free will? Does it make a difference to how you will live your life?
No, well, I guess not, right? I mean, I guess we'll see. But you know what I mean? Like, because there's a big part of me that thinks free will, maybe I can get myself out of my slump. But then determinism, I'm like, oh, well, I guess I'm here.
If you were, like, if you were to believe in determinism, do you think that that would change what you are determined to do?
No. I think, like, and I don't mean to be doom and gloom, but again, chronically ill and stuff like that, like, there's a big part of me that accepts that, like, I'm not long for this world, so whatever happens, happens, and that's fine. But, like, I guess the free will process of me thinks, like, hey, maybe you can change that. I don't know. It's like, it's very confusing.
Would it make sense to just pretend as though you're making that choice?
Well, I think I do that every day. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just kind of like, okay. Like, I have no answers about anything. I don't pretend to. Like, again, for me, my version of agnostic atheism is it's not black or white. It's the whole spectrum, and I vacillate all the time.
Yeah, I question. The question I ask is like regarding solipsism, for example. If it's true that this is just a simulation, I just proceed as though this is the reality, because even if it is a simulation, it's the only reality I have available to me. So does it make sense to just proceed as though this simulation is reality as I know it, and I'm just participating in it? I kind of feel the same way. I question the same thing about determinism.
Sure, and I feel the same way about solipsism. Like, there's a bunch of times where I'm like, oh, it's just me and everyone's kind of living in my world. It's my sim, if you will. But then I'm a very empathic person. So then that counters all of that. You know what I mean? So, like, I'm always going back and forth between
What does
those.
empathic mean?
For me, it means that, like, when I hear of the people I love, and even people I don't even know, I hear their struggles. Like, I am putting myself in their shoes as best as I can, and I am really feeling for them. Like, I'm imagining what their struggle is, and I cry all the time. And, like, when I was younger, that used to be something that was, like, seen as a weakness. And now I, like, lean into it because I'm like, no, this is actually a great thing that I know how to feel what other people are feeling to the degree that I can. So again comes the solipsism, where I'm like, is this just me doing this, or am I really feeling it? I'm not sure, but for the people I really care about, I like to believe that it's real. If any of that makes sense.
Yeah. Have you ever asked where that empathy comes from in humans?
I mean, I don't know about humans as a whole. I would imagine, because we're all humans, maybe there's something a part of that. But personalizing it, like, I'm really close with my mom and my sister, and so for me, it starts there.
Have you ever heard the term mirror neurons?
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Mirror neurons.
Like a mirror. Like a mirror. You look at yourself in a mirror. Mirror neurons.
I'm not familiar with that. Like, if you could explain it.
It's a function of the brain that gives us that monkey see, monkey do quality. It's how we learn to communicate as infants, by imitating the adults around us.
And what about it exactly?
I guess I'm really trying to formulate this in a question form. But I guess the question would be: is it possible that that's where this empathy comes from in evolutionary terms?
Sure, in evolutionary terms, but also, like, I would say the monkey see, monkey do thing is, like, again, referring back to me and my sister and my mom. Like, my mom was my first teacher. So, like, I don't know how to separate those things, you know what I mean?
Can you clarify that a little bit? Like what do you mean you don't know how to? What are you trying to separate out of that?
Well, I thought you would ask if you thought I was doing an empathy thing because that's just what humans do, or if it was something that I was taught. And I kind of feel like it's both.
A combination of nature and nurture is what
Yeah,
you're saying?
for sure. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Yes, that does make sense.
I don't know, for a lot of things, I don't know how much to separate nurture from nature. Like, because, like, I think there's a lot out there where it's like, if I was, there's a show called Aeon Flux, and it was on.
Hell yeah.
Okay. So, do you remember the episode where they had, like, those two bird-like creatures that grew up separately, but then they finally found each other?
Yes.
Yeah, and so I thought that was a really interesting episode on nurture versus nature, because, like, they were separated from each other, but then when they were finally released, they still found each other back together. And I don't know. I just find that really interesting, and, like, I think it would be interesting to see a human experiment done like that, but I wouldn't wish that upon any human at the same time.
Sure, events like that have occurred, and I'm sure that some of them do end up in similar places, but I would be surprised if it is at all common.
Yeah. Sorry.
Well, I'd be curious why you base an expectation on a fiction.
Oh, I don't. That's not an expectation. What I'm saying is, I wonder. I'm sorry. I was just going to say that I think that's a very interesting thing. There's no expectation there. I hope there's no expectation there where that never actually happens. Like, I think they were doing a cool thought experiment with, like, showing it, thank goodness, through a cartoon. But, like, that's why I'm saying, I guess what I'm saying is, I don't think that everything's nature. I think there is a lot of nurture, because hopefully nobody's raised like Mowgli in the forest or the jungle, I mean.
I don't know how survivable that upbringing would be.
Right.
It sounds like you've got a lot to question still.
Oh, hell yeah.
And I love that for you. So I hope you keep asking questions.
Well, hey, Thrayle and everyone in the community, thank you so much. And like, I just like to like come up from time to time and see what's up. But yeah, I really appreciate you guys. So thank you.
I appreciate you. I know you were waiting patiently for a questioner the other night, so I didn't mind giving you this time. I hope that you keep asking questions and we see you again soon.
All right, night, Thrayle. Night, guys.
Take care. Big W's for girl Natalie. She can question her beliefs or lack thereof, or positive ideas. And I appreciate that. All right, they have been waiting patiently. I know they were the next in queue, but if you are still waiting in line, we'll try to get to you. Please.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey there, Rogue. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I'm 30. I'm 32 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do. I was actually talking about it with everybody in the comments. So I believe in science very firmly, and I don't know how to question it because I just don't know how it could be
Did you hear the
wrong.
question I asked?
If I have any beliefs?
So you didn't listen to the details of the question, just the first.
Go ahead, run it by me again.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or something like that?
Yeah, so I said science. Isn't Scientology like, I don't know, some would call that a religion or a god?
Oh my, indeed.
What is Scientology?
I'm not really sure, but people frown on me for it. Like, they say the Church of Scientology, right? And so, huh?
I was just making sure everybody had their 8 meters ready.
Right, so that's my belief. I don't believe that, there's anything spiritual.
I'm sorry, are you a
I believe.
follower of the Church of Scientology?
So can you explain to me what is this Church of Scientology that everybody keeps saying that I am? I get a lot of religious
I'm not here to tell
people.
you what you are, but if you've said you're a Scientologist or that you believe in Scientology...
No, I get accused a lot that I'm from the Church of Scientology.
Hey, Rogue, can I suggest something?
So I would assume that. Like,
can I make a quick suggestion?
Scientology is a god. Yeah, go ahead.
It'll really help you a lot in this conversation if you wait until the question is finished. Wait until you hear a question mark at the end of a sentence.
Okay.
There's no race. We're not trying to rush to get anywhere.
Okay, sure.
Are you familiar with the works of L. Ron Hubbard?
No.
Yeah, he's never heard of it.
Yeah, I would definitely. I would say that you're probably mistaken whenever you say that people say that you are from the Church of Scientology. I think the word you're looking for is scientism.
Okay.
Let's back up a bit. When you say that science is your higher power, what does that mean?
So that's my God. That's my everything. Like, I just
What do you
believe
mean that's your God?
That's my core belief in science.
Which science?
In everything.
What is science?
Everything.
Science is everything?
Sure.
What does the word science mean?
To me, it means everything. I believe it's where we came from. I believe in the Big Bang. I believe we came from stardust. I believe electricity is all around us. I believe it's in our house, it's in our TVs, it's in our phone, it's in our lawn, it's in our backyards, it's in our animals, it's, you know, how women produce babies, you know, it's in bacteria.
What is?
Science.
Science is in those things.
Yes. And science explains all those things.
Is science, do you see it as a noun? In like an object kind of a way? Like, is science this thing that exists? Or is science a method?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Sorry if I'm a little slow tonight.
Let me see if I can.
My bad.
If I can make it a cleaner question, is science an act, or is science an object, a person, place, or thing? Like a noun.
I feel like it could be
Is it
both.
a noun or a verb?
I feel like it could be both, because is there not science even when we speak to each other? You know, like the speed of sound in our voices. And then
Can I
even
ask you a
AI.
question? Can I
AI
ask you a
could
question?
be a god.
Rogue, stopped for a second. Just stop for a second.
Well, I was trying to finish that
Stop.
question because that was very
Stop.
interesting.
Stop. Just stop for a second.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, now don't speak again until I'm done. So, you keep saying that science is in everything. You keep just like saying things, and science is in this thing, and science is in that thing. But I still haven't heard what the word science actually means, other than you just saying everything. Are you saying that science? Well, let me ask this question: is there anything at all that is not science?
No, I don't believe so. I believe everything is science.
So religion is science, God is science, stories are science, fiction is science, fairy tales are science.
I'm not talking about God or fairy tales and all that.
Is there anything that exists
tangible
that is not science?
So things I believe that are tangible.
Is a book tangible?
Sure. I mean, if you
is a
can
book
feel
of
it, you
fairy
can see
tales
it.
science?
Sure. I mean, if you could feel it and see it.
So you're just using the word science, regardless of its common meaning or understood definition. You're using it to simply supplant the word everything, as if you were to say that anything layered or could be described as layered is a sandwich, and therefore, since everything is layered or can be described as layered, everything's a sandwich. So everything is science, science is everything, everything is sandwich, sandwich is science.
If that's how you want to interpret what I mean, sure. I just see that there's science in everything. You gave the analogy of a book. So when you look at that book, right, is there not science of that book? You know, the
Do you
ink
own a
that was
dictionary?
written?
Speaking of books, do you own a dictionary?
No, I don't own a dictionary.
Does it matter to you what words mean or how they're commonly used?
Sometimes.
Do you just like to use words sometimes that other people use in a different way?
Do I just like to use words that some people use sometimes in a different way?
Yeah, like, do you like to hear a word somebody's using and
I mean,
say use it a different way?
if we're being honest here, sure. Yeah, probably. I'll be honest. I mean, like, I hear a lot of people, you know, say, like, that's my version of that word, you know?
That's not quite what I mean. Do you have your versions of words? Like a lot of words? Or is it just science that you do that with?
Are you asking if I have a vocabulary?
That's not what I asked.
I'm sorry. I don't understand.
Do you have your versions of other words, or is it just science?
Do I have my version of other words? What do you mean other words?
Well, like you're doing it with science, where you've decided to change the meaning to just simply everything, like sandwich, in my example. Do you have other words that you like to just kind of make your own definition for?
Are you asking me if I like to change definitions of words?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you could just say it like that. I mean, I'm pretty sure I answered that a little bit. Yeah, I guess I do sometimes.
Does it matter if that muddies communication, makes it harder for people to understand you?
Sure, but I'm sure that we can work it out.
Like your belief in Scientology.
So that's what I'm curious to know about. Is it Scientology what I believe in because I believe in science?
No, you believe in a god you call science. I don't know that it's pantheism is what you believe.
And what is pantheism?
It's the belief in a god that is everything and in everything.
A god.
A god
Yeah.
of everything.
But I
You
never
call
said
it
a
science.
spiritual god.
I don't know, you've just kind of redefined it in a way. Do you think that science is a person or a thing? Does it have a mind?
I think you're mistaking me for a Christian, even though I said science.
I'm not mistaking you for a Christian at all. I think you're not listening to words. I don't think you know what words mean.
Okay. So the panel says about questioning your beliefs, and I'm here to question my beliefs about science.
Right. We've been trying to do that.
And what I'm trying to say is I don't think there's no way that
now
you
you're
can
speaking
question
over
science.
me. So now that you're speaking over me again, and you've been disrespectful, you made it clear that you're not actually capable of questioning your beliefs because you're not capable of communicating. You're not capable of communicating with the words that you're using and choosing to redefine, or with the kind of arrogant overtalk that you keep doing. So I think what we're going to do, Rogue, is move on.
Suck
to
me hard,
someone who's
cocksucker. You and the
capable-
host.
Someone, I am the host, you moron. I'm going to go ahead and move on to somebody who's capable of questioning their beliefs. He got me to call someone a moron. I prefer not to do that.
I'm pretty sure he was a Christian LARPing.
I don't know. I'm not putting that on any group.
I was going to ask him about denying his Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
It wouldn't have been a bad question to ask. It does kind of seem like he had no idea what science was, or really anything, in relation to what he was saying, which does make it likely he was probably lying.
It's the same, but the reason why I said what I said is because of the fact that I have heard several Christians say, oh, well, you do believe in a God, you just put science in the place of God. And so that's why I'm pretty sure he's a LARPing Christian.
Could very well be. But we do have a few requests, and I am bringing you up one at a time. If you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on it. I agree, Phoenix. You didn't sound like a Christian, not on the face of it, at least. And so I don't, like I said, make that judgment. Okay, Brandon didn't mean to join.
No.
Lando's next, and then 0006, you're going to have to wait, and this isn't a debate, so read the room. Hello, Lando. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
What's up, bro? I'm 40.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I believe that, I believe in God, but I don't think he's an old. I'm not religious. I just believe that
exists a God.
What does that mean, God?
What does it mean? A higher power, maybe another being that it's more advanced than we are, and it goes on different dimensions of that.
What does that mean, dimensions?
Dimensions of life, like frequencies of consciousness.
What is consciousness?
Consciousness is being aware.
So what do you mean frequencies of consciousness?
I believe based on your awareness, you have different frequencies.
What is a frequency?
What is a frequency? It's like a band of light or a different form of light, like a field of awareness. As far as I could explain it.
You're saying frequency is a band of light or awareness, which you
Or
already
a
said
magnetic field of some
No,
type.
it's magnetic fields.
Yeah.
What does frequency mean?
What does frequency mean? I think your frequency has to do with your awareness and what level of awareness you're on.
I've noticed you frequently use the word awareness. Do you think that there's any reason why you keep equating frequency to awareness?
I don't know. Unless you know something that I don't.
Do you have is there any use of the word frequency that doesn't involve awareness?
I think so, yes.
Does that mean that maybe that frequency doesn't equal awareness? If there are frequencies that aren't.
Yes, there could be frequencies without awareness.
So then what does frequency mean?
It's like best thing I could say, like a radio station that you tune to a different, decimal point, I guess.
A radio station you tune to a different decimal point. So
I'm
That's
not
how I
gonna
see
lie,
it.
that's a lot closer than a lot of people get.
Yeah, like I'm trying here, bro. I think everybody's on a different radio station channel.
a radio station channel.
Yes.
So when you talk about radio station decimals, you're talking about broadcasting frequencies. But what are those? Like, what does it mean when they say frequency? Do you think the answer might be in the word?
Yes.
Like frequent? What is a frequency?
I can't explain it any further than that.
Could it
Can't
be
go deeper.
Could it be a measure of reoccurrence? How
measure
frequent
of-
something happens?
Yeah. Like AC current.
So when you're saying that consciousness is awareness and awareness is frequency, are you saying that consciousness is a how often something happens?
Not exactly. No, I'm not saying that.
Then what is consciousness? If it's not how often something happens, that would be frequency. What is it then that you mean?
Just that, man. I'm gonna go back to awareness because that's the only thing I could equate it to.
So consciousness is awareness.
Yes. In my belief, yes.
And what does that have to do with higher power, God?
Because I think that God is also a type of awareness, maybe on a a higher level, and I think that we are part of that somehow, and I feel like the whole universe is a part of that too.
We're part of a higher level awareness.
Yes,
What does that mean?
kind of like a hive mind.
So we're Borgs.
Maybe a part of yeah, like a hive mind.
Resistance is futile. When you say that there's like a hive mind, where is that?
Where is the hive mind?
Mhm.
It's everywhere.
How is there a mind everywhere?
How is there a mind everywhere? I think it's always existed. I think it's infinite.
You think it's always existed, it's infinite. What makes you think there is this mind there?
Because we have similar ideas. A lot of people might think of an idea that somebody else has thought of on the other side of the world.
Could there
And
be
I
other
feel like
reasons for that?
there could be other reasons for that, yeah, but I feel like we're all connected. We're all connected to each other. How, what is this called? I feel that all matter itself is connected.
Connected in what way?
Connected on a quantum level. On a quantum level. And yeah, man. That's why I believe we share ideas, or you might come up with something that I thought about, or some type of invention that somebody thought about, 50 years ago, or maybe, you know, I
What does
thought,
quantum mean to you?
There it is.
what does quantum mean to me? Like on a level that we can't see, yeah, a level that we can't see, but we can use.
Is it a bigger level? Like is it so big that we can't see it?
Is it so big? No, it's just not in our eyes. Our eyes can't see it. It's like a field.
The reason I use the word big in that question is because you're kind of describing it as a higher, a higher function.
I think it comes. I think the quantum field is a higher function, but we all share it. We're all part of it.
Have you ever studied this quantum field to see if it actually aligns with what you believe? If it even exists in the way you think?
I mean, I've read things here and there, and I've watched the programs I watch, but I can't say I've studied it. But this
So
is
you've
what
heard
I
people
believe.
talk about it, and you've read articles about it.
I've had my own experiences too, like
Experience with what?
with a white orb.
What does that have to do with quantum fields and external conscious?
I just got a different, I got a different perspective of consciousness.
When you say a white orb, what does that mean?
I had an experience where a white orb penetrated my ceiling, and it literally took my consciousness into another realm of reality. And I experienced different lives for millions of years,
I see.
and under 30 minutes.
And Lando, is there any chance in your mind at all that this experience could have been in your head?
No, it wasn't in my head.
There's
I don't
no
believe
possibility whatsoever.
there is a possibility of that, but I don't believe it was. You know, it's like an NDE. Like if somebody has an NDE or something.
Yeah, but
And
Lando, even those, I question. I don't know why that would be. Why is it that it is less likely to you that this experience would be in your mind than some sort of spiritual time travel?
because I could remember things I've never experienced. Like I don't have I experience things that are not in my memory.
I don't think that makes like you remembered things you didn't experience and you experienced things you don't remember.
Yes.
Contradict each other.
I
Those
know
two
it sound
statements contradict.
you
don't sound, honestly, it doesn't sound like you're presenting a coherent belief. It sounds like you had an experience. You don't question it, and I would wonder why you don't question the possibility that this experience could have been in your mind.
I do question that, but I lean towards more that the experience actually happened. I only because of what I said. I was in a place I've never seen. I met people that I've never met in my life.
Could you not have imagined these things?
Yeah, but
so then why would you assume that they actually happened?
Because I believe dreams are more than dreams, and an experience is more. It's deeper than what we think it is.
Why do you think dreams are more than dreams?
Because we have memories in our DNA that are passed down, and you might have memories of an ancestor that once lived here, or you could see something in
our
the
DNA. Do you like? What are you talking about? Epigenetic memory.
Yes.
What kind of memories are those?
What kind of memories? It could be, like I said, something that you don't recall living, but that you have memories of it. You have memories of let's say you were in a war in a different time. You have memories of that war.
You're saying that. What do you mean you were in a war? What does that mean?
I'm just saying, like, that was an example.
But what do you mean, like, when you say that you were in a war, are you saying that somebody, their consciousness, who they are, their body was in a previous war before they were? I don't understand how that.
Like, all right, because I believe in reincarnation. I believe that we lived many lives, and I also believe that those memories of your grandparents or your ancestors sometimes are transferred over to you.
Lando, how do you question these beliefs?
How do I question these beliefs? Like a normal human being, I guess. I'm not a scientist or a psychologist, but
do you think it would be worth looking into the science or psychology of the things that you're saying?
Yeah.
Have you ever spoken to a scientist or psychologist about these things?
Not really. Maybe a psychologist. But as a friend, like a friend that I knew, but I can't really say. You know, I went to a consultation, and but I've been to people that do Reiki.
Can I ask real quick? How would you disprove the belief in reincarnation?
I disprove it? I don't know. I just believe in I believe in reincarnation.
How?
I believe we have many
what
cycles.
What would convince you that this belief isn't real?
What would convince me that belief isn't real? I don't think anything
Belief
could.
in reincarnation.
I don't think anything could make me think that reincarnation isn't real. Like, I truly believe that in my heart.
What is the purpose of reincarnation?
Experience.
Experience for what?
It's I think. Well, for me, I think it's an evolution. It helps your spirit or your consciousness evolve. That's what I believe experiences do in these different lifetimes.
Would it be?
What do you mean evolution?
Would it be helpful?
Huh?
Why do you use the word evolution there? Do you just mean grow or change?
Well, the experiences help you grow and they help you change. So I think it has to do something with evolution.
I wonder if your tendency to use evolution here is like the other times you've tried to use scientific words to fit
like
this
awareness.
spiritual idea. No. Like just trying to throw scientific words into your ideas and beliefs to make them sound more credible.
It's just how I explain it. That's the only way I could explain it to you. I'm not trying to sound trying to sound smarter than what I am, but that's just what I believe. What do you guys believe? You guys been questioning me for like 15 minutes.
Yeah, what we believe doesn't really make too much of a difference. We're here to see if you can question your beliefs, and it's sounding like you can't. You've closed off. You put up a wall to actually questioning the possibility that you could be wrong. Just to question.
No, I mean I agreed.
Of what is.
I agreed to that. You know, there's other possibilities. I'm not saying that I'm completely right, but that's
what was
just
your
what
answer to my question?
What was your question again?
What would disprove your belief in reincarnation?
Probably probably if I didn't have the dreams that I had. Or the
well, I just asked what was your answer when I asked that question a few minutes ago.
Because earlier
that wasn't your answer.
Was nothing.
Yeah, no, I said something else, but I'm trying to really focus on that. What would disprove it to me would be that, like, either I didn't experience something that would change my mind, or I didn't have a dream. I haven't had dreams about that. That would prove it right. So
I'm still trying to figure out. So I have this big thing whenever I talk about whenever reincarnation gets brought up, and you said that the reason for like reincarnation is experience.
Mm-hmm.
So, what is the point of having these experiences?
What is the point of having the evolution of the conscious? I said that previously.
So, would it make sense for you to remember all these from the very onset of life?
I don't think you're supposed to remember everything, but there's things that filter through that maybe they're very important for your evolution, and that
then what
you
is
need.
The point of the experience? Because if you're trying to gain experience,
Mm-hmm.
it makes sense to retain this knowledge for the next life.
Well,
if you're
maybe
not
there's
retaining it, then what's the point of it being for the experience?
because maybe there's some traumas from that life that it's not allowed to cross over to prevent you from evolving faster. Like that's my theory. I don't know if that's true.
So
but that's
that
my
would make sense
belief.
that makes sense if you just didn't remember the trauma, but the experiences of life. Like, I should be able, if reincarnation is real, I should be able to, from the minute I'm like conscious of the fact that I'm living,
Mhm.
I should be able to automatically speak. I should be able to have memories of my life that weren't part of the trauma. Should I not?
Yeah, but
So why don't I?
I just think we're not supposed to remember most of our past lives, like as like some type of law, like maybe some type of galactic law. I don't know. But
Really quickly, just got to interject and remind everybody that there is a poll in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. We're about halfway through it, 2.5 minutes left to let your voice be heard. If you would like to vote in that poll, of course, it's that blue clipboard in the upper left-hand corner, right under the Batcolyte's name.
So let me see if I'm getting this straight.
I know what you're saying.
Reincarnation is to gain the experience, but you can't gain the experience because there's a galactic law that keeps you from remembering these things.
I said maybe.
So,
like I'm just throwing it out there. Like,
right. So you're throwing this out there, but it doesn't seem like you are truly engaging with the question.
I feel like I'm engaging with the question. It's just that I can't go into details about it because I don't know everything. But deep down,
Let me ask this. Based on what Hammy's asking, what's the difference between what you're saying, where you're born into this life without any conscious recollection of previous lives? What's the difference between that and you just being born for the first time, living this life, and this life is all that there is? What's the symmetry breaker between those two concepts? If you're born without memories of a previous life, isn't that essentially like this being the only life you have?
I don't believe that this is anybody's first time here.
I understand that, but that wasn't my question. What's the difference between just being born into this life for the first time and this life being all that there is, and being born for the 120th time with no memories of any previous lives? What's the difference?
The difference, I believe, is your level of understanding based on what level, like what density your consciousness is on before you reincarnate.
Linda, I'm sure that you're aware that the population keeps growing, right?
Yep.
So if we dwindle, if we go back in time,
Mm-hmm.
like to the very first people who were on this planet, like they would unalive, and we would have like how do we gain any new people if everyone's just being reincarnated?
How do we gain new people if everybody just being reincarnated?
Is there a soul factory somewhere where new souls are made? Are people just starting their cycles?
I think
a mommy soul and a daddy soul love each other.
Let me respond. I think a soul could a soul could inhabit two different bodies. If that answers, somehow you get some type of answer from that. But that's what I believe. The soul could be in more than one body.
But how does that make sense whenever it comes to reincarnation? Because like it means that it would still mean that the population would remain the same. You would never get new.
You'd be fracturing. Well, he's saying you could fracture people into different bodies, so you have two people at the same time.
But some people are fractured.
But it still doesn't make sense because you would have to still, like, if we start off with the first baseline of population, they're all still living. So then, like, where are the children being born? Because they need something. There needs to be, like, someone basically to unalive in order to reincarnate into that new child.
I don't think that's true necessarily. I think there could be an unlimited amount of population. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. I don't think somebody
so you're
has to
thinking
die.
that there's infinite people on the planet right now?
No, I don't think that there's infinite people, but there could be a lot more than what there is. That's all I'm saying.
Well, we did run a poll while we were having that conversation, and the audience has spoken. We are going to go ahead and move forward. Lando, it's sounding like you are resistant to questioning some of these beliefs. I'm not going to put on you that you can't, and maybe another time we can dig deeper and see just really how much you can question your beliefs, but I'm ready to keep going forward. So thank you. I hope you keep asking questions.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate you, Lando. I see a few of you in queue, and I know who was next. And he's not there. But that's okay. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I am just here to see if you even can question it. And if you can, well then, what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Many ghosts down, only a few remain. Let's see if we can get one up here without crossing streams.
Oh, good morning.
Hello, Billy Madison. You've got
How
a
are you
loud
doing?
echo. Very
Excellent.
very loud echo.
Oh, no.
I feel like that was intentional. I really do. I feel like that was absolutely intentional. Extremely loud echo. Fake sounding voice. This is kind of Miss Doubtfire-esque. I don't know. I could just be judging.
It was a really bad Adam Sandler impression.
Is that what that was? That was Adam Sandler.
Yeah. Yeah,
It
was.
was
That's what he was
Adam
trying to do.
Sandler. If Adam Sandler was trying to do Mrs. Doubtfire.
Okay. The echo was atrocious, and I don't know why you wouldn't try to mute at that point. But maybe another time. It was not going to work that way. Oh, I clicked the wrong one, but hello.
Hello, brother.
Hi, Joe. Or
Hello.
Hey, Joe.
What is this live about?
Did you read the prompt before requesting up?
Yes. I worship death.
Did you see where it says, can you question your beliefs at the top?
Oh, okay. I worship death.
Yeah. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
24.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods
Yes.
or higher?
My dignity is death.
I see. Are you just saying that a lot?
No.
Like intentionally?
No.
I see.
Yes.
So you have a belief in this as a deity? As
yes.
Is it like personified? Does it answer prayer?
Yeah, it's like a mythology, like goddess, an
A
Aztec
goddess.
belief. Yeah, an Aztec.
It's the Aztec god of
Yeah.
death.
Yeah.
What's its name?
La Santa Muerte.
Are you sure that's the Aztec god of death?
Well, there's other mythic. I don't know how to say it, but yes, that's how we just know it's mi flaquita, mi santita. But yeah.
And in what way do you believe that this god exists?
Well, we all die, brother. We have.
How does this verify that there is a entity behind it?
Well, I don't know how to explain it, bro. It's really it's just I have a bond with it. Like,
So can you question your beliefs?
can I question my beliefs? No.
Cool.
He comes onto the live of Can You Question Your Beliefs and says, no, I can't, so let me request up.
That was the fastest drop ever. That was a no drop. That was like a micron of a moment between those two things.
I mean, maybe another time I would have had a couple more questions, but something about his tone I didn't find serious, and so I didn't.
He wanted to advertise his belief. That's why he cammed up and showed all of his spooky, dark background.
Wow.
I was busy with the customers. I didn't even see he tried to came up.
Honestly, didn't see the cam part, or I would have turned it off. Yeah, we don't. I think it was because my finger was hovering on the drop button. Billy Madison is requesting again, but we're going to have you wait for just a moment, because Phoenix is requesting. Hello, Phoenix.
Hello, my friend. How are we doing today?
Doing all right.
You got a joke for us today?
Of course I do. What do you call 7 chickens with the flu?
What?
6, 7. The only time I will use that phrase.
It was a groaner.
Yes, it was. That's one of my worst ones. But my child loved it.
I imagine so.
So I'm here to sit in the hot seat today.
Oh, you are not just for jokes, but to actually question your beliefs.
Yes.
Well, congratulations. Well, then, can you remind us if you believe in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I'm a Christian. I believe that Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior.
And have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Several times, yes.
Do you believe the stories within it are true and literal?
There are some stories that are true. There are some that are allegorical. There are some that are prophecies and visions.
Are there any that are false?
No, I don't believe so.
Could there be any that contradict each other?
There could be.
How do you reconcile those?
Actually, I've actually had things that I believed in the past that I've gone ahead and studied further. I've had things that I believed that don't align with my life experience, and I've had to go ahead and adjust what I believe to go ahead and have that fit into my narrative, and I've changed some of my beliefs. As an example, I used to be extremely homophobic, and I was literally very hateful of people that were in the LGBT community, and I realized that through study that I believe God loves everyone, and that I need to treat everyone with a lot more respect than I was.
I hear that as a sign of you questioning something that you used to believe.
Yeah.
But what in your beliefs now do you think is even open for question?
That's a really good question. I guess it'd be up to what I experience. If something happens that challenges one of my beliefs, if something is proven true or false, that would go ahead and cause me to go ahead and adjust what I believe.
I've asked you about apparent contradictions in the Bible before. Genesis 1 and 2, for instance. I think we talked about the one, I think it was, I forget what the other book was, Chronicles, and another where it says that that David was told by God and by the devil to count the Hebrews.
Yeah, and that I haven't found a good answer on, so I'm going to go ahead and study it more and try to understand it.
Do you expect that there will be an understanding that reconciles truth in the Bible rather than any potentiality for a flaw?
I'm kind of open to both. I mean, it could be, a scribe that screwed up. It could be that there's a contradiction. I don't know. And I can't say how it's going to affect me without going down that road. Just trying
What if it's a contradiction that can't be just dismissed as a scribal error?
Then I'll need to go and reevaluate what I believe.
Thrayle, do you mind if I...
You can explore contradiction if Phoenix is up for it.
Sure.
So, we get the birth of Jesus. We get that story accounted in Matthew and Luke.
Yeah.
Matthew explicitly states that Jesus was born under the reign of King Herod the Great, who died in 4 BCE. And then Luke goes on to tell us that Jesus was born under the reign of Governor Quirinius during the first census that he performed, and that was in 6 CE. So there's a 10-year difference between those two accounts. It can't be both. It's, it is an A, not a contradiction. So, and something that significant can't just be chalked up to a scribal error, because both authors are giving very explicit details about when Jesus was born.
Let me go ahead and see. My tablet is not charged. Dang it. I'd like to go ahead and explore that. Do you mind if I toss you a follow and send you a message on it later on?
Sure.
Do you have any immediate thoughts on it, Phoenix?
I mean, it's the first I've heard of it, so I'd be shooting in the dark, which I try not to do. You're supposed to know where your bullet's gonna land. Sorry, I'm kind of 2A.
What would that mean? What would that mean about the story of Jesus if it's contradicting itself right from the beginning of his, so-called life?
Okay, well, let me ask you a question in response to that. Do you believe that Jesus existed at all, whether he's God, man, or anything?
That's
the right person to ask. That's
may I, Thrayle? Because I do love this toy to play with. This is my favorite toy.
If you'd like to, we can go down this road for a bit. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. So I am a mythicist. That is a belief that I hold. It's a belief that could be falsified. And this contradiction is just the tip of the iceberg. So, let's see. So if this story of Jesus is, if it's being told by different people that are trying to utilize this story as a literary device in order to secure some kind of theological doctrine, I know there's got to be a question to ask here. Let me start off with this. Let me just kind of sidestep
trying to turn it Socratic. Go ahead, though.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Does Jesus have to be a historical figure in order for the story of Jesus to be meaningful to you?
Absolutely, yes.
Absolutely, yes. Okay.
You might give you a brief
just give you the go-ahead to just say it.
Do you mind if I give you a brief reason why?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay. If Jesus Christ did not exist, then my faith is absolutely without merit.
What? Okay, so if it's, I'll just jump to the end. If the whole story of Jesus, if the sum equation was about the death and resurrection, the sacrifice, the human sacrifice that was made in order to atone for your sins, why does that event have to have actually occurred in order for, if you're dealing with a God that is all merciful, couldn't this story just be a representation of this God's overall mercy and not an actual physical act that had to occur?
And the reason, I mean, so you got God is merciful and just. So the thing is if there's no payment for sin, then there's no hope of redemption. So without
Where does the mercy? Let me ask this: where does the justice end and the mercy begin?
I haven't thought about that specific question.
Okay, let me ask this: if we're dealing with a situation where I'm convicted of unaliving somebody, and they convict me in a court of law, they arrest me, they bring me to court with the evidence, and I'm found guilty beyond a shadow of a doubt. I committed the sin, and the judge sentences me to life in prison. But at that moment, his son stands up in the courtroom and says, "I'll take the punishment for him." And the judge asks me if I accept these terms, and I say yes. And the bailiffs handcuff the judge's son and take him to a cell. But a couple of days later, he breaks out. He escapes, and nobody sees or hears from him again. And as I'm walking out of the courtroom that day, I look at the family of the victim, and I say, I say, well, the court has forgiven me for my sin, and I go out and live my best life. I hope maybe you can find it in your hearts to forgive me or whatever. And I leave, and I never commit the sin again. My question is, has justice occurred in this situation? Because I can see how mercy has occurred, but has justice happened?
I see your correlation. It doesn't quite line up with what I believe happened.
Where does it depart?
Okay. So, number one,
that's the whole, where does the justice end and the mercy begin? That's what I'm getting at.
Okay. How long do we have?
We'll see.
It's kind of it's an involved answer. I mean, I might want to see if Everlast wants to go ahead and like find me on Discord, and him and I have a discussion about it, because there's some give and take, and I need to charge my tablet and pull up my verses.
I'll be hosting a Mythicist Live on Monday if you care to join me.
What time and what time zone?
7 Central.
So 5 o'clock my time.
Oh my.
Yeah, I mean,
did I say Central? I meant Eastern. I'm so sorry. I meant Eastern.
So that would be 4 o'clock my time. Yeah, I mean, like I'm not one to run from questions, but I do want to go ahead and actually get my thoughts in order and not shoot in the hip, because
we've actually spoken before. It's been a while. It's I think you used to come on Shadow Bands Live, if I'm not mistaken.
I think
I'm thinking of somebody else. It was just going back about a year when I first joined this app. So I do remember speaking to you, and I remember us having a good conversation. So
yeah, I mean, and the thing is you're the method of your approach is not demeaning. It's inquisitory, and I appreciate that, because actually, quite honestly, when people question my faith, it makes me better, because it forces me to go back to what I believe in and to re-examine it.
You know it's not my aim, but I am curious. When you question your beliefs, do you leave room for the possibility that it could weaken?
Sometimes. I mean, there's some things that I just say, like, you know what, this particular line of question isn't worth my time, because it's not coming from someone who's trying to understand me or trying to go ahead and cause me to think it's coming from someone who just wants to go ahead and browbeat me with their thing.
Mm-hmm.
And those people, I might look into something a little bit and like, you know what, I'm just not going to deal with it because there's no point in giving voice to people who don't have your best interest in heart.
Do you think that a question that could lead you to doubt is against your best interest?
No, because I think that honestly think that God would want me to go ahead and wrestle with doubt, to go ahead and see if I want to trust Him or if I want to go ahead and reject Him.
Interesting. So scholars and historians pretty much agree that Jesus existed. And if you were to begin to doubt that in some way, then that would definitely shake your faith. That would make the story of Jesus not meaningful to you. You've already expressed that.
Yeah.
So I'm going to challenge it, and I'm going to ask you if you have explored the evidence that these scholars and historians that have come to a consensus that he most likely existed as a historical being or a person. So have you looked into the evidence that they point to come to that conclusion?
I've looked at some of it. I haven't done an exhaustive search. But that gives me something new to do this weekend.
Okay. Yeah, maybe do some, because that would be useful if you do join me on my panel on Monday. I prefer to have these conversations with people that are familiar with the subjects that I'll be discussing. That way I don't feel like I'm trying to teach something that, I want somebody to be kind of vaguely familiar, at least with Josephus, Tacitus. I'll just throw out a couple of names that you're going to come across.
I've actually heard
that
of
we'll be
them.
discussing. Yeah. Okay.
I've heard of Josephus, Tacitus. I've heard about the different authors that the Bible is attributed to.
So let me ask you this: if I were able to convince you that Josephus, known as the Testimonium Flavianum, there's a high degree of confidence that it's not authentic to Josephus, but it was written by a 4th century church historian. That would, and I'm able to, make a convincing case that's the case. Would that raise a question in you why there would be effort put towards making it appear as though there were historical Jesus?
It's something I'd look at. I'm not going to say it's going to shake me one way or the other, but I'm definitely willing to listen.
Okay. Okay. I guess I'll just kind of want to let that sit there for the moment until you get a chance to actually look into it. And I would like to have more of a conversation with you about it.
Love to. And so, Everlasting, can I give you another biblical dad joke?
Sure.
Okay. So, do you know what the 5 vehicles mentioned in the Bible are?
I know Jesus did not know of his own accord.
Okay.
So that would have to be one.
That's one.
Which is weird to me because, Jesus is supposed to know all the things, isn't he?
Well, it also says that Jesus and the disciples were in one accord, and the disciples were all in one accord.
All in one accord. Oh, that's what it is. I was confusing it with another person. My bad. Okay.
I feel like there's a ram somewhere involved.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
the ram in the
all right.
bush.
So that's okay. 6. So there's in Genesis. There's the Genesis. Genesis 3 says God drove Adam and Eve out of the garden in a fury, so the Pontiac Fury. The ram that you just mentioned. The souls are all on one accord. There's Israel's triumph, which is a motorcycle, and Solomon is known as David's son. I have a Harley, okay?
Okay, Phoenix, now you have to listen to my joke. And it's not
Right.
really my joke because I stole it from Rab, but which came first, the chicken or the egg?
The dinosaur.
The rooster.
Ah, I see what you did there.
I don't.
But
when a mommy chicken and a daddy chicken love each other very much, Hammy.
I get it. I got the connection.
I still don't get it.
Phoenix, I'm curious. If you were to find that there was, and this is hypothetical, so you don't have to worry about, having to be factual. It's more how you'd feel about it. If you were to find that Everlasting's evidence was overwhelming, and that Josephus wasn't true, and that Tacitus was a misinterpretation, or that the evidence started to kind of crumble under Jesus. If at the end of it you were able to conclude that there was no historical evidence for Jesus, what would that do to your faith?
It'd probably shake it up pretty good, to be very honest. I mean, I've had experiences that I've attributed to God being in my life, and those would still stand true. But I'd have some serious questions.
Could the experiences that you attribute to God be chance, circumstance, and your own perception coloring events?
I suppose it's possible, but I think that there's only so many times that coincidence can go ahead and explain things. I mean, as an example, there was, when my son was here last summer, there was just overwhelming things that happened one after the other that showed that God was looking out for me. And the experience of having my son here was healing in some very real ways.
It seems like that was a meaningful thing for you. But how can you attribute it to a God when so many other simpler miracles are not ever answered or performed?
Can you give me I'm not sure I understand what you're saying.
Do you think no one starves while begging God to help them find food? Do you think no one, there are people who pray to your God and do not receive, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
How can you attribute good fortune or a positive event in your life to God when others are begging for those things and never receive them?
I mean, part of it is putting actions to your prayers. As an example, I didn't have the money to have my son come out, and through prayer and networking, I was able to go ahead and have the expenses covered in ways that we didn't.
It sounds like through networking you were able to have the expenses covered. Why do you attribute that to prayer and God?
Because some of the people that were able to go ahead and donate were able to do so with gifts that they got unexpectedly.
Why would that necessarily mean a God? Are there no happy coincidences?
There's some, but I don't.
I mean, after all, wasn't it a coincidental that they were able to like gift you? Like, wasn't your gift coincidental in the same way that theirs were? Like, it just seems like kind of a causal chain of coincidental gifting.
I think if I was able to go ahead and kind of walk you guys through it, you might see a pattern.
I don't think we're denying the pattern of it. We're questioning whether this pattern is attributed to your God or not.
Mm-hmm. And even still, if the pattern is so much a pattern with intention behind it, or is it just something that you're able to say, these events happen in this sequence, and call it a pattern?
I'm thinking. I'm not trying to delay.
No, I appreciate taking time to think.
I suppose I'd have to look at, kind of go through my notes on what happened and where and what led up to things.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if I've asked you this before, but have you ever made a list of the things that you attribute to God in your life?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Well, I wonder if you sat down and tried to think out and remember as honestly as possible which events in your life you attribute to God, and then questioned those, what the result might be.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'll do that this weekend.
I'd be surprised if you get through actually like questioning them rigorously in a weekend, but I would be excited to hear that you've started.
I'm not saying I'll finish this weekend. I'm going to start this weekend.
No, it definitely sounds like it depending on the number of events, but even.
I mean, this last summer there were 17.
So that's pretty vast. So yeah, I would wonder if you detailed out that list and questioned each one, looking for potential for mundane explanation. If those seemed possible to be more mundane than extraordinary. And then if they were, if you had a list of explainable circumstances and situations, would that list somehow equal enough for a God, or could it be explicable circumstances?
I guess we'll find out.
I'll be really interested to hear how that goes, Phoenix.
Okay.
Does anybody else have any questions for Phoenix before he runs?
I do.
I can hear the exit building. He's reaching for the door.
No, actually I'm not.
I'm messing, Phoenix. Go ahead, Everlasting.
Same question that I asked before about if Jesus needed to exist historically to be meaningful to you, for the story to be meaningful to you. I'm going to ask the same question about Moses.
Well, so Moses is a descendant of Jesus. So in that instance, yes.
An ancestor.
Yeah. Ancestor.
According to the story.
Well, yeah.
So
that'd be really, really weird.
So I understand that I guess what I'm really trying to gauge is, you have questioned the Bible. You made that clear. There's things that you have deconstructed in the belief. And so I'm looking for that line. Like, is the historicity that line for you? Like, do you think that that the Bible at least needs to, account for something tangible in reality that you can ground it to, that's beyond just theological or philosophical?
Yeah, I mean, I believe that the Bible contains great histories, and I think there's evidence, and I'll bring some of that to you when I come on your live.
So when it comes to the what you would call the Old Testament versus the New Testament, the Hebrew text is kind of the foundation of the whole collection of books that you call the Bible, and so the first part of it's fair to say it's the story of the Jewish people.
Yeah.
The Hebrew text, and it's the story, the conversation they were having. Do you know what the Hebrew word for history is?
I don't.
There isn't one. It's the Greek word historia that is applied to like they just kind of the Hebrew language just kind of adapted the Greek word to represent what that means. But I asked that question kind of to introduce the idea that that this is could you see this as the story for a specific group of people, in a conversation they were having with the God they worship, and describing the events that they experienced, such as the Babylonian exile? Is there any room for the idea that there are parts of the Bible that are purely allegorical, that weren't really intended to be a historical account, but rather an expression through their literature?
Well, I mean, there's examples of that. I mean, like Ezekiel 37 talks about a valley of dry bones. Now, did that happen in reality? No, but it was allegorical.
Right. Okay, so there is room for some of that story to be, just literary, like a artwork, if you will, like meaningful artwork about their culture and about their experience. And
look at the Psalms and Proverbs. Those are great examples of literary things that have deep meaning but aren't necessarily like historical.
Would it surprise you if I were to ask, somebody who does practice Judaism, if I would have asked them the question of, does Moses need to be a historical figure for it to be meaningful? And they answered, no, it doesn't matter. Their Judaism is still meaningful to them without the historicity. Would that surprise you?
Yeah, it would. I mean, because the Pentateuch is the first 5 books of the Bible, or the entire Torah is what Judaism is based off of, and that's supposed to be written by Moses. So yeah, that would be a big I think that would be a huge red flag if they didn't believe in Moses.
Do you know when the Pentateuch, the written form, do you know when it's dated to?
I know we have copies from 200 BC.
You might be referring to the Dead Sea Scrolls, I'm assuming.
Yeah. So
I wish Rav were here right now.
Another interesting thing is in the Dead Sea Scrolls, we actually have the complete scroll of Isaiah, which is identical to what we have today.
We do. Okay. Wow.
What does
I
that
have
say?
so many ways to take this. So prior to us discovering the Dead Sea Scrolls, all the translations of English that we had of the Bible were based on translations that that didn't utilize the Hebrew text whatsoever. They utilized the Greek Septuagint
and the Latin Vulgate.
And the Latin Vulgate, right? So
I know a little bit.
Once we discovered the Dead Sea Scrolls, we had a better insight into the original Hebrew text. So I want to go back to Jesus's birth, the virgin birth. It's the prophecy that is supposed to be fulfilled would be Isaiah 7:14. Are you familiar with it?
Yeah.
Okay. So the Hebrew text does not utilize the Hebrew word for virgin, which is betula, but rather it's the word alma, which simply means young woman. And so if the New Testament authors aren't reading the Hebrew text, but rather their sourcing is the Greek Septuagint, where the word parthenos had a dual meaning of virgin or young woman. And this New Testament author, rather than, I shouldn't say rather than, the New Testament author saw the word betula as virgin and therefore created a virgin narrative that didn't exist in the Hebrew text. What would that tell you?
So the question, I refer you to, I think it's Matthew.
Matthew is that's where the virgin birth narrative first shows up.
Well, the thing is in Matthew, Jesus is reading the scroll from Isaiah in Hebrew.
That's what the author of Matthew would have you think. But that's it. We can see that the author of Matthew was not reading the Hebrew text, because he gets like translation issues such as what I've just described. And I want to kind of really hone in on this virgin narrative too, because the author is trying to fulfill a prophecy that wasn't there.
Okay. So there's a lot of things I need to look up this weekend before we have our talk. I'm going to try to remember them. Could you do me a favor and send me a list of things that you want to discuss, like in a DM, and I can go ahead and kind of tick through that list before we talk?
I tell you what, this is something that might be even easier, and this will give you a lot of rabbit holes to go down. I'm going to type a website in the comments and just copy and paste it. And it's basically a cheat sheet for all of the Mythicist talking points. And this is for anybody that wants to check this out. It's a really great resource, and it's just an interesting, rabbit hole to go down if anybody cares. This is from my buddy Gray Eyes, put this website together. And it's everything that I'll be discussing will be on this, on this app. You can find it all there.
Phoenix, I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you answering the questions. I think we'll go ahead and move on. It sounds like we're kind of winding to a natural conclusion.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see his website, but I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, it didn't show up down there?
No.
It said it's mythicism.web.app, I think was what it was.
Yep.
Oh, just a second.
Oh, it is. Yep.
Oh, Oh, there it is. Okay, screenshot. All right. But I would like to say I appreciate the engagement. I've enjoyed my time here. I'm thanking both Everlasting and Thrawl for, as always, being using questions in a method of trying to gain better insight into what I believe rather than attacking, and I appreciate that. And
Appreciate you, Phoenix, as always. I hope we get to see you again soon. Did you have a parting dad joke for us?
Of course I do.
Of course you do.
All right. So, what are the two songs that Jesus was singing to Peter on the Sea of Galilee?
Come as you are.
Actually, no. The first one, when he told him to step on the boat, is "I told you to walk this way." And we started to sink. It was "Don't stop believing."
You told us that joke. I think yesterday. I loved it.
It was a few days ago, but yeah, appreciate you, Phoenix. I really do. I hope that you keep asking questions. Check out that app, that web app. It's pretty neat. The website's pretty easy to interact with. I just looked at it myself. But
yeah, I'll give it a shot and look at that, and I'll come up with some things to maybe ask Everlasting and pick his brain as well.
Hell yeah.
Sounds
appreciate
good.
you.
You guys
Take
have an
care.
amazing day.
You too. W's for Phoenix. He can question his beliefs, though he might seem a little more rigid on some of them than you might expect. He actually questions them quite well, and we've been down several rabbit holes with him before to see.
He left right before I was about to start questioning him, and
And Crow's is
lost
sitting
all
right
his
there, absolutely quiet, hasn't said a word. Madden Va Crows.
Hi, Va. I've been quiet because it was interesting, and also I'm trying to study you because I tried to do a live like this similarly for the witches on Monday, and although it was a minor success, it was horrendously done. How do you do this? Is some kind of witchcraft?
Maybe
I was
it's something
there.
beyond witchcraft.
Yeah, it's smarts and understanding of technical difficulties. I started my life 4 or 5 times the other day there, and then it was just disastrous. How do you do it? You are an absolute god. See, this is why we call you God, right? You're just out there inspiring change and growth, Thrayle, and nobody can do it like you. So I tried.
Well, if anybody could.
Yeah, I know you were, Hammy. Hammy was there. He witnessed it. So did Freya.
I was. I was, and I did.
Explain yourself, young man.
Who, me?
Oh, not you. The other one.
Me, apparently. I just, ask questions.
Oh, I know what I was missing.
Did you forget to ask questions?
No, I was missing the alluring voice that everybody slates and slanders and falls in love with.
Are you saying that you don't have an alluring voice?
I don't think I do. No, I am too whimsical and up there and upbeat and energetic. Or angry. Take a pick.
Crows, it was very alluring whenever you were saying mud and vuck or whatever it was.
Mud and Va.
Mud and fuck Thrayle. How dare you say such a thing on your own live?
Now, hamster, you're about to find yourself in the sin bin, son. Keep going.
In a what? Cinnabon, son?
Hold on, is it?
We do have a few people in the queue, so I'm gonna keep accepting the queue ghosts and see if one of them apparates. And who knows, one of them might actually be a believer with a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or something like that, and be capable of questioning that belief.
Namaste.
Hello, Quantum. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
61, 62 in a couple days.
Happy birthday. And do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
I have a belief in a higher power, yes. But classify a god, well, you're a god, I'm a god, they're a god, everything around you is God. So classify God a little more specifically.
I'm not here to classify God. If you have a belief in something like a god or...
Well, that's what you're trying to classify God as something.
Quantum.
Well, you are God.
Why do you say you are God?
Because you're made in the image of God.
Which God?
Doesn't matter.
If you're here to question your beliefs, it might matter to the conversation. But if you're just here to argue or to be pedantic...
No, I'm not here to argue.
Okay, so then why did you request out?
Why? Because I'm not actually from this earth. I'm a borrowed or an invited individual to help you guys out.
I see, so you're not here to question your beliefs.
No, I'm here to strengthen you guys.
If you're not here in good faith, if you're not here to participate in the live, then move along. Or enjoy it from the comments. I appreciate that. Thank you guys for all tapping the screen and sharing the live. We're already up to 50K. That's really amazing. Thank you guys.
When he
Also,
said that, God, you're a God,
yeah.
it just reminded me of the I'm a dude, he's a dude, she's a dude, we're all dudes, hey.
Thrayle's not a god. He just plays one on TikTok.
Or something like it.
Blasphemy.
That's for me, I think.
That's for me.
But I do need... Absolutely. I do need to make sure I thank Heather's Descent, Philly Red, Danny Grax, Shell, Polly, Saharina, also Inksomnia, Leviticus, Jace, Big D Capital B, and Claire. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate all of you for helping with the goal. Y'all are amazing.
Crows. Somebody in the comments was saying that they, Heretical said that they woke up to Merida yelling at me.
Hereticals just...
Merida? Merida?
Merida.
From Brave? Merida.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
Merida. Right, Merida.
I said it right, Thrayle.
I don't know if you said it right.
He didn't say it right. Why are you trying to tell him that he didn't say it right? You shut up. Back in your pretty box, you.
Yeah, what she said.
Sorry, I didn't mean to blow your eardrums there. My voice has been very high pitched. I'll take it down a notch. And it sounds like Sean Connery. What was that? Sorry, I'll shut up.
Oops. Started playing a song we didn't mean to play. We still have a couple people in queue. And let's see if one of them is a believer in a god or something like it. That's 4 ghosts down, and maybe one of them not only is a believer, but somebody who can question their beliefs. Wouldn't that be interesting? Somebody with a belief in a god or something like it, could question their beliefs and request it up. Would that be a synchronicity? Or would that just be somebody able to read the prompt?
Randy, are you there?
Is it Rahand? Is it Randy?
Is it John?
Rahand. Maybe they didn't mean to request up, and that's fine. We will set you back down. And no, that's not how this live works.
Oh. No.
Why would you sit in queue so long for that? Not speak. They didn't mean to give that. Not speak. Speak.
Get me coin.
No.
They gave Crow's coin. Oh, that was you.
I don't understand your jealousy over there, Hammy.
Oh no, he's officially now giving it to everyone but me.
So no wonder you're being a brat. Bad boys don't get good things.
I gotta find me some new friends now.
No, you won't.
You're right, I don't like people.
Now that's a lie, you wee social butterfly. Ha, that rhymes. Beautiful.
I'm like that caterpillar from A Bug's Life who turns into a butterfly with my itty bitty wings.
Oh. Still a bad boy though, Hammy. You still don't deserve good things.
You never deserve good things.
I know, sweetheart.
GoPro is your friend.
How dare you?
He said so.
I think GoPro's amazing. I'd like to squish his brain with all those antennas.
Crows, just no. We don't like GoPro.
I adore GoPro.
Yes, we do.
That man owns his whimsical.
Don't like GoPro.
I don't know why you're saying we, Hammy.
And then just because you don't like GoPro doesn't mean the rest of us don't like GoPro.
I don't even think Hammy doesn't like GoPro. I think Hammy's frustrated by GoPro. I think Hammy likes to be frustrated. I think Hammy therefore likes GoPro.
You got a wee degrading kink over there, Hammy. Oh shit, I can't say that on live, can I? Sorry, I'll shut up. Don't talk to me.
That's okay. Hammy's over there trying to convince himself and nobody else. I don't know if Jessica meant to request up. We can give her just a moment to load in. There we go. Jessica, did you mean to be here? Gonna guess not. Nope. Sounded like scoot my chair. That's all we're gonna say it was. And the only other person in queue was Randy. So now we're just waiting for someone with a belief.
I need y'all to not put motives on me. I do not like GoPro.
I'm not putting motives on you.
The fact that you keep saying it over and over and over again, like the conversation was over and then you prompted it back up. So I feel like that's a fair.
I need y'all to know this as
I
a
was
fact.
going to say that article. He who doth protest too much.
Mm-hmm.
Where does that come from? Is that Christian? There has to be a reason. Like, where is it?
Shakespeare.
Shakespeare?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dost thou protest too much?
It sounds
Well,
better
do
when
you?
Crow says it.
See, favoritism. Mm-hmm.
I
That's all
hate
you
you.
need, Tammy. You need an accent, man. Then your lunacy is widely accepted when you have an accent, Hammy.
I don't want my lunacy to be accepted.
Oh, you're
Because
such
it's
a
not
special person. Hammy, you're such a fucking pick-me.
I'm starting to get very irritated with you, Gross.
Facts in the chat.
Hammy, how irritated are you with Crows right now on a scale from 1 to GoPro?
Right now, it went from like a 0 to a 3.
Can we get an L in the chat for Hammy, please? He was the god of bacon. He's now been demoted to the acolyte of ham.
I can never be demoted from my godhood, thank you.
Would that be the Hamcolyte?
No, he's a ambassador at best.
There you go. See, look at that. L's in the chat. Check out Hammy.
We are
I agree.
Hamcolytes.
He might be a hamissary.
No, the people who follow me are the Hamcolytes.
I don't know.
Trippy,
That
I'm
sounds
not
very ambitious.
I'm just matching energy, Trippy. I'm doing my extensions and I'm bored. So if Hammy's going to give it rough, then I'm going to get back, man. So then, oh, I can't say that because it's TikTok live. Never mind. Never mind. It was a good one, though.
Kira, nobody up here, I think, hates Hammy. We just like to make fun of Hammy.
No, we're not making fun
He's
of
a wee
him.
pig in blanket. How can How could we have He's a wee piggy in a blanket.
We're having fun with Hammy.
We're having a stick and a poke at Hammy.
Mm-hmm. He's a wee sausage.
But what we're really doing is seeing if anybody has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that. That's what we're really doing. Because if you do, and you can question that belief, then those boxes on the screen are for you. Not so that we can tear at your faith or burgle your God, not at all. I'm not here to present an opposing view for us to bash against each other. I really am just here to see if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? If you can question.
Thrayle.
Hammy.
I was told that, to tell you that you're a gaslighting jerk, apparently.
No, you weren't.
I was.
No.
I was told to tell you that. Yeah. I'm looking at the message right now.
Are you sure that you're looking at that message right now?
I am.
Hammy, you weren't told that, and gaslighting isn't a thing. You just made it up.
I did make it up, but guess what? It's still happening right now.
Look, nobody ever wrote that. There's nothing in chat about it.
I smell bacon drippings.
I'm posting it.
Screenshotting what?
Where's my vape? Right, what one to use? Oh, there it is there, never mind. Crisis averted.
Oh, I really hate you all.
Why do you lie so much? You might want to go and see a therapist about that, Hammy, because that's not okay, man.
I hate you so fucking much, Thrayle.
I don't know what you're talking about, Hammy. What are you talking about?
That laughter is. Oh my god. Oh, I fucking hate you.
Are you looking for something? I feel bad for the person who just walked into a gas station in a mysterious part of Texas and found the person behind the counter cackling like a madman. Actually, I don't feel bad. I'm curious.
It's 4:30 there, isn't it? So it shouldn't be too bad. That's typical.
For crying out loud. Get out. Ugh. Well, that's fun. Sorry, I'll mute. Hold on.
Why is this the snake song? I think it,
If you've ever played the game Slithery.io, which I play way too much, it's very much like a song that's in there. It's so cool.
So what? Yes, it would.
I like that better. I think the imagery would be better for that. I'll be back.
Do you think you can charm a bat?
I think, yeah, I think so.
You charm her with your fruit.
Vampires are immune to charms, but bats, I don't think, are immune to charms.
I don't know. I kind of... Bats have very interesting immune systems. Part of the way their immune systems work is by not, like, causing inflammations the way they do in us. Like, so they don't actually reap the effects, the negative effects of certain infections.
You see, with fruit bats, you can charm them by just having fruit.
Reap the effects, the negative effects.
You see, with fruit bats,
The AI says debating beliefs like gaslighting and religion.
Oh, I hope that one never goes away. Because that's what happened was just too funny.
Bats, good morning.
Oh, good morning.
Speaking of charming bats,
I think it all depends if they're mentally stable or not. They've been seeing their therapist, taking their meds.
Then they might be less likely to be charmed.
Yes.
I see.
well, I don't know because, I'm pretty sure there's still a way to charm you bats because if D&D tells us that we can charm women with cheese, I'm pretty sure there's a way to charm bats as well.
I don't know. People have tried.
In D&D, vampires are immune to being charmed, so you can go off of that.
Hammy, are you trying to say that bats isn't charming? I find bats to be quite charming.
No, I wasn't.
Well, thank you. At least somebody thinks I'm charming, Hammy.
Wow!
But
when did this become the dog pile on Hammy Day?
when is it dog pile on Hammy Day? But I guess if you're wondering, can bats be charmed? You can also probably wonder the opposite is, can bats charm people? Because a lot of people like bats. Maybe they're the ones doing the magic on us.
Have you ever seen the live streams where they feed the bats in the like in the bat sanctuaries? And
I love watching the a bat sanctuary in Brazil. I forget what it's called, but they do feed the bats like guava and mangoes and stuff. And I'm like, oh, this is so adorable. I could cuddle them in a little towel and just snuggle. But I did like that musical segue.
I did too. And I gotta thank Michael V for that one. Really appreciate you.
Did you all have to restart, or is the lights just not going today very well?
Well, I wasn't going to put it that way. No, we didn't restart. We could tap a little more.
Yeah, maybe we get everybody tapping away and then get some believers up in here. We've got 129 people, 142 shares. If they're sharing that much, y'all, surely we can tap. I probably should go back down below and do some tapping because I know I can't do as much up here.
Well, I appreciate you as always, Bats. Thank you.
Well, thank you for having me, and I'll just go back to tapping because that's how I got up here in the first place, apparently.
Well, have a good morning. We'll talk to you later, I'm sure.
Okay, and everyone, question your beliefs. Bye.
Hell yeah. Appreciate you, Bats. What wasn't charming about that, Hammy?
Yo, I'm here to represent the ungooned gooner.
I'm here to question beliefs. So if you're not here to do that, you're not here at all.
It must be quite a pitiful existence if that's what they do with their spare time.
Ah, yes. The natural habitat of the Ungunguna.
Oh no.
It's quite sad, really, when you think about it. All that potential wrapped up in that squishy brain, and that's what it comes out with. Wow.
Maybe when they find the live again, they'll be more mature. But where are those believers who are capable of questioning their beliefs? Or are the beliefs out there also unquestionable that you refuse to question or just can't question? Are you afraid to question? Is it fear?
And don't be afraid to ask you the question. Does Mother know you wear good drapes?
Do you know what happens almost every time I challenge believers with, are you afraid to question?
What happens?
GoPro joins the queue.
I knew it.
No.
I think we should get GoPro up because I really enjoy GoPro's company.
I think that we should actually not do that at all, ever.
I do want to get a new believer up here, but I appreciate GoPro, and if he stays in the queue and nobody requests for too long, we most likely will end up questioning a little bit of what he's believing. He's got a lot of questions to sit with, so we leave him with several each live. And I would wonder, if he's got the answer to who it was in my first memory from God yet. Predestiny will decide.
I want to discuss more on brain antennas because I'm trying to work out how to get that.
Oh, the brain antenna, yeah. Because
Yeah.
the telepathy with God.
Aye, absolutely. Because
Well,
my
he's-
question is, right, is it like phone numbers where every god has their own number, like their own antenna? So like how many brain antennas do polytheists have? Do you know what I mean? Like there's lots of ground there uncovered.
"24 hours in, I'm still missing teeth."
Well, God may not work that fast. Maybe he doesn't want it to hurt. So go slower. That seems antithetical, though. To hello, Jean-Baptiste. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Jean-Baptiste, did you mean to request up?
Baptist.
Fairly certain that's Jean-Baptiste. But appreciate you being here. I'll go ahead and set you down if you didn't mean to be here. But if you did mean to request up and you've got a belief in a god or gods or higher power or anything like that, then go ahead and request back up. If, of course, you can question that belief.
Import you one now, Thrayle.
But there is nobody. It is darkness after you are gone. Nothing.
Wow, Sally. So we're here to question people to see if they can question their beliefs. We're not here to be preached at by someone who's incapable of reading a prompt before requesting up. So if you can question your beliefs and you can speak respectfully on the panel, then you can unmute yourself and give me your age for TikTok terms of service. We'll give him a second.
The only person who's allowed to get Lewis Black loud and hears me.
Maybe. Maybe not.
I've just shite bagged you dinner. One of my people. So the unwritten rule is they have to.
They have to.
When you say shite bag, if you didn't, to a Scottish person, the rule is they have to.
If you didn't?
Well, yeah, if you didn't. But what do they have to do?
Come in and come up on the live.
Oh, I see.
No, we
Yeah.
Shit bag if you
say.
Yeah, shite bag if you didn't. It's double dog dare you.
Shite. Aye.
Shite.
Shite. Oh.
Oh, wait, you
Shite
you shut up. Just shut up, you. Over there bastardizing and that.
You don't want to get him all the way to didn't you? Didn't you?
Didn't ya?
Hey,
Didn't
Dinny.
Didn't
Dinner?
Didn't
Right, so
Denny's.
Eh.
Just didn't
No. What you said, shut up, is Denny.
If you didn't.
So sheep bags if you Denny's. Got it.
Fuck. Oh my god, no. Denny. A, as in A.
E. E.
I got it. Look, I've been saying the same thing you have. Denny's.
Like, no. Like, A, that's manky. No, you're bogging. No, wait. No. A.
Danny.
E.
It's Danny, Thrayle. Danny.
No,
No,
truthfully, I'd prefer Waffle House over Denny's.
Denny. No, different.
So shit bags at Denny's. Got it.
No, Hammy, no. Just no,
Didn't
Hammy.
Didn't
No, Thrayle, shut up. Yeah, I didn't know you don't.
I'm trying to get it right.
Denny.
Didn't
No.
Jennifer.
Denny. No. Denny.
Oh, Danny boy.
No, no that either. Don't ever say that again.
But the pipes are calling.
Not for you, they're not.
Denny.
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 It's not Danny, it's Denny.
Denny.
So din, as in, oh, that's a din. Do you know what I mean?
Din.
Aye, din.
Like a bear den?
What?
Like a bear den.
Denny.
No, like a din, like that's a din, so that's like a sound, like that's a hollow
Yeah.
sound.
Like a den.
Right.
I know what you mean.
Aye, din.
Like a den, like where bears sleep.
No, that's a
den.
den, you fucking nugget.
Den, not den.
That's a den.
That's a den, Hammy. Den. Din.
Aye,
Like
din.
tin.
And then
Like tin with a D.
and then A as in
Denny.
something disgusting. Like A, that's disgusting, man.
No,
Aye.
now I'm gonna lose my fucking shit because we said Denny and she said fucking no, and
No,
now she's
because
like
you're
it's
saying it
Denny.
wrong. It's not Denny. You're doing it wrong. It's Denny, not Denny.
Denny, just like the fucking restaurant, Thrayle.
No,
Denny's, but without the S. Denny.
No,
You're
that's
still doing it
Denny's, you fucking
Denny.
nugget. You getting frustrated for Cam doing it's not even your
what?
language, you bam.
I'm going to lose
What
my.
the fuck
I'm going
kind
to
of
lose my shit.
shenanigans are we doing up here tonight?
It's just the boys being boys, Cat. That's all it is. Thrayle's trying and Hammy's being a
Wait.
bam, and I'm going to bash their heads together.
What we are doing is questioning beliefs. That is what we're doing. So if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, that is what the fuck we're talking about.
Denny.
No.
Oh, sorry, we have been restricted. I think that might be my fault for harassment and bullying. Sorry.
How?
Because I called Hammy a effing bam.
What?
Fascinating. Sarcasm is a thing,
Sorry.
people.
Sorry.
You gotta call him a fucking bum in Minecraft.
You know what? No. We're gonna clear this all up for anybody who's out there who might be reporting it. I am a fucking bum. I will say that to myself.
Now you'll get a report. Let's just
You're not
not
bum,
do
you're
that.
a bam. But
Let's just not and keep going forward. While everybody taps that screen and shares the live.
Fake news.
That helps us go. And now we've got this person who doesn't belong in the live, so you don't need to be here.
see, that's what happens when Scots come in and have a laugh with their friends. We get a bit rambunctious, and the algorithm doesn't understand that we're not actually trying to unalive people. We're just having a laugh. It happens all the time. I do apologise.
This is what happens when you slow roast your ham over the warm glow of a gaslight.
Everlasting, isn't it your bedtime or something?
Yes, in fact it is.
Too bad you're staying up here.
We lost Kat. She just came up to what the fuck us and get us back on track.
Still losing my mind over this word, though.
Losing your mind over what?
Yeah, I came up here to scold you guys, to be the grown-up and scold you guys for your shenanigans, and the volcano just ate me, so shenan away, I guess.
Shenan away.
Yeah, see.
Also, yes, Everlasting, it is like, what, 6 in the morning for you? You're 84 years old. What are you doing?
I'm sun-upping.
Haley did not like you trying to get us on track, Kat.
That was okay. When Everlasting came in here and said that, like, somebody in Jaren's chat said that Everlasting was 84 years old, and Jaren read it out loud. That was so funny. Now Everlasting's just 84 years old.
Yeah, I'm leaning into it. I'm a senior citizen, damn it.
Kat, Haley just did not like you trying to be a grown-up.
Yeah, apparently I'm trying to, like, figure out how to be 30 years old and be a grown-up, and I'm apparently not supposed to be, so.
Well, I guess there's always next year.
Well, I'm
Are
not
you
30
willing to
yet,
question
so.
that belief?
But there's always next year? Sure.
No, that you're supposed to be a grown-up.
Oh, yeah, I would love to question that one. Actually, could you talk me out of that one? That'd be great. Thanks.
Joke's on you, I'm about to be 36 and I'm not growing up.
I don't know if that's something to brag about, Hammy.
Well, it's my birthday on Sunday and I'm 40, so fuck yous, bitches.
Oh, happy birthday.
Get fucked.
Oh, it's Morgan's birthday! Right now, right?
I think so.
Yeah, it's Morgan's birthday, everybody. Tell her happy birthday. Give her lots of love.
Wasn't Jimmy's birthday yesterday?
Probably. I remember him saying something about that.
It was also my 4-year-old's birthday yesterday, so he's 5 now.
Happy birthday to your 5-year-old now.
She doesn't care what you say.
That's fine. That's totally okay. I understand.
Typical.
Yeah, nobody cares what I say, really, so.
I just meant a 5-year-old.
No, that's
No.
her typically.
No, no, it's me. It's okay.
No, it's not you. She also doesn't care what I have to say either.
It's me too, though.
No, she specifically doesn't like Hammy, even though she's never met Hammy.
Well, I mean,
Scenes are the best.
do you blame her?
That's a given. No. Heretical, the thing is that it's baseline for everybody to just dislike me, even when they don't even know I exist.
I like you, Hammy.
I thought I liked you until 5 minutes ago.
Do you know you exist?
See, look, you just have to wait until you get to know me better, Heretical. Then you'll realize how much you don't like me.
I've known you longer than you think.
Ooh,
You're like
That's not
GoPro.
creepy at all.
You grow on people.
That is terrifying. And
Isn't
I
it
think
ironic?
I need to move locations.
Isn't it ironic that you have to get to know you better in order to know you worse?
Exactly.
Go ghost mode, Hammy. That's terrifying.
Thank you so
You guys are just shenaning all over the place.
Again and again and again.
Hey, if I was to speak witchy to you, I would be saying it's Mercury in retrograde. But then you would be like,
Oh, don't do that. This is not the appropriate place for that.
Hey, Farva, what's that restaurant you like with all the goofy shit on the wall?
Thrayle? Is that who you're talking to?
Who are you? Who?
I said
Thrayle?
Farva.
Thrall.
Thrayle.
Oh my goodness.
And the
Goodness, y'all do
Batcolyte.
not get the quote? Y'all do not get the quote? I'm disappointed in all of you.
No clue what you're talking about.
I'm happy with that.
It's from Super Troopers.
You don't ever catch my
This is-
SLC punk references, so fuck off.
The chief sits there and gets mad because everyone keeps saying shenanigans, and he goes, "If one of you says shenanigans one more time," and I forget what the punishment was, but then they get one of the guys that they like to make fun of, and they're like, "Hey Farva, what's that restaurant you like with all the goofy shit on the walls?" And he goes, "You mean shenanigans?"
Yeah, it just makes it worse.
You're not helping yourself.
You hear all the laughter that happened?
I hate
right there?
I hate all of you for not getting the reference, so I had to tell you the reference.
I live in Vermont.
Which made it not funny.
And I didn't get the reference
What does that have to do with anything?
because it's like a Vermont staple movie.
What, Super
like
Troopers?
it's set in Vermont. It's about Vermont state troopers.
Does Vermont suck?
if based on that movie, you would think so,
Okay.
and it probably does. But I like it here.
That's all that matters. Well, I mean, it's not all that matters, but it's all that matters for you.
Hey,
You know
Thrayle.
what matters for me is if somebody has a belief in a god or gods, higher power or something like that and can question it. That matters. What's that, Heretical?
I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that they can see really cool images that Michael V makes and I make in the Batcolyte Discord.
Hell yeah.
And you can get beat.
Go to the link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte bio to get there.
You can get beat in chess by me or Thrayle or Hazel. Hazel's really good. She won't say it, but she is. And what else do? We play Wordle, and we
Talk shit.
No, we don't do that. You
No, I
don't
do
have
that.
to question your beliefs to be there. You can just be there just because. So if the panel is scary, which after the display tonight, I don't understand how it could be. But if it is, and you still want to talk to us, that's where you find us.
If you want to find me after the panel, after the show is over, the best way you do that is not.
It's not.
You can find him at TBV a lot, actually.
Yeah, he goes to
Yeah,
chess
he can
but
verify
verify in the
a lot.
afternoon.
No, just don't go looking for me at all.
Hammy.
We're all gonna go looking for you.
But we do love Trust But Verify, so definitely go there regardless of if Hammy's there, you know?
Hell yeah.
Hammy, I have to answer your question, but if I answer your question, that doesn't help you question your beliefs, Hammy.
I already knew it.
Oof. Hey, why are you wrong?
Oh, Robot Cat. I love Robot Cat.
Hammy, why are you wrong? That's what Robot Cat said.
Oh, Robot Cat said, "Why am I wrong?" Oh,
yeah.
Well, it's because it's now technically Friday.
I mean, technically, it's been Friday for the last 12 hours.
What the fuck is with you, even, actually?
We're on the way into Friday. Where are you?
Mentally, I've been in bed for the past few hours.
Fair.
I think it's almost Saturday in some parts of the world. Nearly.
In Australia, it is Saturday.
That's what I was just thinking.
How does that
It's
work
after
into
midnight.
GoPro's belief?
Yeah, because they're. Wait, no. It's not Saturday yet. It's 10 p.m. Friday. It's almost Saturday. It's because they're 21 hours ahead of me, and so, yeah. So it's almost Saturday.
How does that fit into GoPro's belief, like the fact that other parts of the world are in different time frames consistently?
Okay, but the raw garlic is really what I'm like still very concerned about.
Should we bring up GoPro?
Hammy will have an aneurysm if we do that. Like he's
Exactly.
going to like fall victim to spontaneous human combustion. Remember when I said I was the other day? No, Hammy will if GoPro comes up. I mean, it's up to you though. Do you see this,
So
Hammy? Do you hear me working for you?
if we suddenly smell bacon frying, you know
Right.
what's
It's
happening.
because Hammy spontaneously combusted.
That's so worth it. So worth it.
You can't say I was against you now. And the gaslighting continues. That was a really clever and not at all coordinated, like that's not sarcastic, that really wasn't a team effort we did there earlier, Thrayle. That was good.
That was hilarious.
Thrayle's a good person to play jokes with, you guys, because he'll catch on and just play the joke harder. You know those motherfuckers that don't catch on and like ruin it? Fuck those people.
I'm that guy too sometimes.
How can you be both? You did a good job this time.
I've just done my tan. Just so that you know.
You sound very girly today with your hair extensions and your tan.
Yeah, well, do you know what? Why not?
That's okay.
There's sunshine outside, something that we don't get, so celebrating.
There's nothing wrong with that. I just like, you sound very girly, and that is cool.
Well, given that I spend half of my time like a bag of washing, you know what I mean? Why not? I fucking love
You know,
it.
I relish the chance to be girly because it doesn't happen very often for me. So I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, I get it, babe. I get it.
Sometimes I like to be a girl. Yeah.
It's needed. I get that.
Plus, I'm always hanging out with all these fucking old guys on TikTok, like making dad jokes and dumb shit.
I feel you on that, babe.
84-year-old everlasting over here.
Old.
Grandpa Thrayle.
What? Old means.
Get off my lawn.
You never put damn it on the end.
I called Regulus a dinosaur.
whippersnappers.
I called Regulus a dinosaur last night, and Thrayle was like, "What did you just say to him?" Look, I'm still not in my 30s, so I can say whatever I want.
It's today's with their
Said just like someone in their 20s.
Have you had the
iPod telephones.
Have you had the turning 30 crisis? Because my turning 30 crisis lasted for 5 years.
Oh, mine okay, so I turned 30 it's almost 2 months to the day. What day is it? Is it the 6th right now, or is it the...
Yeah.
Okay, so literally 2 months from tomorrow I'll be 30. And I have been having this crisis for the last 5 years also. So
Yeah, works.
There's that.
Yeah, you've got another 5 years of hell. Don't worry about it, him. You're fine, it's fine.
Everything's fine. I have literally been having the turning 30 crisis since I was 25 years old. Like, everything's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. When you turn 30, you'll totally crash, and then you'll come out it and you'll be like a super wizard. It's fine.
I hope so.
What is a super wizard?
Fucking me. You got an issue with that?
Not even a hesitation.
How do you define wizard?
Have you fucking met me? Like, bitch, I'm magical as fuck. I am not the believer you want to question today. I thought you would have picked that up from the restriction you had in your life because of me. That was your warning. You're failing, Thrayle. Read the room.
That was my warning.
Even TikTok's like, don't today, not today.
But I made this pretty background.
Oh. Here, I'm in there. I'm a super wizard in there, look. It's me with my wee cauldron potion bottle thing. Aw. You love me. Ah, thank you, Ketchup. Mandrake. I do have Mandrake down the stairs, Trip Trip. What I'm looking for is a full Mandrake route if you're in the business of supplying, because they're hard to get.
Oh, it's Torride time, you guys. Thanks, Thrayle. Thanks, Thrayle, Grandpa.
Hell yeah.
Mandrakes. I can hear my crows out in the back garden talking to my magpies.
I think I hear that too.
Yeah.
I saw somebody say something about no frogs. Nope, no frogs. I am on an adventure right now, and it is very high up, which means it is cold, and there are no frogs.
You're on an adventure in the mountains. The mountain.
Well, not in the mountains. It's on a mountain. And now I'm gonna go back down the mountain. I'll go up the mountain, down the mountain.
On like a skateboard?
No, in like a car.
No. I don't know why you wouldn't.
I'm gonna.
That damn volcano.
Is she okay?
I broke her. She might be getting a skateboard out of the back of her car. But then she'd have to climb back up the mountain to the car. That
I
makes
don't
sense.
fucking own a. Do you think that I can skateboard? Like, do you think that I'm capable of skateboarding? What kind of belief is that? That needs to be questioned.
I imagine you have a low center of gravity.
I have, like, I don't know what happened to my inner ear thing, like, or maybe I just, like, don't have, like, I don't know, but I'm the clumsiest person alive. I promise you that.
I get that. He's wrong. You're right. He's wrong in saying that you're on your skateboard because you're actually on your unicycle.
I now that I can't imagine.
That is some Puna hippie shit, a unicycle. You know how many motherfuckers be riding those around Puna? Oh my god.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Is there a dense clown population in Puna?
No, there's just a dense, like, stupid fucking hippie population.
Is there a lot of red noses where you are, Kat?
So I think it's the same thing.
I actually own a unicycle, but I cannot ride it.
That explains so much about you.
I would absolutely love to try to ride a unicycle. I've never owned one. I can't imagine it's really that difficult.
Yeah, I used to have like a good center of gravity and sense of balance, and at some point, yeah, the inner ear thing just like went completely haywire on me. And I'm not really clumsy, but I don't have the center of gravity to handle a unicycle, and I've tried because it kind of looks like fun, but I just can't do it. I can't even get it going.
I still roller skate. I still go blading. So I do. I love skating.
Cat just skated down the mountain again. Well, you know we'll still be here when your adventure is over, Cat. You can, of course, come back. And if anybody watching does have a belief in a god, or gods, or a higher power, or something like that. Sorry, I just read the AI, and it broke me. Debating if a skateboarder is magical or clumsy. Share your take.
That's so good.
But we're not debating if a skateboarder is magical or clumsy. We are seeing if you can question your beliefs in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that.
Do you think if we start asking enough questions, like of the existential nature about AI, we can break the AI?
We might have to address specifically what it's doing. But even then, I don't know if that would work. Like discussing the AI prompt about the live AI prompt. And we might be able to get it in some kind of recursive loop, but you'd have to.
Like, what is, if we start asking what sentience is, being aware of self, and being aware of everything external to the self, does AI fit that criteria?
Real quick, I do need to finish my adventure, but I don't understand why the skateboarder can't be clumsy and magical. Why can't
I mean,
why
if
why
they
can't she be
continue to
both?
be if a clumsy skateboarder continues to be a skateboarder, there might need to be some magic involved, right?
Right. So maybe
Otherwise, there
AI,
would be a.
if you're listening, she's both.
AI, if you're listening, you should question your belief that you can actually summarize what this life is about, because I have yet to see you do it completely accurately, except sometimes at the beginning when it says discussing questioning beliefs. It's close.
I asked my AI how to break the AI, and it gave me a very, very long list.
I'm not trying to say that my AI is wrong. It just agrees with me. It's like, you're right.
It doesn't agree with you, Hammy. Not even when we're debating about gaslighting.
You're right.
Well, I think that's enough shenanigans for me tonight. If you want to set me down gently, Thrayle.
I can certainly do that. Appreciate you, Everlasting.
Good night, friends.
Have a good night.
Everlasting.
I don't think we shenaned very much, but maybe there was at least a shenan and again.
I want to see a Shenan or again.
Ketchup said there was a brief moment when I first joined these streams where I thought Thrayle was or is an AI. What? I wonder what kind of Turing test I could perform on a live that would convince people it wasn't.
I had the same thought too.
Like how I could verify that I was human.
I also thought that you were using a voice modulator.
Oh.
Yeah, genuinely.
Why?
But then when I first met you, you shouted at me, so of course I was thinking all these mean things about you.
I shouted at you.
Yeah, you and Hammy and a few other people, yeah. The panel was full. I got laughed off the place. I still hold that against you, by the way.
As you should.
Holding stuff against me? What did I do?
Oh, you were mean. You mocked me. You didn't even laugh me off. You mocked me.
What did I mock?
And Thrayle what the fucked me.
I do what the fuck a lot of people.
When do I mock? When do I mock, though?
Last year. And then I was like, F yous. And then I came back 2 months later, and now look at yous. Yous are my friends. Check that out. And you don't even remember.
Because I hardly ever mock someone on this panel.
Well, you did. Who's ready for putting yous on a jar?
Are you sure? I don't think you remember that correctly.
Excuse me? That sounds like gaslighting.
No.
Hammy.
Happy birthday, Morgan.
Good morning, Morgan. Happy birthday.
Thank you guys. Good morning.
Grace says she's been planning her revenge. Oh. Crow's revenge is every time she gets to tell me to shut up and look pretty, and I don't kick her off the panel.
I don't know why you let me away with that shit.
Thank you guys so much.
Congratulations on making it another trip around the planet, around the sun.
Let's say a trip around the planet.
Yeah, I know. I said it. I said it, and then my brain immediately, like, if there was a person inside my brain that controls what I say and stuff, it was sipping coffee, and then it just spewed it out. It's like, that's not the right thing to say. And then corrected it.
Is that how it speaks? That's not the right thing to say.
Well, you see, there's a lot of different ones in there, and they all sound different. One of them sounds like that. Another one is just like Lewis Black in the corner yelling. And then there's one that's like the old cartoons of the like old dude with the mustache who's like, you know, there's that guy who's in there somewhere.
That's no reason to fall out of the basket. That's so bad.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There is one guy in there who's just doing bad accents all the time.
We lost a heretical.
Oh no.
Is one of the voices in your head a Thrayle?
Oh god, I hope not.
No, but there is one
Wasn't
that
before,
is
it is now.
his voice isn't low like deep like yours, but he just like, you know how I speak whenever I just wake up, Thrayle? Like whenever I've been like on the live and I just woke up or in the Discord. He sounds like that just all the time.
Have you been to see a doctor or considered that maybe you might be a medium? All these voices just floating about in your head.
In that order.
Yeah.
It still says debating if a skateboarder is magical or clumsy. It still says that.
Is that annoying you?
Because we're not debating and we haven't mentioned a skateboarder in like 20 minutes.
Well, the last time it gets stuck on the bacon, discussing the god, bacon discussing the bacon pantheon for 3 days, and then you were talking about the benefits of pomegranate magic for 2 days.
There was that one. I ended the live the other day and I screenshotted it. It popped up and said, discussing locations and, or no, it was discussing the history of Scandinavia. Tell the host about your favorite city. What? I was reading a poem.
That's brilliant.
We hadn't said anything about Scandinavia during that entire live. Yeah, so I don't know where I got that from.
Scandinavian city would have to be, I don't know, because I don't know any Scandinavian cities.
Right, well, how's about this? I help you. If you're a Christian that would like the opportunity to try and convert a fully pledged witch into your way of thinking, or at least to tell her how she's going to hell, please come up into the box.
Would it be in a handbasket?
Hopefully. It's the only way to travel.
I don't think that's quite what we're looking for. Someone to tell you you're going to hell, or...
I'm open. It's been a while.
Regardless if it's in a handbasket or
I feel like I need reminding.
I don't know if I got called Satan today. It does feel a little off.
Empty, hollow, missing.
Am I not questioning right if I don't get called Satan?
I had a couple of people come at me in the comments, and that was, well, I mean, it was strange, but I don't know.
Maybe they're just... I can't say that. I'm not allowed to say that. Don't say that. That's bad.
Thank you, Morgan. I am a neglectful host, and I don't always notice when that happens. So, thank you guys so much for helping with the gift goal. Appreciate all of you. Heretical Apothecary, Brain Food, Shell, Deftone Dude, Everlasting Godstopper, Claire, Donna B. Yellow, Brad, and Bats. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate all of you. The music might be putting us to sleep. We might need something a little bit with a little bit of pick-me-up, I think, is what I was trying to say.
Can you play the heavy metal one? Please play the
heavy metal one. Oh,
yeah, the one that sounds like pirates.
I think I know which one you're talking about. Ooh, that hasn't happened in a while. The app crashed. I tried to load the song that you asked for. As long as it didn't lose the list.
Step right in. Through the sound and the static. One skull, one mic. One question that rattles the attic. Thrayle's lantern. Bones bright as a star. If you're sure of your answers, you're already too far. Dry wind, dead road, tents made of tattered belief, mirage of a miracle, promising relief. Skeleton showman, grins from the dune, call in with your heaven, your haunting tune. Under the wings of war, we're calling out the sky. Is it God? Is it dust? Is it comfort? Is it trust? Every story, every sigh. Hold it up, let it fly. We question the question. Try under the wings of war. Carnival candles flicker in the phone line. Wings of war. Phone line hum. Tell me what you worship. Tell me why. For a fools, what you worship. Fear of the ending. Or a friend in the storm. Is it something that saved you? Or just a ritual? And Is it God? Is it dust? Is it comfort? Is it trust? Every score, every sigh. Hold it up, let it fly. We question the questioned. Try under the wings of war. If your truth starts shaking, let it shake, let it breathe. Hiding beneath, under the wings of war. We're calling out the sky, not to conquer, not to fight, just to look, just to light every doubt, every cry. Bat bright in the night, we question the answer. Try under the wings of war.
Is that the one you were talking about, Chris?
Yeah, so cool. I love it.
That was
That's
so badass.
That is how I've been starting the live the last few days. I really, really like that one.
It just sounds like pirates.
It's kind of
says-
gothic carnival pirates.
It says calling out the sky. What the sky do?
This kind
Didn't it do?
Fair. Especially for you, because there's several times where it's really raining hard over where you're at.
It has sounded and kind of felt like the entire studio was going to get blown away tonight. It was just a violent windstorm.
So that's why we're calling out the sky.
I mean, for whatever reason you want to call out the sky.
That's what the song said. We're calling out the sky.
Fairly
If you
certain
just
it's
appease the gods. Sorry, but if you just appease the gods, Thrayle, then maybe you wouldn't have so many issues with the weather.
That's true. Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
It's a metaphor, Hemi.
Metaphor for what?
Metaphor.
No. It's a metaphor for what?
Scuba snake, shut up. Sorry. That's one of my people, and she's like, God loves you. Shut up.
You don't see the metaphor, Hemi. How the sky represents the projected God-being people assume is there, or the answers that they try to insert in the gaps where they don't really know.
People put the sky in that place?
No. Hemi, if you asked an ancient Muslim where God is, what do you think they might say?
Don't they have this whole entire bit about, like, he's in one of the seven heavens or something like that?
they might point up.
I want you to know, Thrayle, I just got you to answer questions.
I don't think you did.
If you have
Nene says that there's one heaven and it's on earth. That's fascinating.
if you
Is
have
it
a
like
god,
a pizza shop?
jeez, man. If you have a belief in a god or a goddess, please come up because it'll save me from listening to these two arguing over absolutely nothing. Please and thank you.
I was just asking if heaven is a place on earth. Is it like a pizza shop or is it like a?
Maybe.
Is it a pond? Is it like a mall? Is it like it? Is it like a mall? Is it a theme park? Maybe it's a theme park. I've seen some pretty big box stores. None that were like, half the size of the moon or anything. But maybe that's heaven. I don't know. There's a book that describes it as like, a big cube. It's like a weird sci-fi kind of book. It's got a strange name. It's like Bibili, I think. Bibile. I see a Tavium down there in the comments. Hello, Tav. Hope you're doing well. And welcome in to everybody else who's just joining us. If you do have a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or really anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request up. We're not here for debating or arguing. We're not looking to tear you down and burgle your god, although there is always room in the shed for one more. I just want to know if you can question whatever it is that you believe in. And if you can, then what is it that you believe in? And why do you believe it?
Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a God, a higher power, or anything like that? Request on up.
Well, hello, Queer Sunflower. Did you mean to join us? Gonna guess by the prolonged silence that you didn't. Appreciate you. I'll set you back down. We livened the mood. We did great. And then nobody requested out.
I mean, we fell right back into sleepy time music, so.
It doesn't help. I thought this one was a little more lively. I keep meaning to make another playlist that tends more towards just the livelier music. Just so I can start to sneak it in and not put us to sleep in the morning.
Say now is definitely around that time where the transition needs to happen.
No, we're still in a sleepy side. Oh, I know it isn't sleep. Yeah, that's not sleepy. This is the one backing track that I didn't make. This is Michael V's, of course.
Why does it always sound like an opium den?
I really like it.
think I broke Thrayle.
Jimmy, I will go check out the interview. Yeah, I have worked it. I like this one so much. I've worked it into the backing track rotation, so it's not standalone, but I do have to turn it down just a hair when it comes up, so it doesn't distract from the conversation. Grace Moore says that her cats are dancing provocatively at the window. Yeah, Ketchup. I've read the Gen Z Bible. I've read passages from it, and it's a headache. No. Oh, I'm a boomer because I didn't enjoy the Gen Z Bible. I don't know. If you read it, you might understand. But hey, I think we might have a request. And hopefully they're a believer with a belief in a God. And something like it, they can question it. Or maybe they're a non-believer and they can at least question that. Amori says, what's the difference between Gen X and Z? Why? It feels so early to want to end it. I don't quite have a poem ready. I mean, I could make one ready.
On my birthday, Thrayle?
I know, it's way too early.
On her birthday?
It's been over an hour since we had a believer to question. GoPro's in the queue.
Oh God, please no. I love you, GoPro. Please no, please.
Sage, it seems there are no believers left, or the believers that are here believe they've been questioned enough, or they maybe don't believe. Sage are here, or maybe they're just asleep. That does happen. Don't believe they can be. This happen. The AI summary just asleep. The AI summary says distance. That's not what we did. I made a joke. One joke, I think I said Gen X once. And it was from Amori's question.
You always talk about the Gen X and Gen Z Bibles. You bring them up constantly, all the time.
Ketchup says we fixed it, Thrayle. No more skateboards. There's that. Yeah, Jimmy. Some of it may not be here long or do what it does for much longer. I don't know.
This is the one thing I dislike about my birthday, is everybody calls me. And that freaks me out, because if you're calling me, clearly that means something is wrong.
This is why I just make sure no one has my number.
I so wish that could be the case.
This is why whenever you get on the phone and they're like, "Happy birthday," you're just like, this could have been a text.
There's one phone call I look forward to, and it's my grandparents, and they call me every year at midnight to sing me like a family birthday song, and it's very sweet, and it was very nice. But if you have a belief in a god, God's higher power, or anything else like that, and you can question that beliefs, and you love me because it's my birthday, you request up and question your beliefs, and be super kind and respectful about it, and I'll have a great morning. Thanks!
Ooh, Bratch is in queue. You want to question Bratch a little? I will. Hello, Brad. Did you mean to request up, or were you just tapping?
Oh no, yeah, I thought of something maybe worth questioning.
Okay.
Scripture, holy texts, all just articulated shadow work.
Interesting.
Interesting. Okay.
Do you have some questions, Morgan?
I don't know if I have questions yet.
When you say intricated shadow work, I'm sorry, did you say articulated? What did you mean?
Yeah, articulated. Yeah, just people with a lot of words. Maybe spirit, maybe yogis. I don't know.
And by shadow work, what do you mean by that?
Oh, I guess a self-examination of existence and, I don't know, influence on the way we walk through the world.
How are you gonna come up here and just say that and expect me to question it? What the fuck? I love you so much, Brad.
Love, Morgan. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess the question exists in whether or not it was divinely guided, the writings, or if it's just ego. I don't know.
Oh, okay. What do you think? How do you think you'd be able to tell the difference between it being divinely inspired or driven by ego?
I mean, I think ego comes through either way. Just coming out of people, there's gonna be that, but I think if the intent is to reverse entropy, to help others, selfless loving acts, it invites sort of spirit.
Is that the case for all holy writings?
Oh, I've barely read any. I like Songs of Solomon. Revelations is fun when, I don't know, but I guess the red letters.
Does that apply to religious texts outside of the Abrahamic faith?
Well, I've read a lot of the Krishna, at least the Temple Songbook, and it does seem to be influenced by, nature and nurture. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I've kind of lost my train of thought, but
That's okay. It's a tough one to hold on to. I appreciate it.
alrighty. Thank you guys. Maybe I'll just step down.
Appreciate you as always, Brad. Always wonderful. Always giving us something to think about.
Great. That was so good. That made me so happy.
Just reading the comment.
Yeah.
Oh. It's ridiculous. Hmm.
There are like so many more hobbies to have. So many.
Right. If you're concerned about the abilities of the mods in this room are leading you to make comments like that, then your concerns clearly aren't for the community or the live, because you could have done that any other way. So why would we care what your concern is then? If you can't articulate it in a respectful manner, or in a, I don't know, more direct way, instead of just insulting people because you don't like them while you hide behind a fake account, you're not hiding very well.
Look at me. I'm a sage of who?
Sorry,
Nothing.
so
You
shitty,
missed
guys.
somebody being ridiculous in the comments.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody. But if you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I'm here to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Definitely wasn't you, Ketchup.
Oh, guys, it was me. I'm just so shitty.
So edgy. So different. But also wild behavior in a room full of pattern recognition people.
Mika. I'm pretty sure might be ketchup is actually mustard.
Which is weird because they're usually mayo in my dreams.
Usually mayo. Might be ketchup. Probably mustard. Could be salsa.
What is happening?
It's like 5 other account names for you there.
Perhaps queso.
Perhaps queso. I'm here for it.
Perhaps.
Ooh. I like that line.
Possibly
Vinny.
relish.
Possibly relish. Potentially chutney.
Didn't we already have a possibly? So wouldn't it be like mayhaps relish?
Okay, ketchup.
No.
We appreciate you, though. Boundary drawn, recognized. And if anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate you. We're not here to argue with you. We really are just here to see if you can question your beliefs at all. And if you can question, then, well, what is it you believe, and why do you believe it? And what does questioning mean to you? If you can do it, what does that mean? How do you do it? Do you avoid it, or do you lean into it? Oh, agreed, cat.
That's about it.
Well, you guys are amazing. Appreciate you so much. I see a deaf tone dude and a shell in there. Thank you so much for helping with that goal. Let's see. We've spoken to this guest before. More than once. Oh, and he's not there anymore. Well, maybe they'll be back. Ed says I can't be innocent now that I've been indoctrinated by the Gen Z Bible. We're back here again.
What is the Gen Z Bible, and why do they have to be so precious that they require their own Bible?
It's not that they require it. It's a way for people to convert younger people, and they do it with other generations for novelty's sake. But they rewrite the Bible in the slang of that generation.
So then, would Jesus be called bro?
That would.
Yes.
Is that in the Gen Z Bible?
I'm pretty sure it is.
Chads.
Chads, bruh.
Sigma.
Yeah, all of that.
Oh, you're shitting me. That's not in their
I'm
Bible,
not.
is it?
I wish I was.
See, listen, Yahweh is the Chad Sigmas of Sigmas.
Yahweh
These
is
guys are
Alpha
actually taking the
Chad.
piss out of me now.
Sigma.
All the time. I'm just constantly talking about it. Never shut up.
So, what do they do when that generation grows out of that Bible?
They'll release. Well, it'll be novelty, right? That generation will be like, "Oh, that's our slang." And then there's a Gen X Bible too.
Mm-hmm.
Fairly certain there's a millennial one.
Oh God, that's going to be
Right? That fairly certain there's a millennial.
Embarrassing as fuck.
Oh, no, dude. No, I can't. I'm going to need to read it. If there's ever a Bible, I'm going to. Oh God, no, dude. No, through my own eyes.
I'm pretty sure the Millennial Bible is going to have references to Friends somewhere in there.
Yeah, if it doesn't say you've been tangled, I'm not interested.
Okay, so this is the first chapter of the first verse of the Gen Z Bible. I'll read the millennial one in a second. In the very start, God made the sky and the earth. So basically, at first, the earth was a hot mess and didn't have any structure or anything, just emptiness and darkness all around. But then the Spirit of God started doing its thing, cruising over the oceans. Then God was like, yo, let there be light. And boom, there was light. And God was like, yo, this light is lit. So God separated the light from the darkness. Like, he made sure they don't mix, you know? So, like, God named the light as day and the darkness as night. And, you know, the whole cycle of evening and morning, it marked the first day. It's like, just to clarify, the evening came, and then the morning came, and that's how the first day went down.
No, mate. No. 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 That has to... No. Get fucked.
That is a published work. That is a
Crows.
published work.
Crows, I need you to listen to the Bible of our holiest of Rizzlers, okay?
No, absolutely not. Never. That's fucking genius. That is what that... Maybe if I approached witchcraft in the same kind of way, do you know what I mean? Like, that is fucking genius.
You could. It's a great idea.
Oh, man. That is brilliant.
I couldn't. Yo, this light is lit.
I mean, is it wrong though?
That's so genius.
That light was indeed lit.
Oh, man. That was fantastic.
I can't find a millennial Bible in the same way. Yeah. I mean,
How
I
did you
could.
even find that stuff?
People just do things and it ends up in search results.
Yeah.
I've got the special number. I just noticed.
Hell yeah.
The light was lit.
Okay, so there's a passage this audience should be very familiar with. I read it. I haven't read it in almost a week, but I read it all the time. And it's Genesis 2:5, the one demonstrating the plants coming after the man. I'm going to read that from the Gen Z Bible. I'm curious.
Yes, you have to.
And before all the plants and herbs of the field could grow, before they even existed, God had not made it rain in the earth, had not made it rain on the earth, and there weren't any humans to take care of the land. The mist rose from the earth and watered this entire surface of the ground, and God created the first person by shaping them in the dirt and breathing life in their nose. That's how they became a living being. It doesn't actually change very much there at all. And it does change one thing, and it takes away the because.
How the Gen Z Bible deals with the slavery issue.
Which one?
Try going with Exodus 22.
Okay, Exodus 22. Which verse?
I don't remember where it starts exactly. Try verse 1. I think verse 1 starts off with the entire about the where you can basically trick your fellow Hebrew to becoming a slave.
Exodus 22.
I think it's Exodus 22 verse 1. I think it's where it starts.
It would be super nice if for my birthday we could tap up over 100K. If you could keep tapping the screen. Yeah, that's right. Share it out to your friends, your family, your lovers, your ex-lovers, your enemies, your neighbor.
Cancel my ex-lovers, hit the unalive button, hen.
I can't say anything on that. That's that's above my pay grade.
Just kidding on. It's a joke, dark, but it's a joke.
Yeah, you're thinking Exodus 21.
Oh, okay, I got my so my bad.
You're off by a chapter. How dare you?
Committed a cardinal sin to God.
So, like, these are the rules you gotta lay out for them, okay? If you decide to hire a Hebrew homie, they'll work for you for 6 years straight, but on the 7th year, they dip without paying you a dime. If he rolled solo, he gotta bounce solo. But if he had a wifey, she gotta roll with him. Solo, Hebrew term for with his body. If his boss gave him a partner and they have kids together, the partner and their children belong to the boss, and he can leave on his own. And if the servant is like, yo, I'm all about my master, my wife, and my kids, I ain't bouncing out of here. So the boss will take him to the judges, like at the door, by the doorpost, and the boss will pierce his ear with a tool, yo, and he gonna serve him forever.
Wow. Wow. What a way. Oh, wow. Wow. There is so much wrong with that. It's unbelievable.
Notice how it didn't once say slave either.
It's interesting they avoided using the word slave there. Hebrew
What's interesting is how they made it look like a good thing.
Yeah, if you decide to hire a Hebrew homie, they'll work for you for 6 years straight. Let me go back and the old RSV here, and it says, now these are the ordinances which you'll set before them. When you buy a Hebrew slave, he shall serve 6 years, and in the 7th he shall go free for nothing. If you decide to hire a Hebrew homie, they'll work for you for 6 years straight. This is very deceptive. It's not a very good translation, then, is it? Higher.
Yeah, which is worse, this or the Action Bible for Children?
The Action Bible is pretty bad. I was looking through it, and it distorts a lot of verses to make them fit in comic book panels.
What's that? I've never heard of that.
It's a comic book.
Oh, Jesus.
It's exactly what you're thinking. Like, it's a comic book version of the Bible.
Basically, somebody said, how can we appeal to children? Well, children love to read comics, so let's turn the Bible into a comic book. And in order to do so, they had to take out a lot, and they messed things around a lot for it.
Of course they did. Why wouldn't they? They do everything like that.
Around the same reasons why in children's Sunday school you're not going to hear about the slave parts of the Bible or any of the atrocities that happened in there. They're going to teach you all about the loving of Christ and how God was so loving and what happened with Moses. And of course, they switched that and twisted to make it seem like a good thing too. And there's a lot of other things that happen that they twist to give it a good light to it.
He's got the whole world in his hands.
Got the whole wide world in his hands.
That was one of the best bops in Catholic school. That was one of my favourite songs. Oh man, I was so close to being
He's got the
indoctrinated.
mamas and the papas in his hands.
I mean, if you're going to get me, you're going to get me through music, right? Extensions are done, ladies and gentlemen. My hair now touches my bum. Not that you just needed to know that. Oh, no, you do.
I think we did. We did need to know that. While we wait, I found one more passage I just was curious about. Deuteronomy 22:28. You know that one, right, Hammy?
I don't remember it, but I know enough that whenever you said it, I said, ooh.
Yeah, it's not going to be good. That's the one in the old KJV is, with a man...
Oh, yes. Now I know. Mm-hmm.
A virgin who is not betrothed, and he lay hold on her in the KJV, I think is what it said. If a dude finds a girl who's a total virgin and not engaged, and they hook up and someone catches them, so like, if a guy hooks up with this girl, he's got to pay her dad 50 silver coins, and then they got to get married, you feel? Because he, deflowered her or whatever. So he can't just dump her later on. Got to stick it out forever, man.
Oh, that's so horrific.
Yeah, that is not what that verse says.
Jesus. Jesus was a bad man.
It's like that verse makes it seem like both parties are consensual. But then again, the Bible doesn't really say much about women's consent because, women, that's not important, apparently.
What a time to enter indeed, Noctis. Good afternoon. Hope you're doing well. We are absent a believer, nobody requesting up at the moment, but if you do have a belief in a god or God's higher power or something like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then make sure you go ahead and request on up. I am going to have to step away for just a moment.
How very dare. Whatever shall we do? Quick, crows. Now's our chance.
Starting up the cauldron, hen. Don't worry, I'm on it. Well fired.
Joke's on you, I like hot tubs.
What you working on over there, crows?
Just finished my extensions, babe.
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm. Trying to pretend I'm not 40 in 2 days.
You too, huh?
Yeah, on it. Tan done, nails done, lashes done, extensions done. I'm 20.
Hell
What are you talking about 40?
My partner comes to me last night. It's like 2 o'clock in the morning. He goes, "Happy birthday." You're like, what? 26? 27? I was like, don't fucking do that shit. Don't do that to me.
Mm-hmm. Right, anyway, folks, I need to bounce. Love yous. Bye.
Noodles, noodles. Pisces are legion, apparently, Jimmy. Because I know, what was it? Fenderson's was last week. Yours was 2 days ago. Mine's today. Crow's is in 2 days. Now I'm beginning to believe that Thrayle just collects Pisces and not gremlins. Girl Gnarly was Tuesday? Dang, they're like, it's just this week.
I'm not a Pisces, though.
That's okay. It's just space racism anyways.
Space racism is crazy work.
I love my zodiac, and I love my historical application of how we tracked the stars and how they were in relation to us. But it's real easy to go fall right down that pipeline into other really scary space racism things.
To the fluffy bunny work?
Oh yeah, for sure. Definitely.
Jimmy says we can tell Hammy. Okay, Jimmy, you're such a smart guy. Go ahead. Tell me, what am I, Jimmy? What am I? Tell Hammy, Jimmy, what am I?
Gemini or Aquarius? You think Capricorn? Interesting.
These are all interesting picks y'all have. Explain. Well, since Morgan went first, Morgan, you explain yourself, and then Jimmy, you explain yourself.
So you have a way with words, but you also have a way with words that can be entertaining. And so that immediately makes me think of air signs. But I don't believe you would fall into the, oh my god, what is this? Gemini, Aquarius, and... oh, fuck. Right there, Libra, that's it. So now that I say that, I'm questioning my decision. Because now I'm wondering if you're a Libra.
What if he's an Aries?
Entirely possible.
Could he be a Scorpio?
Probably.
What about a Leo?
Well, it takes one to know one.
Fascinating.
Fascinating how I can be everything.
It is fascinating.
Sure is.
Could he be a Sagittarius?
He could be quite literally anything. I will be completely honest. I have not had enough interaction with Hammy to make an accurate read.
Could his Gatorade be in the microwave?
The Gatorade is currently in the microwave, so yeah.
Gatorade is at the store because I drink Monster.
You should work on hydrating better. You need electrolytes. That's what plants need.
It's on you. I don't know what hydrate means.
Oh, so now what? Are we questioning me? Thrayle, I'm so sad you missed it. Yesterday I basically had my own question the questioner on Fenrison's live.
Oh, that's awesome.
It was so funny.
According to Ed Tornquist's husband, Leo, for me. I know Ed's husband knows me.
Very well. You and Ed's husband go way back, right?
All the way back to kindergarten.
Of course, childhood friends.
Womb
Childhood
to
friends.
I'm fairly certain Ed's husband is like 20 to 30 years older than you. Whose childhood was it?
You don't know my life. You don't know my life, Thrayle. The funniest thing is because if y'all don't know what parts of Texas me and Thrayle live in, for all you know, me and Thrayle could literally be neighbors.
I mean, it's Texas. We're all really neighbors, aren't we? And not.
I'm gonna throw up.
I mean, by Texas standards, we all are.
Jimmy says Texas is the size of the moon. I don't know if that's accurate.
Is that real? I feel like that's not real.
That is not real. The moon is, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, the moon is about the size of the United States.
That's what I thought. I'm gonna say, it seems a little too small for the moon.
It sounds true, but isn't. Maybe Texas is almost as big as the Borg cube at the end of the Bible.
Well, they actually have measurements for it. Does that actually comport?
It's half the size of the moon.
Hell yeah. That's fantastic. Still bigger than Texas, though. Trip, do you think because he's tall, he has like a skewed like perspective of it, and therefore can never like relay what it actually is to people at like a lower height? Is that it?
I have a friend in Australia who loves to make fun of me because he knows that the phrase for Texas is everything's bigger in Texas. And he would like to constantly show me a picture of the fact that Texas can fit in the outback of Australia.
I don't know if that's true. Is that true?
According to the, like, I think it's due to, like, how the distance of Texas and all that, the outback of Australia is, like, at least 2 to 3 times bigger than Texas by square mile.
I know that's a very relevant reference for you, Ed, but it's a bit niche. I don't know what that tells us. Yeah, bats. That is something that happens in Texas. I got stabbed in Texas. But usually people get, shot or something. They're fine, usually. So I think you had an anomalous encounter, is what I mean.
The night that I proposed to my second ex-wife, we went to a like hole-in-the-wall bar, and some dudes started a fight, and one of them got stabbed. Maybe I should have taken that as a sign since we became exes.
What do you mean by sign? What does that mean?
Yo no hablo inglés.
Está bien, yo puedo hablar en español.
won't speak Spanish.
Hammy, have you seen the videos, the No Piki Penny videos on TikTok?
Seen them.
Have or have not? Sorry.
Oh, no, I've seen them.
Okay.
The AI summary says, debating if Texas is bigger than the moon. Share your thoughts on the state.
Please
That's
don't.
not what we're doing. We are not debating if Texas is bigger than the moon. Nobody here thinks that Texas
Not even a debate.
is bigger than the moon. If, oh my.
I don't know, Thrayle. I think Texas might be bigger than the moon.
Something's wrong with this AI. It's really, really got problems. It picks out like just one moment in time, and it's like, let's analyze this moment to its fullest and make it much more elaborate than it is, and now say the entire life is about this 10 minutes later.
"10 minutes is still going to be that same thing because you just brought it up. We just brought it all up."
Mika says, and this is why you can't trust AI.
At one point, the AI is gonna say something about Biki Bani.
No, it's not. Nope. It's gonna say, discussing questioning beliefs, or questioning beliefs. If you can question your beliefs, request up. It may not say all that, but that's what it's going to pick up now. The next time it comes around, it's going to hear me saying that. And it's going to let us all know, and everybody watching know, that this live is about questioning beliefs, not whatever I'm not going to allude to now, because then it'll pick that up too, won't it? Huh. Maybe the AI needs to question its beliefs, that this life is anything other than questioning beliefs.
It's finally home.
Well, congratulations, Hammy. Do you know that it has been 2 hours since we had a believer up here to question?
That's
ridiculous.
It has been. You know what's more amazing than that? That there's 100 people in this room that are like really amazing and incredible people who would stick it out and wait for a believer and hang out with us spending this time here. You guys are really incredible, and I appreciate all of you. And all of you who's tapped the screen up to 90,000. That's really amazing.
We even appreciate the ones of you, probably a good portion of you, who are listening as you are sleeping right now. Y'all are still awesome.
Hell yeah. We do love the sleepers.
Mika wants to know, can we get a poll to find out who all is asleep?
Well, I don't know how to make a poll mandatory so that all of the awake people vote. Is that what it is?
Are you
The
asleep?
sleepers.
It's the one question you cannot answer truthfully.
Hmm. Are you sure?
Well, it's one of the questions you can't answer truthfully. Now, apparently, no, everyone, we didn't say woke. We said, are you asleep?
I think several members of the audience are either asleep or on their way to it. I'm not that far behind them, but I was really hoping we'd get someone up here to question. Oh, you know what? I take that back. We did have one person to question in the last 2 hours, and that was Brad. W's for Brad.
Big W's.
I know that feeling, Michael V. Sleep is the thing that happens between cups of coffee. Are you a what? Oh. Okay. That's unfortunate, Jimmy. I have a feeling I am going to sleep very well today. And I will probably be live quite a bit this weekend. Maybe early, maybe late. Robert McIntyre wants to know if anyone's remembered their superpowers yet. What superpowers? I guess that means I've forgotten them. Razor Dream says, I believe in spirituality because I have experienced astral projection 7 times. What is astral projection, Razor Dream? We could do that, Bats. We could probably do a combination. I don't think I've actually done a question the questioner in a few days. Getting out of your body. What gets out of your body? does that mean? Getting out of your body?
What is getting out of your body?
AI Summary. A community discussion on questioning beliefs from spirituality to AI.
Finally.
We got the AI to question itself just a little bit. I think we could do more. Perfect toast. I don't know what a spirit body is there, Razor Dream. You're welcome to request up. Of course, so is anybody else with a belief in God or God's higher power or anything like that. Astral projection is the spirit body coming out of the physical body. What is a spirit body, though? What even is that?
What is a spirit?
Look it up if you don't know. Oh, I see, Razor Dream. So you're not here to actually question your beliefs. You just want to pronounce them in chat without question.
That's still proselytizing, friend.
That's what Christian preachers do on street corners. Maybe not preachers, but is that what you're doing? Is this your street corner, Razor Dream? Are you here to spread the good word of astral projection, how it saves you from, oh, you speak from experience. We're not here to debate either. We're here to see if you can question your beliefs. You're presenting a belief in the chat without question, and that seems rather, well,
Immature men debate.
Hammy couldn't help it. He saw bait. He had to nibble on it.
I just thought it was funny.
It's funny because they use that to try to bait someone into debating them. Well, they don't debate.
Yeah. They use debate to fish.
To fish. They don't debate, they defish. Razor Dream, the real question should be, why can't you question your beliefs? Why do you just want to declare them unquestioned? And again, in a room where the topic of the live is, can you question your beliefs? It seems like you're rather evasive to questioning. Since you declared there was something called a spiritual body or spirit body, and when asked, it's just, oh, go look it up if you don't know. That doesn't tell us what you believe. It tells us what we find on Google or AI. None of that tells us what you believe and how you question it. Does anybody watching have a belief that is something they can question? It's quite simple. We're not here to debate you or tear you down. We just want to know if you can question, and if you can, well then what is it that you believe and why? Hello, melanated king. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
30. Can you hear me good?
Yes. Do you have a belief in a god or gods? A higher power or anything like that?
I identify with the Trinitarians.
With the Trinitarians. Are you Catholic?
I'm Trinitarian. Why would that make me Catholic exactly? Actually,
I'm not saying it would. I'm just curious if that is the Trinitarian denomination you belong to.
No, I would actually be like a part of the Protestant sect.
Okay.
Because I don't believe in all of the philosophies that Catholics believe.
All the philosophies.
Like purgatory, the need of a mediator between
Fair
God
enough. So
and,
you said you don't
and-
believe in
yeah,
Catholicism
like,
and that you're Protestant. It was a simple yes or no. I wasn't trying to paint you into a corner.
I actually.
So,
well, I understand that. I heard
so
you.
I have more
I heard your
questions
position.
for you. You can stop responding for a moment so you can hear it.
Okay.
Yeah. So, have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yes.
Do you believe the stories from the Bible to be true and literal?
Yes.
So the 6-day creation, Adam and Eve in the garden, all that's true?
Yes, 100%.
Why do you believe those stories to be true?
Outside of the Bible, there's a man named Jesus, and he was crucified for the same beliefs that are in the Bible. And
I'm sorry.
I believe.
Stop for a moment. You said outside of the Bible. It's actually there's a lot of background noise there too. Is there any way you can get to a quieter place?
Oh man, you know what, man? I am in a quiet place. I'm not sure why there's so much background noise.
Okay,
I'm in a quiet place.
It's like you're in a bathroom on the opposite end of the room from the phone. So there's like an echo and distance.
Okay, one second.
Is there any way you can get closer to the phone?
I'm actually using my ear.
Okay, it's getting farther then.
Does this help?
I don't know that it does. We're just hearing more and more background noise. Are you putting your phone in an oven? Is that what that sound is? Okay. We'll try this when you can get somewhere quieter, I guess. Because that's just too much background noise. I know. I'm a terrible host. I finally get a guest after 2 hours. And I just can't stand the background noise.
It's more reflection on the guests, I think, because you're saving everybody's ears at the moment. I was plugging mine for a second.
Yeah. Also, I don't think they're actually here to question their beliefs in any way. But we'll see.
I had noticed the like goal finally reached 100.
Hell yeah.
I love it when it gets up
Appreciate
there.
everybody.
It shows everybody's interacting and trying to help us get believers. I really appreciate the commenters.
Well, they are the best audience on TikTok, so.
Hell yeah.
Morgan didn't even get a birthday question in on that believer. Sorry about it, Morgan.
It's okay, I guess.
Would we have heard the answer or understood it through all the clanking and
Doesn't mean I can't be sad about it.
Well, if you're in the comments and you want to cheer Morgan up on their birthday, please request up and be ready to question your beliefs. There's 3 boxes down below and a pink and blue person that can help you request up if you so choose. We're not here to dismantle your beliefs, make fun of you, debate them, or anything like that. We're here to more or less investigate your beliefs, learn about them, understand them, and see what it is you believe, and maybe all of us could learn why it is you believe what you believe.
I mean, at this point, I'll just take questions on my own beliefs.
Maybe we should have started that already. Question Morgan for her birthday.
That would be such a nice gift. Oh my god.
Would it? Are you feeling articulate?
More articulate than normal, yeah.
Okay.
Definitely more articulate and clear than the previous guest.
Which they are. So, Morgan, do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I cannot make a claim either way because I have I don't have enough evidence in either direction. However, the existence of a god does not affect my practice.
What do you mean by practice?
So I maintain pagan rituals and traditions in an effort to preserve legacy and story, as well as in conjunction with living alongside the environment that I live in. Most of the rituals and practices that I involve myself in are centered around nature or the cycle of the seasons or agriculture. So a lot of my practice, it doesn't matter if a deity exists or not. It has an underlying purpose as well.
What is the underlying purpose?
So for example, a fertility rite in May could call for spreading ash on the fields, and scientifically, ash adds minerals to soil. It can enrich them, give them stuff that's missing for plants to grow there. And so I think it's just as important to continue the tradition as it is to acknowledge the fact that whether or not we understood the purposes at the time, they still had underlying purposes and benefits.
What benefits? Oh, go ahead, Bats.
I just wanted to ask Morgan if, besides preserving legacy and tradition, does the pagan belief system for you provide any reassurance on afterlife or anything else like that?
No, not at all. No, when it comes to the afterlife, it'd be cool. It'd be cool if there was one, but just like the existence of a deity, I have no proof either way that any afterlife exists. Yeah.
So then how is the belief system beneficial to you? Is it just for legacy and tradition? Because of some sort of ancestral beliefs or something?
So a lot of it is recovery of ancestral beliefs because a lot of my family were immigrants, especially in the initial influx in New York. And one of those that has a piece of my family that has really been lost to time is the Slavic traditions, and so that's been a primary focus. But insofar as that, the benefit it gives me is it gives me a firm thing to grasp onto that I can track the year with, that I know this is when this should be happening, because I also have a farm. So it's not just a belief system, it's a lifestyle. It's not a phase, Dad.
I have more questions for you in a moment, but we do have Tavi joining us. Tavi, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi, I'm 33.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
No, I do not.
Why not?
I have studied a lot of belief and belief systems, and I was not raised with a belief system. As far as gods or an afterlife, I was raised to believe that I should be a good person and try to be kind and accepting of everyone around me. And I try to do those things. In my research and my studies of religion, I have not found one that I felt was something that spoke to me enough to follow, I guess, in a faithful way instead of a scholarly way, if that makes sense.
Can you think of what might convince you to follow a faith or believe in a god?
I don't know, because I think it would have to be personal, deeply personal in a way, and maybe that's an American sort of belief that I couldn't believe something that happened to someone else or their experience. I think it would have to be deeply personal. I remember my father passed away when I was 18, or 18, and he got blessed by a priest while there was it was a couple
Small and that cream colored cardigan. Woman small, guys. Woman small. American Eagle brand. American Eagle brand. Good morning, Lily. Good morning. Good morning. Or red ball.
And just like that, we're back. That's right. Welcome back, everybody. What an adventure. I really don't like it when the live crashes before I get a poem in, because I usually would just, read a poem when I realize that there's no getting the device back. And that would suck, because then people who couldn't hear me wouldn't hear the poem. I know. It's been a long time since I've let the live end without a poem. If our guest comes back, we will resume the conversation. It started, interestingly enough. But of course, we were questioning a non-believer at that point, and we are looking to see if anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that. And I think I can give Morgan's birthday at least another hour before I call it quits.
Aw, thanks, Thrayle.
I don't know if we'll get our 100 people back.
Who knows? We'll just share it and see what happens.
That's right. Don't forget to share the live. All those things.
If you saw them in here before, share it to them again. If you're just coming in because you dropped from the last time, share it out. Keep on tapping the screen. Let's get all the way back up to 100. We can do it in an hour. 100K in an hour?
100K in an hour.
Are you kidding? We got the best audience on TikTok. That's light work.
Maybe. Oh, we're missing a few things. Like, where's the button for that one? Which one? This one? That's a good one. Or, straightforward. Yeah, I like that one. And then... Oh, and there's a bats. How about that? So, just so we know, the host device is at 2%. It is not increasing. I am watching hawkishly to see if that battery level goes up.
Which direction it goes.
If it goes down one, it's going to be a matter of minutes before the live crashes again.
It's going to be a very quick, hey, so here's the poem, bye.
Well, maybe it'll stick around. You need like one of those fast chargers.
This is a fast charger. Super fast.
Oh,
it's one of those, like, really fast chargers.
So maybe there's hope yet then?
Yeah, there is. TikTok drains a lot of battery.
People are starting to make their way in, so maybe we'll get some believers after everybody gets back in here.
That's believable.
I know I wake up when the light goes down when it's on the TV, so maybe some sleepers will come back too.
And we're back on YouTube, almost like we never left. Not a clunky transition at all, right?
No, none whatsoever. Not a single hiccup.
Oh, well, Zatulia over there knows exactly what I mean. We ended up with a few seconds of another live, and I think they were selling something. Honestly, didn't get a chance to look. Just took it back as quickly as I could.
Well, we may not be actually sewing in here like the other live stream, but we are maybe doing some seam ripping, exposing of the threads that hold people's beliefs together.
Is that what it was? Was it sewing? But hey, a radio. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 44. I'm 44. I've been here before. Hello.
Hello. Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
No, I don't believe in anything but the power of myself. I'm a Luciferian.
What does that mean?
I'm a Luciferian.
Yeah, what does Luciferian mean to you?
We believe of the power of ourselves, and we work with the gods, and we celebrate with them. And we don't worship Lucifer. He teaches us to worship ourselves with the light.
What does it mean to worship yourself?
It doesn't mean to really worship ourselves. It means to work on ourselves. And we just don't pray to no other god. We don't pray to ourselves either. We just do the work. We're doing work all the time.
In what way do you question your beliefs?
I don't. Not no more.
Then why do you request up on my panel?
I wanted to ask you, do you think I'm crazy for what I believe in?
I'm not here to tell you what I think of your beliefs as far as mental health-wise. I'm really just interested in questioning people's beliefs, if they're capable of questioning them. But I'm not calling anybody crazy.
That was wildly leading and loaded.
And then I won't bite.
If you're unsure of the motive behind all this, maybe you should read the prompt and listen to a few guests come up. If you do, you'll see very clearly that Thrayle isn't about making people out to be insane or unstable. He's really just trying to help us critically think.
Let's see, I think we have a couple more requests. It's nice how the restart really did give us at least a boost in the requests. There's that at least going for us. Of course, they may all be they may all be ghosts by now. You know what, Cat the Witch, I have thought about that. I have considered if it is my choice of font that makes it so difficult. But I like my font. For the longest, people used to come up and try to say, what was it? Can you question poor beliefs? And I loved pointing out to them that they read the word you just fine. So why would the your suddenly be a P?
That's like so blatantly unoriginal. I hate it.
I think most people old enough to request up should remember writing in school, right?
I could do a full cursive. How many people would?
Yeah, I think we're having enough with the calligraphy.
Welcome back to everybody who is just rejoining us. Welcome back to our sleepers who woke in a strange, loud place and had to scurry to find your way here, wondering how you ended up anywhere else without a poem being read to you. And welcome back to anybody who hasn't been here in a while, hasn't seen the notification because it always comes out at night and not in the morning. I hope everyone's doing well. But if anybody watching has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate or argue, just to see if you can question. And if you can, then what is it you believe and why? Hello, Fox Die. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 36.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do have a belief. So I think our universe is built on frequencies. Have you heard of this?
What is a frequency?
It's a pitch or sound that creates different objects or cells.
I'm sorry, sounds that create objects?
Sounds that create different formations of cells or organic matter.
I'm still not following. So you're saying that there's sounds that create formations of matter?
Yeah, frequencies.
What is it that makes you think that sounds create matter?
Okay, so, well, for an example, have you ever seen those videos where they will put sand on a flat surface and run a different frequency through that surface?
You're talking about cymatics. I don't think that's... Like, are you saying that creates patterns?
Yeah.
But how does
Cymatic?
Yeah.
Is that not just a frequency of sound?
When you use the word frequency, what is it you mean by that?
So, like, for example, like radio waves. When we send waves through the air, it's all different frequencies, and that's how radio stations work, right?
Radio waves are frequencies, but what does frequency mean?
Different wavelengths of sound.
Wavelengths of sound.
Right?
So if I use different wavelengths of sound, I'll pick up radio stations.
Yes. That is one example.
Are you sure that's sound?
Well, it is sound. But it's not like we can hear it, because that's not how our ears work. Right?
Then is it sound that you're talking about?
Then what is it if it's not sound?
Are you using the word sound because it is related to the word frequency, and so you assume that anything with a frequency is a sound?
Possibly. How would you describe it?
I don't know what you're describing yet, Foxtie. You're using words that have specific meanings, and I'm just trying to understand if you're using those meanings or your own meanings. So we were on frequency, because you were saying everything is somehow either made by frequency or patterned by it. I'm not sure which.
I'm just enthralled by the idea that you use the word semantics, but frequency is a vibration, and vibrations create
What's
patterns.
vibrating?
What's vibrating?
Yeah, when you say a frequency is a vibration, what is doing the vibrating?
The wavelengths, I suppose.
Wavelengths vibrate?
Correct.
Are you
Like,
sure?
have you ever used
Are you
a
sure they vibrate?
tuning fork or?
Yes, I have. Are you talking about vibrations or oscillations? Do those mean the same thing?
I think so, yeah. Oscillation, vibration of matter.
Matter? No. Is it sound or matter? Or are we...
Well, okay, so a tuning fork will vibrate the matter of the tuning fork, like, whatever, iron or steel, whatever the tuning fork is made out of.
What's vibrating the tuning fork?
Physical manipulation.
Physical manipulation.
Correct.
So, I'm still not sure what this has to do with your God.
My God. Okay, I don't believe in a God. I believe in
your higher power.
There's not a higher power. Well, okay, so let's go to God.
So when I asked, do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power, and you started talking about frequency.
Well, that is what I believe the world is made from. Vibrations,
you believe the world is made from
different...
vibrations.
Do you believe it can't be any further simplified than vibration?
I realize that.
No, she's asking, do you think that?
I'm asking if that's what you believe.
Are you saying that's what it is? It's just vibrations, the simplest thing.
I think, yes, it is basically that.
When you think of vibrations and frequencies, do you think of them as like Lego blocks? Is that what you think? Like that's the smallest block that makes things is vibrations? Or are you actually thinking of some... Oh.
That's a good way to put it.
Well, the reason I ask is because when you say vibrations and frequencies, and that those are the small little blocks, are you saying that those are actual, like, tangible things? Let me put it this way. Is vibrate a noun or a verb?
It's a verb.
So when you say things are vibrations, things are actions? Or are you, so nouns are verbs?
So I think what you're getting at is somebody had to put those
I'm not
action
getting at a
verbs
somebody or anything. Nope. You're projecting something. I didn't say anything about somebody.
Well, I thought that's where you're going, but where are you going with this?
I'm just trying to understand why it is you think that vibrations are Lego blocks that build the universe instead of something else. I don't know. It's sounding like you're turning the idea of a verb into a noun to say it's the thing that is everything without looking any deeper or questioning.
No, I have more.
You have more what?
Ask me more questions, but so everything does move at a different vibration, right? Or frequency, or whatever you want to call it. Scientifically, correct?
I don't know. What are you referencing here? Everything moves. What do you mean?
Okay, so something like fire, right? Fire is friction. Those molecules are moving so fast, they're creating friction against each other to create fire, right?
Is that how fire is created?
Yes. That's how
did you
fire
find that out?
is.
Where did you learn that?
In science class, I suppose.
That fire is just friction.
Well, fire is a bunch of different molecules
Is it molecules?
Together, creating so much friction, it becomes hot, and that's how fire works.
That's how fire works. It's just friction until it becomes fire.
And molecules, yes, rubbing together so fast at a certain speed.
Fascinating. You said you learned this when?
When I was a child, high school.
Have you done any?
It's just physics.
Follow-up. Yeah, physics. Have you done any follow-up research on that since to see if your understanding is accurate?
I suppose not.
How long ago was high school?
Well, I'm 36. So 2007 is when I graduated. But okay, you're questioning that, sure, but it's the same thing with ice. Ice molecules slow. Molecules are slow, and they're not moving, right? That's how ice is formed.
Is that how ice is formed?
Well, that's not how ice is formed, but that's what is going on.
Well, then why do you keep saying this?
Ice. What's that?
Why are you trying to teach us a science class here?
Well, I just am explaining why I think frequencies and vibrations and the movement of molecules is important. And
because of science that you haven't researched or studied in 20 years.
Yeah. But you get your information from a Bible that was written...
Fox, I'd like you to take just a moment and recognize you've made this assumption twice now that I'm talking about God for some reason. What about this live, hosted by a skeletal avatar with a devil over his left shoulder, makes you think that I believe in a God?
That's a very good point. Are you agnostic? What are you? What do you believe in?
Bored.
A lot of confusing expressions, but no questioning.
I thought we had something.
It was pure assumption land all over. It was just assumption, know-it-all assumption. Nobody has room for any questions if they're assuming everything all over the place. Should probably wipe those assumptions.
I can't believe they thought we were Christian or something.
Look at our profiles, man. I'm literally the antagonist of a Christian-themed story. Hello?
The evil woman.
Right?
So, you see a skeleton, a pagan, and a gender fluid bat, and you're like, oh, Christian. What?
I did say left shoulder. It's right shoulder. I do know my left from right. Well, no, the original image did have the devil on the left side of Thrayle, but I put the mermaid there.
Oh, wow.
Oh, it's pretty.
Hell
yeah. Thank you.
I'm guessing the people sending you birthday gifts today, Morgan, having fun?
Yeah.
That's wonderful.
I just want to question believers. That's all I want for my birthday.
Well,
and had he been an actual believer to question, we would have gone for it. But wisdom eyes here.
Well, Morgan, here's to your birthday and many more to questioning, so you can question as many believers as you want.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Welcome back, Wisdom Eye.
Welcome back. I'm 35 years. Actually, I have to apologize in advance because I joined up on an accident. I was tapping the gift bar and I didn't even notice. I requested.
Well, no worries. I'll set you back down.
Yeah, but while I'm here, I just wanted to tell you all that for me, coming into this room is like entering a spa, and it's so relaxing and so nice, and to see how people don't question their own beliefs or anything which they call structure thinking is amazing to me, and I just want to thank you for your good work. And you can let me down. We have discussed
Appreciate
my
you.
beliefs, so you know I can question.
Yes, we have.
We know.
I always appreciate questioning you. Thank you, Wisdom Eye.
Thank you.
Big W's to Wisdom Eye.
Big Debbie's for wisdom. He seems to be very nice.
He's a great sport. He's really good at questioning his beliefs.
Elizabeth's questioning everything at this point. I do appreciate your profile picture, Elizabeth. I have an appreciation for music as well.
I've always liked that
Oh,
picture.
that's so dope. I love it.
Yeah, I've always liked that picture. We have questioned Elizabeth a few times before, to mixed results. We've had some good ones and some, I would say, some interesting ones. but Elizabeth can, I think, well, I won't make the declaration. If Elizabeth can question, I'm sure that she can.
Kindly said, Thrayle.
I don't remember the details of our discussions. I know we've had more than one, and I know one went really well, and I remember the other one was
Not so good.
well, I don't remember the exact ending, but I know that I hope that they've been asking questions. I'm sure I ended it that way. I hope you keep asking questions. Maybe that might be the reason why it sticks as not the best ending, is because if I make someone cry, I don't think that's a great ending.
Even if it's a cathartic cry, it's still like,
Even
oh,
if it is,
damn
it's
it.
like,
That's not what I wanted to happen.
What if it's thankful tears?
I do appreciate all of it. I do. Human emotion in general is fascinating.
It's very spooky. It makes me uncomfy sometimes. Sometimes, all the time.
Well, crying can be a bit of a release sometimes, and letting go of beliefs that maybe you didn't realize you held on to so tightly can be a bit emotional.
Oh, I know with many guests we've confronted beliefs that end in either anger or tears, and only later do they come back and reconcile at the end of the conversation. Sometimes it takes time. That's why I never begrudge anyone that silence between question and answer. I actually kind of enjoy it.
I left you a gift in the Discord, Thrayle. Elizabeth, it's a great place to be. It's a great place to meet new people, chat. It's a little less restricted than here on TikTok.
We can speak more openly about beliefs and have less need to be careful on keywords.
Mm-hmm.
Also, sometimes it's nice to discuss things and question things without lots of people watching, in case you'd rather have a private conversation. Well, not so private, but like
A smaller group setting than
yeah, more cozy.
Average 150 people that are in here.
And you get to know some of your fellow chatters a little better. You guys can always meet up in voice chats and actually hear each other's voices. Totally different way of communicating when you hear the tonality of the question.
Maybe you'll get a chance to play chess with Thrayle or beat his Wordle score or listen to some great music that seems to always be playing.
I got it in 2 yesterday.
Yeah, dagnabbit, I got it in three, I think. Was it 3? I think it was 3.
I was so proud of myself. I was so proud of myself that I got it in 2, and I was like, ha, this one's gonna get him. This one's gonna get him, and he's gonna have to get it in 3.
Well, tying with Thrayle, still a good birthday present considering he has amazing Wordle scores, it seems like.
Hell yeah. It's always an aspiration, not a competition.
I got down to the last guess on my first time ever. I haven't done it since. I don't want to go.
Huh?
No, I don't want to go back down to the 6th guess.
It's quite impressive considering you do it after like 10 plus hours of questioning all night. Like your brain. Oh my goodness, that's got to be difficult to focus.
You know why it's not? Because it's a problem to solve, and it's easily solvable.
Claire, I am not the best poker player. I can read other people, but I'm not really good at hiding my own. Like bluffing, I'm terrible at bluffing.
Oh, you have tells. Maybe we should play poker sometime, but you got your camera on.
Are you kidding me? I have vocal tells.
Oh, vocal tells. Okay.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, big time. Oh my god.
So you just get a full house and just giggle to yourself.
That sounds accurate.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say what they are, but they're definitely indications whenever I'm excited about a hand or if I'm bluffing. Yeah.
Yes, Claire, a tell is like a hint. Like, you ever notice when like talk to a 5-year-old or someone young before they realize they have tells, and they're like their eye will twitch or their corners of the lips will turn up when they tell a lie.
Mm-hmm.
My favorite thing is that I told my son that when he lies, his nose turns red. So every time he lied, he would cover his nose.
That's a good trick before they catch on. I might try that with my son.
Another method is to say that their ears turn red and they'll cover their ears instead.
I think that's part of the game, though, Robert, is trying to hide your expressions. I'm okay, like, in person, but vocally, I definitely have tells. If I can keep my mouth shut, I might play a good hand of poker.
I love watching people when they get a card and just look at their eyes. And just see if the corners of their eyes just glint. I think I'm good
Yeah.
at telling if people are lying. I'm not sure.
We used to play a lot of poker in the Discord. There were some players back then some people back then that enjoyed playing poker. We could still do it.
Well, if someone wanted to join the game of poker and maybe play a few rounds with someone in the Discord, how would they go about finding the Discord?
Well, they would have to go to that link tree in the bio, or in the Batcolyte's bio, and, follow the first link. And if it doesn't work, make sure you just copy it to a browser. Heard that is the fix for that. It is a good link, so it should work fine. The music. Oh. Yeah. Appreciate that, Elizabeth. Joe says, don't be a jerk in there. I mean, that's generally the main rule.
And if you haven't agreed to the rules yet, you might find yourself a little bit alone. So, kind of hard to be a jerk.
We like accountability.
I know I do. That's one of the ways I find out if I have friends or not, if they hold me accountable, or if they just kiss my peach all day long.
Mm-hmm.
Fucks. Sorry you felt a little cut off. That does happen. I do get a little short sometimes with folk. Just to keep us moving forward. But I'm glad you enjoyed the questioning.
I will offer that there is a segment on occasion called Question the Questioner where you can ask questions like that.
Oh yeah, I haven't done one today. I will do one over the weekend, I've decided. Because I am going to do at least one, if not more, 12-hour live, I think.
Hell yeah, okay.
No, I'll have to grab my ADHD meds and join along because I have a few questions.
We'll do. I just haven't decided if I'll start early or run late or both. So, but I will have opportunity this weekend to go live longer.
Thank you, though, Foxdie, for not getting butthurt or anything. Getting dropped abruptly isn't something that
some people take personally. Yeah,
yeah, take it personally, but around here, it's almost like a rite of passage.
it is. It is.
Especially if you get cut off in the middle of the sentence.
Yes. Yeah, if you ever get dropped and you can still see the live, then you're welcome to try again another time. Just as
Whether
long as
that's
you're on
30
topic and
minutes from
reading the
now.
prompt.
Yeah, whether that's 30 minutes from now or a week from now. We're patient. It's worth the wait, I promise.
Appreciate you, Foxdie. I do. And I'll leave you on one of my favorites at least, to ponder. Where is it? It's so much harder to see when the battery's low. Oh yeah, there it is. That one, I think, fits for you. The question to go away with, really, and not just on the surface, but really look into it. What the fuck is frequency? Yes, Joe. We've had at least, it's almost been a year though. Yeah, because it was last spring or summer, the last time I questioned someone who was seriously a Rastafarian and not just joking.
Seems like at least one of the sleepers has you invading their dreams, Thrayle. I wonder if you're questioning in there too.
I wonder what kinds of questions I ask in people's dreams.
Maybe things like, are you asleep? Are you awake? What does it mean to sleep? What does it mean to be awake?
Wake up.
Chrissy, wake up. I don't like this. I'm glad at least Witty got my joke. Yeah, Witty, poor Chrissy.
Who's Chrissy?
It's a Stranger Things reference.
Oh.
I see.
I couldn't get past the first season.
I haven't watched the last one. I've watched all but the last season.
Well, it's from when Eddie's yelling at Chrissy when she's getting possessed.
Oh yeah.
Yep, those names mean something to me.
Yeah, that would. Third season.
I know who it is. I'm just being facetious, but really, I really couldn't get past the first season. I don't know why.
Here we had to restart. I had the host device crashed out all the way, dropped alive entirely. And I hadn't read a poem, so you know I couldn't end it there. And not to mention it's Morgan's birthday, so Morgan still hasn't properly gotten to question any beliefs yet.
Yeah.
Except her own.
Except my own. Which I'm happy to return to that if that will help.
Oh yeah. We can keep questioning your, well, belief in...
I don't know if I can question Morgan. There's a part of me that wants to also respect and venerate the traditions and legacy of my ancestors, even though I don't believe in an afterlife or a deity.
Does it matter if the... How do you determine which traditions are worth venerating and keeping and which ones are best left in the dust?
At this
for me personally, that would be just if it creates measurable harm, either to the self or others. At that point, it no longer serves a purpose that is beneficial. It served a purpose when understanding was lacking, but no longer since we have more information.
I think it's even more important to question your venerations and the things that you do than it is to question your beliefs, because people can have beliefs and never act on them, but if you act on them, that they're important to question.
I agree.
There's obviously things in my ancestors did, and perhaps what Morgan's ancestors did that we would never do. But we can still learn from the story and from the tradition and learn what not to do with our lives.
We can also understand why it was processed that way.
Lack of education, all kinds of reasons.
Is there anything that should be forgotten?
No. Nothing should be forgotten. That's how history repeats itself.
When people remove the atrocities of history from our history books, you get people who think it's okay. I know they're trying to remove several books and things from history books in schools right now, and I worry a lot for the next generation.
I hold that same fear, and I think that is
So
a
you
really
think-
big reason as well.
Oh, I cut out.
No, go ahead. You're good.
I had a laggy moment there. But do you think that there is no knowledge or action in history that should ever be forgotten? There's nothing at all that should ever be
Nothing at all.
left. Trying to think if there's an example of something that should.
I would say that's probably the most dogmatic belief I hold.
Thank you, Big D, capital B. Appreciate you so much.
It's lovely. It's one of your favorites. I enjoyed sending that one too.
It is. That is my favorite. If there was a bat gift, it would be my favorite, but that's ours.
Yeah, I still need to write TikTok and demand to give it back. It was only one coin. Come on, y'all. We have an October gift. It's not even October.
It is strange the ones they choose to keep you around.
I agree. I mean, and I wish there was some way, even to just like select a theme for your gifts, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Even if it was you had to purchase like a one-time original purchase for like the goth theme, I would pay for the goth theme.
Right. No, literally. Like, I would pay for that.
Right, president of TikTok. Why don't you get on that?
Yes, chop chop, real quick. Fix it, please. Thank you.
Does the president of TikTok, is that still like the whole like legislative, executive, judicial branch type setup, or like is this just like a direct appeal?
I don't know.
Hell yeah.
We'll email the gifts to
Got it.
Make it so. How fortuitous we happen to be talking about fixing a flaw in TikTok, and the president's here for us to appeal to. If you believe in synchronicities or alignments of fortune or gods or higher powers or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you. I'm not here to argue or tear you down. I'm really just here to see if you can question that belief. And if you can, then what is that belief? And why do you believe it? Not who I expected to request up on that segue, but hello, president of TikTok. Oh, still loading in. There you go. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 40.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I think, and it's been a long road to hoe, I think I do believe in God, but as a sort of immanent quality of all creation, that it's like God's nature is nature's nature. But that's sort of a kind of almost monotheistic paganism that all nature is God, I suppose.
So all nature is God. Is there anything that is not nature?
It's a great question. I don't know. But I think maybe not. I don't know. And I try to have a faith in the fair folk, but that's more of a faith than a belief.
I might ask about that in a moment. I know Morgan already has questions. I saw that, Mike.
What do you mean?
Hold on to those questions. But, so you believe in a God that is nature, and nature is everything. Are you saying God is everything?
that, I wrote in the chat too, like, maybe this is a cliche, but that the true Tao is unnameable, that I really feel like there's the oneness of all things, and no matter what we say, it's just these language to try to comprehend this one mysterious thing that we're all part of. And again, it's like the universe. Like, I used to be a Christian, then I was like an atheist, and then I took mushrooms. I was like, oh, maybe the universe itself, can we regard that as divine? And so I poke around.
Is that kind of where you are now, regarding the universe as divine?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm not sure why you would. The true Tao is unknowable. Have you read the Tao? Is that related at all to your take on?
I've read the Tao Te Ching, and I think that's it. Like, somehow part of my radical nature and earth sacred beliefs has me somehow it led me to really be interested in animals and animal communication. And somehow I feel like when we're using the English language, we're using words, we're always going to be a little bit missing the truth, but it's part of the game of life or something. I hope I seem open to questions.
You do seem open to questions.
I'm not trying to,
I hope. Yeah, I hope Morgan has held her.
Yeah, any questions about?
But I want to ask you a quick question here. You said, like, the true Tao is unknowable.
Unnameable, maybe.
Unnameable. There's a passage in the Tao that says something like, without opening your door, you can know the whole world. Without looking out your window, you can understand the way of the Tao, which I think is a weird translation. The Tao of the Tao.
Well, I thought what you said was cool.
Well, they all sound cool, right?
Well, I think, yeah. And
do you think
for me,
that is
it's
true?
Significant.
Do you think that is true, though? And wouldn't it, if it were true, contradict your previous statement that the true Tao is unknowable or unnameable, if you can know it without leaving your house?
Well, I think that's maybe the distinction between unknowable and unnameable is we can know it better than name it. It has something to do with the ineffable, that there's a knowledge, people use a term like gnosis, of something, or something that can't be expressed, but cannot be unexpressed or something, something strange.
Do you think there's any danger of getting lost in deepities, or statements that sound true that are either trivial or contradictory, that just sound deep?
Well, to me, at the heart of my magic is taking words and phrases and holding them next to my ear and hitting them and seeing whether they ring true, and kind of navigating the world in that sort of way. But there are ways it means something to me, but might not be meaningful or significant to someone else.
When you say they're meaningful to you, in what way?
Well, that when I read the words hear the words you said, there are ways it's like I know what they're talking about. I've encountered that which is being sort of defined or spoken. That is, I sort of get it. And I think it's a little bit like
that which is well built will never be torn down. Is that actually true?
No.
It sounds deep, right?
It's not true, though.
Sounds prophetic or insightful. It sounds meaningful.
It does sound meaningful.
But when you really think about it, that which is well built will never be torn down. That's absolutist. Never be torn down. Well built? Does that imply perfection?
Does well built imply perfection?
Does it imply indomitability?
Not to me, but I don't know. I don't know so much about building so much.
Do you think there's a danger of just allowing fancy phrases that catch our ear to lead us into sort of circular and self-congratulatory thinking?
There's absolutely that danger. It's this great challenge we have to face head on, directly, with a sharpened sword of discernment.
I appreciate the depth of that answer. I'm going to let Morgan jump in with some questions.
Hi.
Hi.
So you say something about the fair folk. Let's
Yeah.
talk about that.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. Before my sort of spiritual path, before I found my way to any kind of, if I'm lost in the woods on my spiritual path, before I found my way to any paths where I saw footsteps other people were taking, before I was open to anything like, oh, magic could be said to be real, before that, I was kind of starting to dabble in buying incense and flipping through cards with wisdom on it or something. And it's somehow in that process, I kept finding more and more truth in the wisdom associated with what I'll call the fair folk. And from that being a reliable source of wisdom, that led me on a path to being like, perhaps having a regard for the fair folk, that this might be, as a sort of Irish American, you're trying to make sense of, well, what, if I don't want to be a Christian, what spiritual paths are there for me, or could be in my blood or my ancestors? I try to be careful about something like cultural appropriation. So I'm not just going to, I'm not Jewish. I'm not going to be like, okay, well, now I'm going to be a big time Kabbalist. I read books that sometimes talk about it, but I hesitate to claim any tradition. But spending time with, in particular, I know sort of maybe what I'll call Irish fairy tradition a little bit, but there's also, to me...
We're losing your audio a little bit. You got muffled.
I'm sorry. I think my finger was on it. That, eventually a sense of and so I keep it's almost passive now, but there are all these sorts of values, and you could say taboos, and you could say almost oaths, or things that find myself honoring because of a reverence for the land and the traditions that sort of have preserved a sort of good old lost wisdom from my ancestors, and try to and so So anyway, I got a lot of books about what I use the fair folk as a euphemism, but people call it different stuff. But it's kind of, to me, it's a very wild and very nature and sort of it's hard to predict sort of path.
How do you? Oops, sorry. How do you? God damn it!
I think the dog wants to be questioned too.
Henny just pulled in, so. Anyways, how do you determine the? God damn it! This dog. Hold on a second, please.
We'll keep him working a moment to greet Henny, and while we do that, we'll thank everybody for the 13,000 times that you've tapped the screen since we started this extension of our live. We've only been live for about an hour. So appreciate all of you. Also appreciate all of the 23 times we've shared out the live. That's pretty good too. So thank you guys so much for all of that. And I feel like I missed a gift goal back there. So this would also be a great time for me to thank, Bats and Cat DeWitch, also Vice and Wisdom Eye. Thank you guys so much for helping with the previous goal. You guys are amazing. I feel like there were probably a few other names on that list from the other live, but I only have the ones from this one.
Okay. I think I can get my question out now. How do you determine which good, like, because you referenced the good old tradition, the good old knowledge from your ancestors. How do you determine which is good and which to continue on?
Great question. And I think there's a degree in which intuition, there's a degree of blind faith at times in my relationship to, I'll say fairy, that's fine. And I guess I could say this. To me, I grew up on Mr. Rogers, and he would always end the show and be like, I like you just the way you are. And there's a way that somehow similarly but differently, I think, say, if I were to criticize Christianity, it has us all trying to follow this one guy, when I think we're all meant to follow our own path in a big way that's sort of suppressed by culture. And I don't know if I'm acting totally a fool. I may be a fool top to bottom in my relationship to the fair folk, but my hunch is, I'm doing the best I can. I don't know. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Does that matter to you? That if for whatever reason it was vehemently proven that the fair folk don't exist, which I would personally never assert. Please don't strike me down. Anyways, would that? How would that affect you? Please, thank you.
Well, I'll at least mention it's like, I'm capable of engaging with the sort of materialist framework in which that which we refer to as, the good neighbors or the other crowd somehow so aren't real in the material world in the way that human beings are real. I can live with that. That's fundamental. It's almost my relationship with the fairy faith. It's almost an introduction of a sort of other world tradition, maybe related to kind of an underworld tradition. And I got lost in thought. I got lost. I don't know. I don't even know what I was supposed to answer. But
What if they're not real?
oh, right. Well, I think that's a bit like for me. Okay, so for me, and this is, I can't speak with authority. I can't. I tend to think of, I strongly tie what we call fair folk with the land, and almost like nature spirits. Broadly, you could almost sort of say that. And so some people say, hey, a tree, it's not real that a tree has a consciousness or an intelligence. You can't talk to a tree. That's just not real. Well, in sort of, among other things, in, a lot of places themselves have a spirit, and then that spirit gets, just in terms of at least symbolically, contained in a name, like a name for a place or a name for, a banshee, that even if they don't exist in the material plane in some scientifically rigorous way, it is one of the many sort of ways that sort of all religions are full of faiths and things like that. And so this is similarly one where you kind of are adopting a cosmology or almost like a diagram of like, okay, we live in this world and the fairy world is right parallel, just on the edge. But many people who say that they're fairy seers, which I say, would say they see fairies, which I don't say. Like, I never see fairies, so to speak. I don't, and I
What
try not to call them
indicates to
fairies.
you that they would exist at all then?
Because the spirit of a place kind of emanated into a name that we interact with as a sort of a spirit, so it's that.
No, what is a spirit?
What is a spirit? Great question.
Sorry, my no was like in response to a question you didn't ask.
Sorry. So is it okay if I ask, do you start from a framework of like, there are no spirits and that's just not real, or
What do you mean by spirit?
What?
What is a spirit is what I asked.
Exactly.
That's the
Well,
framework I start.
I'm naming that. I'm writing a book where I define a bunch of words, and spirit isn't one of them. Do you have a definition of spirit you work with?
I'm the one asking you what it is, so no.
Well, I'll try to imagine. There are ways spirit is a metaphor. So we have a word in English, and it's spirit. And what is that the container for? What is the word spirit referring to? Some people really think this is inside of you on some other plane, or this is something that survives after death, say. People really believe in the spirit in that way. I don't know about that, but we can talk about the spirit of...
Well, when you're talking about spirit, what are you talking about?
I'm using the word... To me, spirit is a term for sort of the essential character of something. The essential character of something is their spirit.
The essential character of
Yes.
something. What does that mean?
Well, so essential and essence in the Western magic tradition, sometimes they talk about earth, air, water, fire, and a quintessence. the fifth, point on the star, and sometimes it's called ether or akasha, this mysterious, non-scientific substance that's the substrate of all reality.
Hold on,
And
pause.
Slow it back down, because Morgan's got a question, and
Why?
imagine it's the same one I got.
It might not be. I'm not sure. Why 5 points of the star and not 7?
well, so yeah, you're right. The 7-point star is a fairy star, but I still work a lot with the model of the 4 elements, and as I was trying,
Why 7 or 5 instead of 9 or 15? Like, what relevance?
Well, I'll name the 5-pointed star I associate with the 4 elements, or even including the 5th element, the quintessence. And a 7-pointed star is sometimes associated with fairy traditions, but I'm not sure I could tell you much about why.
You keep covering the mic up with your finger.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, so you relate the 5th point on a star to the word spirit. But what does that tell us about it? Like you said, the essential character of something, and then
Right.
so that leads you to the 5th point on a star. But what does it actually tell us about what the essential character is? And are you saying that this is something that is separate from it physically?
Yeah, I think it's almost something that exists. You could almost say it only exists on the mental plane or the symbolic plane or something. But I
What does
think
that mean,
it's
mental plane, symbolic plane? Like, what does that mean?
so, we've got material reality that we think of as like we're able to knock on it with our fist and stuff. But sometimes in our head, at least some of us, we can picture things in our head, or like I can kind of do math problems in my head. And even, I think of like books, say, well, okay, so I don't know if this is helpful at all, but in sort of the Western esoteric tradition, I mentioned the 4 elements. Sometimes we think of the air element as associated with the mind, the mental plane, the intellect, words, the logos. There are all these associations that are woven into the sort of Western magic tradition. And I don't know if this is exactly what I was supposed to answer, but the reason I associate the 5th point with, we were talking about essential character, I said.
That wasn't my question at all.
Okay, well, it was one, I guess.
You kind of started to answer it there. You referenced it again, at least, the mental.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead. I'll type it in the chat so I don't forget.
Okay. Type what in the chat?
The question I'm supposed to answer.
Do you remember the question?
No.
Oh, you're saying you're going to type it now.
Yeah. What's the question?
Before I even ask this question, can you question your beliefs?
Yeah. Which ones do you want me to question?
In what way?
Every way. I mean, I'm open to questioning everything. Question everything. Hold on to the good. That's a mantra of mine.
Question everything and hold on to the good. How are you determining what is good?
You have to kind of develop a relationship to your inner self and try to trust your intuition about, is this the good or not?
So
and you do your best.
You go with what you feel like going with and call it good.
Well, for me, I have a master's degree in counseling, a mental health profession, and spent a lot of time studying, psychology but treatment ethics. And so ethics are a massive part of how I determine what is good. Ethics are at the heart of my great passions. And so I use ethics a lot to determine, is this good or bad? Because is this harmful or not? Is this toxic or not?
When you say ethics,
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I wish I could easily define it, but in mental health counseling, which is or training in that as relate to it, it has to do with what are the sort of boundaries and guidelines you follow to prevent harm to your client, and
So
but
you
then also
use
to be helpful. And so there's sort of these guidelines, what you should do, and then when you don't know what to do, you talk to a supervisor or a consultation.
So are you saying you use the ethics of mental health treatment for you to evaluate your own belief and determine what is good and bad based on mental health ethics?
I use the attitude about harm that I internalized during my training in mental health counseling to help
I
me
see.
weigh what is
Specifically,
good or bad.
Avoidance of harm.
Yeah, and to a sense of things like valuing autonomy. There's a rich, you internalize a lot of values that involve treating the other person in the room as, things like the center, the one in need. And then in my tradition, it involved a lot of, you're not the expert, they're the expert. You don't know what this client needs. They're in the maze. You're talking to them. Don't paternalize. Don't think you know better. So there are these ways that how I orient toward all people were it was almost initiatic unintentionally because...
I want to know, well, actually I don't want to dive unless it is. Does this, what you're explaining now, relate to how you use your avoidance of harm ethic to determine whether your beliefs are good or bad?
Yeah.
Does avoidance of harm as a rubric help you determine if your beliefs are true or not, or does truth not matter?
I'm really fascinated by truth. It's a great area of fascination for me. What does true mean? What is true? How do we know? It relates to what they call hermeneutics. And two, can something be sort of true? I once had a bicycle wheel that was crooked, and so it needed to be trued, which involved slight adjustments. And so there's these ways that these kind of mental images enrich this search for what does true mean and what is true, and I think because putting harm on such an important place in how I navigate things, I got a little lost in there, but I know truth's very important to me.
Which is more important to you? Having a belief that is fun and comfortable and not harmful, or having a belief that is true?
Let's see. Well, I haven't named any comfortable, but I can say, non-harmful is more important to me than quote-unquote true, because I don't think either of those terms are truly rigorous because the Tao is unnameable.
The Tao that you can know by not leaving your house.
There's this way I get this paternalistic vibe from you, that you are posturing yourself as knowing better, but I'm willing to hear different.
I'm I'm not trying to posture as knowing better, no.
Okay. Neither am I. I hope, I know myself better, but I don't know reality or, I'm in, in some level, I see us all as speaking to aspects of the universe is one multifaceted mind,
You say that the Tao is unnameable. Right.
The true Tao, they say.
The true Tao. Why would there be a true Tao?
Well, so to me, I mean, who knows how I should describe the Tao, but to me, the Tao could be said to be the nature of things, the nature of all things, the held together opposites, the flows. The Tao is the nature of all things. And so we have a name for it, the Tao, which I think sort of means the way.
Yeah, that's what it means.
Right.
On the translation, at least.
Right. And I think it's sort of, but we say that it's like, when we're putting words around it, we're really only putting words around it. We're not really able to capture its true nature in words, that sort of thing.
Do you think that it is unnameable, that it must be unnameable by nature?
Well, it's interesting. What they call the Tao in the East sometimes is similar to, you can ask the Grey Jedi, he'd back me up, he's in the chat, that the Logos is a similar concept, the Logos bingo. The Logos is almost the order or structure or form of reality, the shape of...
Do you remember the question I asked, though?
Yeah.
So why didn't you say yes or no?
Oh, I'm sorry. Why isn't? That's a yes or no question?
No, I didn't say why isn't. Do you remember the question?
No, go ahead and... I know the answer, but I don't know the question. Go ahead and tell me the question again.
How can you know the answer if you don't know the question?
You want me to prove it?
Prove what?
That I know the answer to the question, but don't remember your question.
That's... So you're bordering on condescending with your arrogance. Are you going to move all the way to that? Or are we going to go back to respectful?
I'm happy to be respectful. I guess just go ahead and tell me the question.
How can you know? I'm now curious. How can you know the answer to a question you don't remember?
Okay, because I remember the paragraph that I was trying to write.
You remember the paragraph you were trying to write in your brain?
Yeah, I remember the point I was trying to get to about the Word of God, the Logos, and the four-lettered Hebrew name of God in the Western tradition.
And what was my question then?
It had to do with why it can't be named or something, but I forgot the question.
There was not a why in my question. It was simply a yes or no.
You said how something. What's the yes or no? I'll answer anything. I'm not trying to be. I'm really curious. I find this conversation interesting. I'm just trying to not get kicked out.
Why?
Why do I find the conversation interesting, or why do I not want to get kicked out?
Why do you not want to get kicked out?
Because I find the conversation interesting. I'm not trying to talk in circles. I mean, I don't mean to sound like I'm trying to.
President, are you here to share your beliefs or to critically examine them?
I'm here to critically examine them. I'm just trying to answer the questions the best I can. Or, Bats, do you have a good angle for me to look at?
I'm still waiting for the answer to Thrayle's question.
Do you know what it was?
It was simply, are you saying that the true Tao, this thing you're calling is a true Tao, is actually unknowable or unnameable, that it will always be? That's a
I
yes or
do
no.
believe it's unnameable. That's a sort of fundamental axiom of Taoism. I believe it's true, so to speak.
So, a fundamental axiom of Taoism, as you see it, is that the true way is unnameable. Are all of the statements in the Tao Te Ching, are they all axioms?
Interesting question. I don't think they're. I think we could all wrestle with that. It's sort of a. Whether those are axioms is sort of almost a question, but I don't know. I don't treat them all as axioms. I think the ones I find really true are the ones that stick in my memory.
So if they stuck in your memory, then those are axiomatic. So is your Taoism the same as all Taoism, or is it just your understanding of the cherry-picked parts that you resonate with?
Well, I think the real teacher of Taoism for me is Mother Nature herself. And so any words that I've failed to cite correctly, I'll be like, she does the speaking more articulately than me on the nature of the Tao and Taoism.
What makes you so certain that you will receive the lesson from this teacher?
What makes me so sure that I will receive the lesson from the teacher, Mother Nature? I just don't feel remotely robbed of one single bit of knowledge that, I feel full of the life of the earth, and I have like a mission and things, but I don't feel like I'm searching for knowledge or understanding or that kind of thing. I'm mostly focused on, healthy habits, which are hard for me sometimes.
Morgan or Bats, do either of you have any questions for the president?
I don't think I have any more questions at this time.
No, I don't have any.
Bats or Morgan, would you share anything about your beliefs?
I'm afraid that's not the method of the exercise up here. We're here to examine and question your beliefs. Our beliefs have already been questioned. We do question them daily, but not on this panel.
I didn't realize the power differential in the room.
It's not meant to be a power differential. The exercise is one way, because it is the best way for it to be effective. It is the way.
It's the self-examination exercise.
Don't feel like that we're ganging up on you, because we have all been questioned as well.
Is this a part of your Batcolyte community? Is this
what
originates somewhere else? Sorry.
Is this the live where it says, can you question your beliefs? And this is what we do here, is question beliefs.
Okay, but yeah, it was like, is this like a methodology from some? It's sort of an organic, grassroots questioning community, something like that.
I'm not quite sure. Are you trying to understand what the community is, like what we do, like
Yeah, I
in
mean, it
general?
seems. Well, it
There's
seems
times
like
for
it's.
that. We do question the questioners. The best time to get more information about that. Of course, we do the segues where we say what goes on. I mean, it's pretty evident to someone who's watching what we're doing. It's on the screen. Can you question your beliefs?
But it's not clear that there's a kind of a group behind it.
Kind of a group. Well, it is just, I mean, I've been doing the live for a year. People join. I question them. Some of them stick around and start asking questions too. And some of them are really good at it. And so we question to see if you can question, President. There is
Is
an
there
old
something
saying,
I could?
it
Or
is
sorry.
better to become passive in order to see what will happen. It is better to retreat a foot than to advance only an inch. This is called being flexible while advancing, pushing back without using force, and destroying the enemy without engaging him. There is no greater disaster than underestimating your enemy. Underestimating your enemy means losing your greatest assets. When equal forces meet in battle, victory will go to the one that enters with the greatest sorrow. A lot of that is kind of, poetic and those kinds of deepity phrases we talked about, things that sound obvious and we could go into. But the first part, I think, is really the best of that chapter. So, by the way, and if anybody's curious, is chapter 69 of the deck.
Are you kidding?
No, that's chapter 69. It is better to become passive in order to see what will happen. It is better to retreat a foot than to advance only an inch. Again, when you really break down a phrase like that, you can scrutinize it until it's meaningless. But that first little bit, I mean, it is better to become passive in order to see what will happen. Does that mean anything right now?
Maybe.
Have you been up all night, President?
Let me think. Yeah.
Been drinking a bit.
No, sir, I don't drink.
Congratulations. It just sounds like maybe I don't know, the conversation might have reached a natural conclusion, and so we'll go ahead and move on. But
Yeah, well, thanks for your
you
time.
I would like you to come back another time, maybe, and we could question more. I hope that you listen and see what is going on, and well, keep asking questions.
Do you get that often, Thrayle, people questioning the motives?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Most people assume them, so I at least appreciate he was asking, and I could have answered more, but critical thinking is kind of...
Well, that's kind of a kind compliment. It was less toxic than a lot of these TikTok spaces.
I appreciate that, and we can actually, Philly's right. W guessed. He did.
Absolutely.
He did question. There were some questions there. I felt some evasiveness. I felt some posturing, and he did too, and that's fine. It could have been his training that made
It's like
him.
watching two male turkeys circle each other. It's funny.
But oh, mine was a bad radar. I see. I play open-handed. I wonder if you play too quickly, though. I think there's some wisdom there in chapter 69, at least at the beginning. I don't hide anything, he says. Now he's trying to play to the anonymity that I use.
I'm sorry. I have children. No, thank you.
Speaking of children, I should probably get mine ready for school. So I will say adieu to you, Thrayle, and happy birthday, Morgan.
Thank you, Bats.
Appreciate you, Bats.
Appreciate you too. See you on the Discord.
Bye.
Bye.
W Bats.
Big old W Bats. Speaking of the Discord, what could somebody find there?
What could you find in the Discord? A community of critically thinking, questioning human beings. I think mostly, at least.
I was going to say, that's a little questionable.
Well, I mean, I know I put a bot or two in there. There's a music bot. There's one of the moderator bots, and then there's humans mostly doing human-y things, I think.
It's a filly.
I am a moderator bot.
Happy birthday, Morgan.
Thank you.
I'm great, thanks. I saw a couple of guest requests.
I did too. I have a feeling they're ghosts by now, but I've gone ahead and accepted them both, so who knows? We'll get 2 for 1 or none for all.
That's very dictator-like.
2 for 1 or none for all.
Yeah.
I'm not the one deciding. It's just those are the odds that we're staring at. But we might have a cat in the bat. How about that?
Hi, cat.
Hi! Happy birthday, birthday girl. I didn't say it to you out loud yet, so.
It's okay.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. I have a story about Socratic questioning to tell you guys, not here necessarily, but I just did a really cool thing.
Awesome.
Socratically. I Socratically did that.
I can't wait to hear.
W Socrates.
Okay. I mean, at least on that questioning thing. There's some questionable bits about him, too.
Well, unquestionable, Thrayle. Come on.
I mean, some people certainly think they are, and they will act as such.
Everlasting Godstopper said Socrat in a vat.
Socrat.
So good.
Aren't you supposed to be sleeping, Grandpa?
He stayed up late for me.
Everlasting is fantastic, and we love him. But he's also 84 years old and kind of a shit.
84.
Grandpa jokes are usually better than dad jokes.
Yeah, we can't be making, like, dad jokes amongst this bunch. You'll get, like, accused of something real quick.
Like I said, grandpa jokes are much better than dad jokes.
That's why they're all grandpas and dinosaurs. Like, it's not that I actually think you're a grandpa or a dinosaur. It's that that's the joke I have to make.
I see. You're socially obligated to make it.
It's a wise decision.
It is an incredibly wise decision to just go with grandpa instead.
Understandable. I have no questions. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I am here just to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
And if you can't, then why are you wrong?
Then why are you? And if you can't, then what the fuck is wrong with you?
My favorite.
So the Batcolyte has been shenanigans all over the place all night. Every time I pop in here, there is a shenanigans again.
If we shenan once, we're gonna shenan again.
Came up here to be the adult and scold them for shenaniganing too much, too hard earlier, and like the fucking volcano ate my Wi-Fi and booted me off the panel in the middle of it. And I was like, well, fuck it. I guess we're just doing shenanigans tonight then.
And we went right back to it.
Hell yeah. So anyways.
Yeah, I came back up after I got my connection back, and like I was like, well, I guess fuck it. I guess like Pele says that we're shenanigans, so like I'm just gonna steer into it. We're just gonna shenan. Thrayle and I did make Cammy crash out, gaslighting him earlier too.
Oh
no! It was like the most well executed, not planned joke of all time.
I love that shit. Oh my god.
If you think that you won't crash out, and you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you can question that belief, you should probably request up. And if you haven't, why haven't you?
If you believe that Thrayle won't gaslight you, good luck.
Gaslight? I don't even have matches.
I don't know that
What's a match?
I heard that later. I'm just trying to think if there's ever been. I don't think that, Thrayle, you are a gaslighter.
I only play into it for fun when my friends accuse me of it.
Sometimes you ask a question that seems like, why are you asking that question? But that's not actually gaslighting. That's like
Billy,
getting somebody to consider what you
last
may
week,
not
he
have
said
considered.
something to me, and then at the end of the sentence, he said, and gaslighting's not real. You made it up because you're crazy.
Literally. Verbatim.
Verbatim. That is a direct Thrayle quote.
I have
To
made
be
that
fair,
joke before. Yes.
yeah, to be fair, we had just watched that episode of Rick and Morty in the Discord a day or two before that. So the
I mean,
joke was
I
fresh
hadn't
in my
watched that
mind.
episode of Rick and Morty with you guys.
But thank you, Donna B. Yellow, for the glowing jellyfish. That was beautiful.
We have very trusting relationships. And the reason they're trusting is because we hold each other accountable and we help each other question.
Yeah, we would never actually gaslight each other, to be clear.
I mean, what we did to Hammy was hilarious.
Yeah, what we did to Hammy was look. I didn't know that you were gonna, but it was so good. It was so good.
He took it in stride, though. He played along.
He's like for the first like couple minutes, he was crushed. What happened was I left a comment and I said, Hammy, tell Thrayle that he's a gaslighting jerk. And then Hammy said, Thrayle, you're a gaslighting jerk. And then I said, Thrayle, I never said that. I don't know what he's talking about. And Thrayle went back and deleted my comment that said, tell Thrayle he's a gaslighting jerk.
Oh
Well, because the way he phrased it also was, I've been told in the comments to tell you. And I said, no, you weren't.
Oh, so he just walked right into it. Oh, I didn't know.
Hammy is like one of my favorites to joke around with on live, though. Hammy's so good at being a palate cleanser and
He really is.
yeah.
There was a moment of silence there when I thought he didn't get the joke. And it was him scrolling through the comments, trying vigorously to find where his cat's comment told him.
Maybe he didn't realize that he could have gone onto the YouTube stream to see the comment.
That's true.
That was so funny. It was really funny because I didn't realize that's what you'd done, because when I scrolled up, I could still see it, which I did not mention until right now. This is the first time I've mentioned that, but I had to draw the conclusion that that's what must have happened. And oh yeah, it was really good.
If you believe that it is good, I would challenge your belief. Request up. I was proud of that segue.
That was a good segue.
And if you don't believe in a god or gods, or if you are not willing or able to question your belief, would you share the live, repost it, double tap up the likes? You can contribute to the gift goal, all the things that help to get the live out so that we can find somebody who would like to have a respectful conversation, questioning their beliefs in a god, gods, higher power, or anything like that. It's the best audience on TikTok, Thrayle.
They really are. They really are. Oh, thank you, Mika. doing that negligent host thing that I do, didn't I? Thank you so much. To Heather's Descent, to Bats, to Inksomnia, Donna B. Yellow, Big D, capital B, also Cat the Witch. Thank you guys so much for helping with that goal.
I need to not be on this panel anymore because I'm still on an adventure.
Oh, I see.
And I need to do something that is going to take all my focus.
Well then, focus.
Have fun, don't
But I
die.
will listen. I will check in a little bit.
Please do.
Catch you later.
Medical shark, huh?
Were you here for Medical Shark's questioning?
I think I heard some of it.
Oh, they did wonderfully. There's still some questions in the air there,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, they did very well.
I see people liking the live, reposting the live. They're awesome.
Hell yeah. We're already up to 20K. You guys are amazing. We were up to 100 and nearly 5,000 when it crashed. They were still tapping when the live froze for the 5 minutes before I failed to get the host device restarted.
This is a jaunty tune.
It's the morning music.
It's the morning music. I still haven't gotten the playlist completed, but this is one of the jauntier ones. And watch, it'll put us right back to sleep in the next track or two.
Oh, apparently questioning my beliefs on my birthday collapsed space-time. Oops.
That must be what it was.
I couldn't stay for a terribly long time, but I found it very interesting hearing you, Morgan, discuss atheopaganism on another live last night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was up on Fenrison's atheopaganism Q&A live. It was him, me, and another user, Alex, who's a Hellenic pagan. And we were just answering questions about atheopaganism. Yeah, it was a good time. Was there anything in particular that you found the most interesting?
I really enjoyed Kiera asking questions of you guys.
I am so sorry I missed this.
It's okay. I mean, I think you popped in, dropped a couple comments, and then you were about to start the live, so it's...
Oh, that's when I popped in, yes. I didn't realize that was what was happening.
It's okay, I didn't realize that was what was happening until about 30 minutes before either.
Yeah, I stopped by to show my support before I launched because I saw that the live was happening, but
However, I will say the intent is for that Atheopaganism Q&A live to happen every Thursday. So if you missed last night, you have the opportunity to come ask questions again next Thursday.
Well, that's good. I can wait a whole week before asking you more questions about your beliefs.
Yeah, a whole week, Thrayle. Isn't that exciting? We should start a countdown. But no, it's specifically just for anybody wishing to ask me questions about my beliefs or anybody else in the atheopaganism community. It's a great place to learn and understand where we come from, at least.
Did you get more questions from other pagans, people from other religions, or atheists?
I want to say there were a couple of atheists and there were a couple of believers, but I can't say that like there was anybody who was like necessarily in between, because we're the ones in between. Ha ha ha. But most of the questions that I got directed at me were from pagans, actually.
Interesting.
What is pagan?
In the sense that I'm using it, pagan is defined as a non-conformed religion or a non-accepted religion. Specifically, they tend to be polytheistic in nature, but there are obviously exceptions to the rule. But I would say I'm probably going to get shot for this, but even theist pagans, at the end of the day, paganism is... Fuck, I lost the thought. God damn it. Oh, I had it. Shit.
But we won't forget the question.
I know. I want to say it's like the simplest answer, but it's not the simplest answer. Well, the way that I use pagan pretty much defines anything pre-Abrahamic, for my personal definition.
I remember telling my uncle when I was maybe I was 14. It was after I had kind of worked my way out of Wicca, and I said I was a pagan. And he said, "What's that?" And I said, "It's someone who believes in a god other than the God of Israel." And he says, "You're using the oppressor's language."
Damn. He right, though. I don't know how else to describe it, and it's the most widely accepted term, and as you know, I have such a hard time articulating my beliefs. So I unfortunately have to rely on colloquialisms and things that are more readily understood. to be able to be translated to others. Pagan did not start as a slur. It was just a descriptor that turned into one.
My understanding was that it originally referred to a rural folk.
Country folk.
Country folk.
Like I said, yeah, it wasn't necessarily. It's not like saying like redneck or something like that. It's differentiating between those who live near the city and those who live out in the country. But obviously, when things like that happen, you get terms like redneck. So it's a descriptive term that got turned into a slur. The more you know.
If you know that you have a belief in a god, gods, or higher power, or something like that, and you can question that belief, you should request up. And what we should all know is that it is Morgan's birthday. Happy birthday, Morgan.
It is, in fact, the day of my emergence.
Do you have any special rituals or routines or rhythms that you observe on this day?
I do. This is actually going to be kind of telling. Every year, my grandparents call at midnight on my birthday and sing like a family birthday song that my great grandmother taught. And I don't know who's gonna do it when they're gone. So and that kind of ties into why I find it so important to carry on traditions and because like I mean the song that is sung, it's Christian. It's a Christian song. It mentions Jesus. And even as a child, I never associated it with like, oh, Jesus is God. Like, yes, that's the answer. Okay, this makes sense. It was, and I fucking hate saying this, it was always just a feeling. It was a feeling of love. And it's so dumb that those words are coming out of my mouth. I hope GoPro's here and I hope he's happy. Aw, Mika, thank you. But I mean, so that song is, I mean, I still sing it to my children on their birthdays, even like whether they're home, whether they're not home, whichever. It's something I do for all of my family.
Would you share the lyrics with us?
I can sing it if you'd like.
I would love that. Thrayle.
Okay.
Are you sure? I don't want to step on toes.
It's
Go
your
ahead.
birthday, Morgan.
Oh, geez. Okay. Oh, happy birthday to you. Oh, happy birthday to you. Every day of the year, may you feel Jesus near. Oh, happy birthday to you. Oh, happy birthday to you. May the best that you ever had. Thank you, Donna.
Happy birthday, Morgan.
Thank you, Thrayle. But yeah, so that's the song.
That is delightful.
And like I never really got bad vibes from it. So
You know, if it was me, I probably would rewrite it for myself.
I was thinking the same thing.
I've thought about that as well. I've thought about that a lot, especially because I ended up not being a believer in Christ and that kind of thing, and it's not necessarily something I associate myself with.
Mhm.
But I feel it feels disingenuous to alter the words. It feels like it feels disrespectful to my great grandmother to do so. But I have absolutely had that thought, and this is a big thing I've struggled with a lot growing up, especially because it mentions Jesus. But with my understanding of, comparative religion and culture and how things traveled throughout the world, I can also see that the way that I described it, a feeling of love, is the intended message there. And even when I didn't understand who that person was or what it meant, I still felt that.
That's the fact that it is that feeling of love is what I would lean into.
And that's
every day of the year, may you feel love is near.
That's perfect. You're so right. You're so right. What the fuck? Why? Ugh. Uh-oh, my mortal enemy, Not Morgan, just scrolled in.
Not Morgan?
Yeah, apparently. I don't
I used to add lyrics to Jesus Loves Me, Jesus Loves You. I would sing it to my son every day. And when I started losing my faith, I found ways to rewrite the lyrics so that we could still have the continuity of the routine.
The same message without the trauma.
Yeah.
No, that's a really good point, and I think I'll instill that going forward.
It's substitute mother.
The only issue I have with that is they shouldn't have to feel just their mother's love. I can smell the smoke from Jimmy. I can hear the gears turning in his brain, trying to figure out how to re-lyric this song.
No, I mean that's a very good point. It's a whole other conversation. I just wanted to wish you a happy birthday. If you'd like, I can share a song that my great aunt sang to me.
That would be cute, but I will let Thrayle make that decision.
Absolutely.
My great aunt Boo was a Christian Scientist, but Jesus does not appear in this song. I don't know if it was from a show. Maybe something lost to time. In the morning, in the spring, Auntie sent me marketing. Go to town for me, she said, and fetch eggs to make an omelette. If you're spoken to by men, you should never answer them. I had scarcely gone my way when he said to me, good day. He said it once, he said it twice, said he. My dear, I fear your shoe will flip you in the face. I see the lace coming down. Will you let me tie up your shoe? Oh, no, kind sir, my auntie said that I should not reply to such good friends, and she's had experience.
Wow, that's so interesting.
That's amazing. I need so much. I need like a whole musical theater production just based on that.
Right?
It's
Wow.
charming. It's charming and creepy.
Yes.
Were you talking about me?
It's not always about you, Thrayle.
Jeez.
Oh,
Yeah,
that,
it's my birthday, Thrayle.
yeah, come on. Thank you, Jimmy. That was lovely.
Oh, welcome.
I love little songs like that have been passed down through families. No one knows where the hell they came from, but they're still so fun.
Coffee from my special mug this morning, made by my daughter,
Very nice.
which is very nice.
I did try moving a particular file over to the music player, but I don't know if it has moved yet.
All good things are worth the wait.
What is this file?
Never know. Which is kind of funny. And apt.
And apt.
Is your studio under attack?
Blowing away
Yeah.
in a tornado.
It's kind of been like that all night, yeah. Windstorm.
Dorothy Jail, Kansas.
Okay, it seems to be going a little faster this time. It might work before the end of the live.
Ooh, that's fun.
But before we get there and find out what this mystery file is, we'll still have to, question a belief or two. That would be great. If there's anybody out there who has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and is capable of questioning their belief, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate or argue. Hello, Locke. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 55.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do.
And which god is that?
It's a precious green orb called Lochnar.
And why do you prefer the first heavy metal movie to the second?
Which I did, you know what? It's the only righteously best movie ever created.
I'm always lost with movie references. What is it called?
Heavy metal. It's the first heavy metal. Don't mistake it for the second one, which has a singular plot. Lochnar is the plot of the first one.
Okay.
Do you actually believe in Lochnar? Are you?
No, no. Actually, you know, I really wanted to come up and wish Morgan Le Fay, Keeper of Lore, the happiest of birthdays today.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. It's me, Fractal Unfield 72.
Oh, okay. I was like, who the heck? Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh yes. While I'm up here, so like now I've been reading, and yeah, I'm looking for some more new reading material. I really, you know, like so, you know, my whole paradigm changed when I read Sisyphus, of course, and before that, when I read Principedia Discordia, you know, and so I'm, you know, of course, we did the Hitchhiker's Guide, and we did the Salmon of Truth. I'm just looking for something kind of along those lines that I wouldn't be able to easily find.
Those are like two off the top of my recommended list lately, aren't they?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
I'm actually wondering if Jimmy has a reading recommendation.
I was just trying to think. I'm actually reading No Time to Lose by Pema Chodron. I think that's really excellent. I have to look at my books. Wait, in the other room. Yeah, some of these are by Chogyam Trungpa, which is, I mean, that's a hard one to take, but yeah, I would say No Time to Lose by Pema Chodron, Healing Anger by the Dalai Lama. That one's super intense. It's an interpretation of the Dhammapada, but if you're going through anything that's really hard and you're finding that you're coming up against anger a lot, it's an amazing book.
It's like a great book to read, actually. I'm in the middle of the first and second books of Adam and Eve. And I'm not resonating with it, but so the Dalai Lama, what was the title of that one?
Healing Anger. It's hard to find. You might need to get it used. Healing Anger, and it really it presents a radical philosophy with regard to when you feel betrayed or attacked. The Buddhist approach is unusual, but really helpful, I think.
Right
Pema
on.
Chodron's books are all like this, though, too. So you can't go wrong. I think she has one called When Things Fall Apart. That's amazing. Pretty much anything she's written is great.
Well, that sounds like a plan. Thank you, Jimmy.
What would you say is the thesis of the anger one?
You know, interestingly, he talks a lot about karma, tracing the actions to their root, which is impossible. So it changes the way you see placing blame. Then it goes through all of the changes that occur when within you the opportunity to kind of learn about where you feel offended, the nature of the ego. And by the end of the book, there's this strange reversal that happens where you almost feel like you should say thank you. So the thing is, though, it's not like a woo way to do this. It's a very meticulous process. And it does take you from a place of anger to a place of gratitude, which is helpful. One needn't then go back to the person who hurt you and, send them flowers or anything. That's not the point, right? The point is what happens within you that stops the inner damage continuing.
Interesting.
Sounds like some Jungian Dharma.
Yeah, probably.
Like
Jung probably read some of that stuff.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I have to drop down. I have work. I have a meeting.
Understandable. Appreciate you, Jimmy.
Right there.
Appreciate you all. La 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 la.
Have a good one, Jimmy.
Thrayle, before you drop me down, I know it doesn't say question the questioner right now, but may I ask you a question?
You can certainly ask.
Oh, that's so good. Okay, so does the bat goddess have a name?
Really?
She has 3 names, possibly a 4th. But the 3 names she is known by are Balumbra, who represents the unfurling wings, the beginning, if a beginning is, or at least the beginning of this. A Trolith is the lattice work of everything that exists, the structure of what we can understand, and Tenebria is the mystery that propels us to keep asking questions.
That's very Gnostic.
Is it?
Yeah, well, just because it's a threefold idea with possibly a hidden 4th. You know what I mean?
Well, the hidden 4th would be the unified 3 of all.
Ha ha.
The real question is, if the bat goddess was a Pokemon, what type would she be? GoPro asked the hard question.
Sandwich type. Everything type. Yeah. It takes some people to catch on, but I'll make it plain. Balumbra, Atrolith, Tenebria. BAT.
Balumbra, Atrolith,
Tenebria.
Tenebria.
My favorite.
Wow.
BAT.
Balumbra is the unfurling of the wings.
Uh-huh.
Wow. So that's kind of like first cause.
If there was a first cause. Doesn't
Oh,
necessarily have to be the first unfurling, does it?
yeah.
She's just the unfurling of the wings.
Oh, amazing.
Of course, there's no reason to really believe any of that because, well, what creature of that magnitude would ever require or desire belief of the microorganisms that dwell within or beneath its wings?
Very but still very mystical and entertaining, you know. I love that.
Right. I think the whole point was always just to inspire more questions. And sometimes to give access to more questions with something to hold up as a comparison.
You see, that's why I love my God the Lochnar, because you know every morning, you know, I can get up and start pushing it up that mountain again, you know, and
I think that's great. I love that it's Lochnar. Is Lochnar inherently evil?
Well, you know, it's so precious that it just brings out the worst in the people that expose themselves to it. The greed of humanity is what becomes evil when they see the preciousness of Lochnar.
This is inspiring a viewing party for me in the Discord.
You know, I'm registered in the Discord, but I really don't know so much about like the Discord servers and all that. I'm really not computer savvy and or so I am registered in there, but I'm not sure if I haven't interacted yet. I watch.
That's all right. No worries. If you ever have questions and you need to reach out to one of us, you can always do that through either DMs on TikTok or Discord.
There's a lot of discord in Discord, isn't there?
I mean, yeah.
Eris rules there.
Less Discord than on TikTok.
Ooh.
There is that. It's a bit more organized over there, I think. It just takes a while to get used to it. But once you see the way it's laid out, it starts to make sense.
Maybe I'll start practicing Discordianism.
Well, I noticed you went with absurdism over Discordianism for the time. Is there any reason why you would want to adopt Discordianism? Or is that also for... Would it just be novel?
Yes, everything is. You know, I don't like doing the same thing over and over again. And the definition of insanity, one of them is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. And so I get burned out on the anities, the isms, and well, I'm always looking for something new and entertaining.
Well, speaking of new and entertaining, I think we're going to bring up a new guest. Not that you haven't been entertaining, though, Lochnar. I appreciate you so much. I hope that you keep asking questions and definitely come back when you have more answers that you want questioned.
Thank you, Thrayle.
Thank you, Lochnar. Take care. I managed. What was that?
W's lock.
Oh, hell yeah. W's for lock. I didn't recognize his voice at first, but yeah. It was good to see him again.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm glad that I remembered in the moment who Lochnar was, because when he said glowing green orb, my troll alarm was going off.
Where is this going? What the fuck?
I was just talking about heavy metal with someone the other day.
That's awesome.
We had a guest in queue. Oh, there they are. They do exist. Hello, Modern Scholar. Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
Yeah, absolutely. 24.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do not know.
Why not?
Fundamentally, I don't believe that in the known religions or the known spiritualities that I have examined, which would approximately be around a little over 100, and I am well aware there's over 3,000. To me personally, I don't believe that there is enough evidence nor enough moral substantiation to be able to make the claim that there is a higher power in which our universe is directed by, governed by, and sustained by.
Can you repeat the phrase that you said, moral substantiation? Is that what you said?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Right. So, under the stance that if I was to put myself into a position of a believer, that there was some sort of higher power, I would have to require that that higher power morally substantiates all good in the universe in order for that higher power to be a just higher power to believe in.
What does it mean to morally substantiate?
And in my perspective, it would mean that all of the, like, for example, if the higher power had rules and guidelines and laws that those things should be kept and all of those things, that all of those laws that I could examine and be able to replicate that to another human being and not be able to infringe or harm that human being with that same law and commandment.
So the higher power must display goodness.
Yes, in my opinion, on a very consistent basis.
Why?
Well, because if the higher power indeed does not display goodness on a consistent basis and does not apply to all of human creation, then there will be inequity and degeneracy within that creation.
And that discounts the possibility of there being a higher power?
I wouldn't say that it would completely discount it, but out of all of the world-known religions, the world-known spiritualities, I have yet to see nor hear of a higher power that does such a thing.
And
a higher power would have to do such a thing for you to consider it a god.
Yes, absolutely. Especially if we get into absolutes or objective morality.
Is it possible there could be a higher power, a god, that does not substantiate morality?
I mean, I believe that there could be a possibility of. I always say this. I call myself an agnostic atheist, meaning that I am atheist to the well-known world religions such as Christianity, Islam. I believe there is no shred of evidence for those at all whatsoever, and I believe that's an actual fact. What I say that I'm an agnostic in is that if there is a God that has the evidence, that has the moral equivalency, and all of those things combined, then we have yet to discover it. We have yet to know about it. So if they do exist, then I don't want to counter their existence because I simply just don't know.
Why is it important to you in determining whether there is a God or is not a God that God substantiate morality?
Well, I appreciate that question. I really do. I from my own personal belief, I've always taken a liking to some philosophy, specifically being Albert Mickenfish, who was known as the father of pessimistic destination, meaning that everything is beautiful because it does not last. And the question of life, which is one of his quotes, the question of life that people ask is, what is our purpose or why are we here? When rather the question should be, what is it in us that makes us want to ask that question? And that's the whole purpose of why I like to consider a possibility of a God, but yet there has not been evidence to supply it.
I appreciate the answer. I'm not quite sure that it addressed the question, though.
Okay.
I was curious why moral substantiation is important to you in considering the possible characteristics of a god.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. From my perspective, I guess what really fuels me to think about these things is that I'm in my 24 years of life. I know I don't have quite a bit of life experience, but in life experience I've seen a fair share of tremendously bad acts by human beings. I've seen the wars that are going on. I've seen the things that have happened, and I believe 100% that if we can ask these questions and come together as humanity to find a common ground, to find that peace and love that all human beings can be morally accepted, no matter what God, what law, that we would be better off progressively as a civilization rather than being divided by all of these sects of religion, sects of spirituality, and laws and commandments that ultimately divide us and separate us. So the possible search of maybe finding that one day, I believe, is 100% worth critical thinking about.
Mm-hmm. Can you repeat back the question that Philly had asked?
I'm sorry.
The one you were just answering.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Actually, I don't quite remember the exact words.
It's okay if you don't remember the exact words. Maybe you recall what I was trying to ask, though, like the idea.
Yeah. I believe it was along the lines of why do I find it either important or relevant to find moral equivalency with believing in a higher power?
I'm not sure what moral equivalency is, but perhaps that is what I was asking. Can you help me understand what moral equivalency means?
Yeah, so it's a train of philosophical idea that in order for a higher power to exist and be a actually higher power in goodness, that it would have to have moral equivalency in all of its laws and governing commandments or practices in the spirituality or religion in order for it to be good for humanity to follow and actually find valuable.
Moral equivalency, what does that mean, though? You said it in the definition, like we're asking what it is. You said it's the idea that a God should have moral equivalency. What is moral equivalency?
Um,
Like a
I would,
standard?
I would say standard. Yeah.
What is it equivalent to? What is that word doing in that?
Perfect. Yeah. I would say the human experience, the human consciousness.
You're saying a God's morality must be equivalent to the human consciousness.
Yeah, yes, in order to prevent harm or suffering.
I'm not understanding how it is that you're able to determine the morality of any proposed God, to say it couldn't exist because it's not meeting a moral equivalency. If you're not under, like, how are you aware of the morality of these proposed gods?
Well, I studying theology and studying divine arts and things like that, from the wide spectrum of the popular main religions and spiritualities that I have looked into, that are the most practiced.
Which ones are those?
I would say everything from Christianity to Islam to the different pagan sects and pagan practices. I would go as far as to even say things like Santeria, things like Leo Viatas, multiple other spiritualities and religions.
And in looking into those religions, you're saying most of those were Abrahamic, weren't they? But in looking into those religions, you're saying you've studied all of them and that their gods don't meet the moral equivalency of human consciousness.
Yes, absolutely.
What is human consciousness's morality? How are you aware of that as a rubric?
Yeah, under the rubric and under the perspective that I've developed, and I don't know if it's the correct one or if it's a logical one, but it's just one that I personally believe and I've come to, is that consistently I see a pattern that when I study these religions and I study these things, that when it came to human beings being able to have what so-called freedom of will or be able to live their lives without having the guilt or the shame of having to redevelop themselves in order to fit the narrative of said God, there is massive harm and massive suffering, and also social stigma that comes along with all of those things, making it not morally equivalent to the human consciousness of peace and tranquility.
But how are you determining the human consciousness is peace and tranquility?
Well, I personally believe that that the philosophical idea of that if I'm following the foundation that everything is beautiful because it does not last, then everything significantly now that can be preserved through peace and tranquility would be the most ideal for the human experience to have the best outcome of a life.
Most ideal. And you're basing that on what?
I'm basing it, purely based off of I don't know. I guess I'm speaking for myself, my own personal experience. If I've been through a lot of various different situations in my life that some have caused trauma, some have been exceedingly well. And if peace and tranquility would have been the center before, and the ideologies and the views that I had before now would have benefited me a lot more. And I've also noticed with a lot of people that I've communicated with, had these discussions with, that peace and tranquility usually is the main goal, to be able to live carefree and to be able to achieve happiness.
To clarify then, you're saying that a God that no God you've heard of meets a standard of moral equivalency to your rubric of more human tranquility. Basically, that if it doesn't live up to that subjective standard that you've decided, then it doesn't exist.
Not, I would say that is a small part of it. I would say the majority of the other part of it is, the factual evidence that lies ahead. If factually it can be historically proven, if factually it can be proven that it does exist, the God himself, or gods, does indeed have domain and reigns and things like that. If those things can be proven, if those things can be demonstrated, then I would severely consider it. But the fact of the majority is that I have not found a shred of evidence in our physical world, in our relative world, that any of those things actually do transpire and occur.
What kind of evidence would you expect to see?
Well, if we take, for example, things such as like miracles or divine workings of things like someone who is terminally sick and suddenly cured, or injustices that occur that are suddenly solved by a supernatural event, or things like this, I would expect to see those evidence not only archaeologically but historically and visibly, that we can still demonstrate that today, that those things are still occurring and are still a part of our natural world.
Could a God exist that humans just haven't defined yet from religion? Something that that meets a threshold of godhood that you would consider a god, but isn't one you've heard of.
Yeah, very absolutely, and that's why I say that I'm agnostic in that aspect. If there is a God that demonstrates all of the necessary,
And what kind of evidence? I'm sorry, I don't want to hear the whole philosophical rundown again. It's kind of boring. What kind of evidence would you expect to see for a God that you haven't considered yet?
I would have to say, first and foremost, physical presence or divine presence that can be demonstrated in reality. I'll just start with that as one.
So, if a God presented itself to you in some way, would you worship it just for existing?
No, only for the simple fact that I would require that it would not be only me that experiences the event.
So if somebody else experienced the event, and now you see this God, you believe this God, and you have backup evidence and witnesses, would you worship it for existing then?
Only if it was majority. It was more than half of the population of the world. Only if then.
Fascinating goalpost shift. Does anybody else have questions for this guest?
No, I don't.
Why did you request up, Mother?
Because I've watched this live before, and I found it very invigorating and very beneficial to be able to question your beliefs and be able to have a discussion.
What belief is it that you're questioning here? Because I'm hearing you say, I'm hearing you say you don't believe in a God, which already, we tend to want to question believers, but I do question atheists when they come up. But when asked questions about like your rubric, your personal beliefs, and what would and wouldn't allow a god or qualify a god as existing, you're kind of dodging a bit of the points of some of the questions, and so I'm wondering, is questioning your non-theism and especially your rejection of the beliefs you've studied, is that off the table? Is that something you don't do?
Until the point that those religions, or any religion for that matter, or spirituality, can demonstrate physical presence in reality, and demonstrated historical proof of its beliefs and things like that, I would be open to a God that maybe has not been demonstrated yet, maybe that I do not know about. However, with the well-known ones and the domineering ones, I don't see how that could ever be demonstrated with the evidence that's already been given.
What do you mean the evidence that's already been given?
Like the cosmological arguments, fine-tuning, all of the other arguments that have been presented, claiming truth proofs of reality existing within those gods and tenets.
So you're basing your rejection of gods off of the ones presented in the religions you've studied and outlined, detailed in these philosophical arguments. Did you read the texts of these religions, or just kind of study them peripherally?
I studied many texts of Hindu, Buddhism, of Christianity, Greek, and Hebrew.
Yeah, you actually read them in depth?
Yes, in theological, with theological people who had went to seminary and have very well education in those fields.
With authoritative characters that I don't know what that has to do with anything, I guess, to add credence to your study, because the people you studied with studied. Do you think that the God commonly represented in philosophical arguments, the classical theism God, does that tend to, do you think that is what's described in the Bible, or described in the Bhagavad Gita?
That is a very good question. I would say that, I would say no. I would say that there are some traits that are demonstrated. However, there is a lot of traits of these specific gods and or God that does not present consistency throughout the philosophical idea